Hello everyone and welcome to Panama. It is day 3 of the PokerStars Championship Panama main event, live from the Sortis Hotel Spa and Casino in Panama City. I am James Hartigan. Sat alongside me is Mr. Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Allow me to quote Van Halen when I say, Panama, ha, 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 ha.
So there's the canal. We are inside. We have got 78 players returning for day 3, and the bubble will burst when we are down to 71. That's how many will get paid. That's how many will share the prize pool of just over $1.77 million. This is day 3 of 6 in the main event. It's the second day of our live coverage. We will be back tomorrow and the day after that. And of course, we'll bring you the final table live on Monday, March 20th from 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Bubble day, back on day 3 where it belongs.
Absolutely. And with only 78 players remaining and hand-for-hand play starting at 72, our world-famous bubble coverage starts now. So get involved, get in touch. Hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter. Hit us up on Twitch if you're watching at twitch.tv/PokerStars in the live chat. And of course, we also have our Facebook page, our Snapchat, our Instagram. We also stream at youtube.com/PokerStars. So, on the main stage, at the start of play, you might see him there because he's quite a forbidding presence. It is Tito Ortiz, the MMA superstar, who's coming into play 4th in chips.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah, if we take a look at the current tournament top 10, we can see that Igor Gary Yarashevsky is the big stack. Imagine having 250 big blinds at this point of a tournament.
I mean, it's wonderful, and you're very likely to cash, right? It's almost a slam dunk you're going to cash, but it's still no guarantee you make the final table.
Absolutely. The guy who's second in chips, by the way, Denis Timofeyev, he is at the feature table as well, along with Tito Ortiz, who is 4th on the leaderboard. You might recognize a few other names on that top 10. Pablo Gordillo is a big stack.
I remember Pablo Gordillo from Season 8 Barcelona.
No, you don't.
I remember him from winning a bunch of online tournaments in one day.
That's the guy.
And then making a final table right after that.
Boom, which was in London. So, here is the lineup on the main stage. Table 2 of 10. When we get down to 72 players, when we're down to 9 tables, they will break a table. And that's the point that we can expect this tournament to go hand for hand. And of course, once we lose the player in 72nd place, they will be the official bubble boy.
Cha-ching.
And then everyone else will be guaranteed at least $7,720. About to get cards in the air. Level 14 of the main event about to start. Blinds are 1,500, 3,000 with a 500 ante.
Dealer Clara, you know what to do. Now let's mix up all the cards and hand them out to the players. Hello, my babies on Twitch. Hello, my babies on Twitter. Perry's on board. Got Yanoza. Bikey Lee.
Megan Joy chimes in. Hashtag PokerStars TV. Good afternoon and happy Bubble Day. Peter Santamaria says, yes, this is how you spend a Friday evening. I hope you've got no plans for the weekend so that you can be here to watch us over the course of the next 48 hours. We're live every day from here through until Monday. Action has been folded around to the man himself, Tito Ortiz. He's out.
Bikey Lee on Twitch asks, have you caught up with our favorite Dutch female pro player, hockey player lately? He's referring to Fatima. Fatima played in a really cool cash game, I think it was. Charity game.
It was a charity sit and go.
Sit and go, okay.
It was in Barcelona. It was Neymar Jr.'s invitational event for some of his celebrity friends.
Yeah, it looked super fun. If you couldn't be here, good to be there.
So Denis Timofeyev is the guy who's raised here from under the gun +2. Timofeyev, we mentioned, is second in chips at the start of the day. He had 7 side event cashes in Malta last year.
Wow.
Winning one of those events for 64,000 euros. He qualified online for this particular event, and facing his raise to 6,500 is Thomas Lefort from Canada.
Thomas was on our feature table for quite a while yesterday.
4 has already had 2 side event cashes here in Panama. So
hoping to make it La3 cashes.
Another Canadian, Samuel Gagnon, in the big blind.
Easy game.
Raise and take it for Timofeyev. So you can see on screen, 78 remain from the 366 who started, and you can see the bubble, 72. And when we're down to 71, the bubble bursts. We're in the money. Happy days. Going to play 4 full levels today, so not only do you get a world-famous bubble coverage, not only do you get to see these players make the money, you then get the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. My only fear, Joe, is that we end the day with close to 16 players, because tomorrow, of course, is the day traditionally where we play down to 16.
Yeah, there's a good chance we get to 16. I think we get to about 18 today. I think we get real close to 16.
I'm going to call the over on that. I think it might be around the 30 mark.
Okay. We had a question from Max Eck on Twitch who asked, is Garg still in? The answer is yes at the start of play today. Low cash Garg still in.
Yeah, we'll show you some of the other players still in the main event, some of the players of the outer tables in just a moment, as we see Timofeyev raise for the second hand in a row, this time from under the gun +1.
All right, so I won't give away the names of folks who are still in.
Now, he may have found a customer here in Jieshen Gong, the 3rd Canadian at our feature table.
The Gong Song. Gong, 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 gong.
Live earnings of more than $400,000, came 15th in Dublin last year for nearly 29,000 euros. Gong has decided not to get involved, so action round to La4 in the cutoff. Hello to Alan, who sends St. Patrick's Day greetings from a cold, wet and windy Limerick City. Alan looking forward to today's coverage. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone in the Emerald Isle.
Yeah. Our fearless leader in America quoted a Nigerian as a St. Patrick's Day limerick yesterday.
So this is folded around to the blinds. Gagnon in the small. Gagnon starts the hand with 82,000, a below average stack. Edward Mandel, who's in the big blind, is one of the shorties at the table with just 15 bigs. La4, by the way, you might understand why he's taking some time over his decisions. He's got 7 big blinds.
He's got a long way to go. We are close to hand for hand, but he has got a little while. 7 big blinds is going to be pretty tight.
So let's have a look at some of the more famous faces arriving before the start of play. A guy who was a big stack yesterday but is coming into play on day 3 as a short stack is Jason Kuhn. JC Alvarado has more than 100K at the start of play. His friend Steve O'Dwyer is an above average stack. Martin Finger. Not to be confused with Tito Ortiz, Eric Cajolet. And there is Tito, rocking the pink cardigan as he's shown by Juan up onto the feature table, following the all-important fist pump. There's Gary, chip leader Igor Yaroshevsky. And I hear we've had our first KO of the day.
KO, oh no.
This is the elimination of Michael Carter in 78th place, taking us down to 77 players, ever closer to the bubble.
You know, JC Alvarado, we saw he's still in. Last night, we ran into him and Ike Haxton in the bar. And JC has multiple times over the last couple years asked me to send him a clip of my stand-up. Since he lives in Mexico, he can't come. So last night I sent it to him. Didn't hear back. So I'm kind of sweating that a little bit.
Jane Windsor says, since the lovable Jake Cody is out, we saw his elimination yesterday, I'm looking for someone else to cheer for. Does anyone have any suggestions? I would advise cheering for Tito Ortiz, because if you don't, he will find you and he will hurt you.
I actually don't like all these comparisons to Tito, like having like a violent temper or being a bully. He never really comes across that way, just to be fair. We're goofing around because
Absolutely.
he is a literal meathead. But we've been given no indication that Tito has ever threatened a human being outside of, at least in the poker tournament area.
So you'll see that we've ticked down to 76 now. Another elimination from one of the outer tables. 71 paid, hand for hand at 72. We are on bubble watch. We did mention yesterday that sadly, the whole Pope, our head of live poker operations, Neil Johnson, is very poorly, can't be with us here in Panama. You may have heard on the mic that Luca Vivaldi is actually running the bubble here in the main event. Oh, clock's been called on the floor.
Whoa, look at that. Whoa. Man, if you are stalling on the bubble, there is one guy you don't want to have hanging over your shoulder, and that is Luca Vivaldi.
So the rest of the table picked up on the fact that LaFour is stalling to a certain degree.
LaFour, La3, La2, La1. Your hand is dead.
Look at Tito's specs. Tito's gone full St. Patrick's Day.
I'm going to give it 10 seconds, come down, and we should hand will be declared dead. 10, 9, 8, 7, 5, 4.
Somebody check those to make sure that they aren't see-through for the cards. Don't go anywhere, Luca. Something tells me that if LaFour has no problem sitting there and waiting to be counted down, he's probably going to need it again.
So rounds the blinds. The raise from Timofeyev came from under the gun. It's Tito's big.
Yes, we know, but it's also his big blind.
And he defends.
I don't really like violence. I'm not an MMA fan, don't like watching that stuff, but I wouldn't mind seeing an arm wrestling match between Tito and Eric Cajolet. That I would watch. As long as it's not that weird one from The Fly. Remember The Fly?
Yeah.
That really disturbed me when I was a kid.
So check on the flop, jack on the turn.
And I know what you're thinking, James. How did I see The Fly when I was a kid? I was allowed to see R-rated movies. We did have HBO, and occasionally I would flip through and catch something disturbing. And my parents were right to not let me watch that stuff. Betting a call on the turn after no betting on the flop.
Yeah, Tito decided to lead the turn following the lack of a continuation bet from Timofeyev on the flop. Board pairs on the river, 25,500 in the middle. Tito the effective stack with 260 behind. These are obviously the two biggest stacks at this table, two of the biggest stacks in the tournament, and Tito has bet big.
Full pot.
He has bombed it.
I think I like Tito for King Jack here. I like him for at least a jack.
Timofeyev lets this one go. The first hand we see Tito Ortiz play today sees him add 15,000 to his stack. Close to 100 big blinds for the former MMA fighter. The 5 still Chip Daddy with close to 200 bigs. Meanwhile, out in the field, those are kings, those are jacks. And after that river card, kings are good and the jacks are done. That's a gentleman who was on our feature table yesterday, Roman Papacek. He is out in 76th place, leaving us with 75. 3 away from the bubble, 3 away from a table breaking, 3 away from hand-to-hand play.
You better Papacek yourself before you Papa-wreck yourself.
Byron Caveman, the player who took out Papacek there.
Well, maybe LaFour is gonna not have to hang on so long till we get to the bubble. It's the gong show. And it's over. For now.
So round 2, LaFour. 7 big blinds. Will we see the clock called again?
Nice. Another one just so tight. I'm gonna stretch my legs. Yes. You guys have your shades on, so I thought I'd put on my shades. Because of the light. Yeah. Didn't wear them all the tournament. Lights here, sweating you out.
Did you see who it was who called the clock on him yesterday?
Yesterday, or the last hand.
I want to be the only one to wear this cool shamrock hat with my glasses.
Either way, the answer is no. I did not see who called the clock on him. Boom One Outer on Twitch says, here we go again. Gotti says, clock again. FFS.
Well, Luca is standing right by the table, so he's going to step in if needed, but looks like LaFour has folded, and the action is now around to Gagnon. He's got just shy of 30 big blinds at the start of this hand.
They go into the muck. Action on Edward Mandel.
So round to Tito in the small blind, and he raises.
He is attacking the largest stack at the table, the only player at this table that can bust him. He is out of position. We're going to see the Sweeto Tito Burrito Betterino. Yeah, we are. Tito's bet sizing. We'll just call it erratic. That's 3,500 into a pot of 17,000. And it looks like Tito's made another small bet of a journey at 3,500 again, this time at 24,000.
5 of hearts on the river. So yeah, 6.5K pre and then 3.5K on the flop, on the turn. Check, check, showdown. And looks like Tito's shown the winner. Ace, Jack.
Jack is good.
Second pair, top kicker. Tito adds another 17K to his stack. Moves over the 300K mark. 100 big blinds now. Second in chips at this table. Timofeyev still playing more than 560,000. We've got 3 shorties at the table. Mandel, Gong, and Lafort are all in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Just to remind you where we are at in the PokerStars Championship Panama main event. 20 minutes into day 3. 75 players remaining from the 366 who entered, with 71 getting paid. So we are closing in on the bubble. A min cash here worth $7,720. So here is one of our shorties, Gong with his 10 big blind stack.
Gong with the wind.
He folds, so around to Lafort. Put the kettle on, make a cup of tea, have a digestive. Interestingly, Luke is still standing there, and I imagine that regardless of whether a player calls the clock, he will step in if he feels that the thinking time is excessive.
He knows what he's doing. You find something humorous about this stalling, James? Oh, yes. Turns out it is humorous. Check out Tito Ortiz working the bubble, huh? Unfortunately, again, that big stack directly to his left. Without the presence of Dennis Timofeyev, he would have a lot easier time.
So Tito's button raise has been re-raised by Timofeyev, who has 3-bet to 21,000. Mikhail Zamiatin in the big blind folds. Action back on Tito. Now, I know that Tito has been receiving some coaching from Felipe Ramos from Team Pro. So maybe this was one of Felipe's kind of nuggets of information, which is you're a big stack, you're coming into the play 4th and chips, you need to be putting the pressure on. The problem is, as you pointed out, Joe, he has not got the best seat drawer in the house.
Right, and also if I were Felipe, I would probably focus on tomorrow's lesson being about post-flop aggression.
Glenn Weber on Twitter has a message for Thomas Lafort. He says, come on, Lafort, stalling like that is just so un-Canadian.
I used to have a much bigger problem with it than I do now.
I mean, that's the thing. It's not the wrong thing to do, especially if people are going broke quite quickly. We seem to have kind of slowed down as the magic number approaches, but at the start of play, it seemed like we were going to hit that bubble in no time at all.
It's part of the game.
Well, he's under the gun here. Now nursing a 6 big blind stack.
wonder what it feels like to be in his head, though, if he's like at all like, oh, this is uncomfortable, but I have to do it.
That's the thing. I don't think I could do it.
I think I could,
I'd be
but
so embarrassed. I'd be turning bright red.
I would have to entertain people while I'm doing it, like do bits. What's the deal with felt? Could they not come up with anything better? Surely there's had to be an improvement on table material.
So Pavliuk has limped under the gun +1.
Interesting. Tito says, limps are for the bank. I think I got that wrong.
I like it, though. The raises to 6,500. Action on Denis Timofeyev on the button.
Yeah, I think Timofeyev has picked up on the fact that Tito, despite what happens off the felt, can be pushed around a little bit.
So the 3-bet is 20,000 total. Action folded back around to Pavliuk. I don't know. Pavliuk looks like the kind of guy who could be limp trapping with a monster in early position, and he so quickly called that 3-bet.
Pretty bizarre to limp call a massive 3-bet
Absolutely.
without a monster here from that position.
And the bizarre thing is,
Tito's in 2.
well, he finds himself getting an amazing price. So we're going 3-way to the flop in a 3-bet pot, nearly 70K in the middle already, and a pretty nothing flop, 7-5 deuce. Pavliuk checks. Tito checks.
I think this checks around a lot.
It's a classic ace-king flop, right?
Now that I looked at Pavliuk as a person, yes, he's not so necessarily. He looks like someone that could actually Gibbons and then double Gibbons. Under the gun +1, nearly a Gibbons.
A continuation bet of 27,000. Pavliuk now folds, having put a decent amount of his stack into this pot already.
May have given Pavliuk too much credit there.
What about Tito?
Tito's going to have to fold this most of the time.
What if he's got jacks?
Yeah, you're really hating life right now with jacks. I don't even know. You're just out of position, tangling against the one guy at the table that can bust you.
I think if Tito had a hand like jacks, we would have seen a 4th bet going pre.
I do not agree with that.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't think Tito re-raises with jacks there?
No.
Well, he's called the 27,000. An ace on the turn. This is the point that Pavliuk goes, no!
Well, at least you can feel better about getting away from jacks now when the ace hits. I don't know why we've decided he has jacks, but it's fun. It's fun to play the deciding game, the one-hand range game. I mean, if Timofeyev puts in something like 60K here, that's not going to quite be that big, is it? More like 30. Oh, not even. 22. Oh, boy.
This pot is getting big. Timofeyev's bet of 22,000 called by Tito Ortiz.
Tito seems a little nervous.
166,500 in the middle. Another ace on the river. Tito's got 225K behind. It's his decision.
I don't think it goes check, check. Tito shows an ace and a jack.
And Timofeyev mucks. Tito hoping possibly to induce another bet from Timofeyev on the river, doesn't get it. And Tito Ortiz is now up to nearly 400,000. He's playing 130 big blinds. Luca having words with Thomas Lafleur and pointing out to him that he's not the only one being targeted, that the floor is monitoring a number of players who they feel are stalling unnecessarily. I mean, Jeff Goldley points out on Twitter, it's a tough spot for the other players versus Lafleur's tanks, because if you call the clock, you give him a guaranteed 60 seconds. You say that, but the floor does have the right to reduce that clock. And obviously, if Luca were in a position where he thought the tanking were excessive, that clock may reduce to 30 seconds or even 15 seconds.
Jeff's next tweet also makes sense here. Don't think Pavliak limp insta-calls 3-bet with a monster, eat Hollywood to draw in Tito. I think you're right, Jeff. I think I like James' original assessment of like it being like ace-king that he just didn't want to get into a raising war with, and then got away from super easy on the flop.
Action's been folded around to Tito, who's having a great time on the bubble. Already putting on the pressure, but also making some hands, which helps. Not going to play this one. Timofeyev also folds. Around to the button. Zamir 10. He's got around 50 big blinds. He's got around an average stack. And he's going to shove on the two shorties behind him. Gong's got 8 bigs. Lafleur has 5. A great spot to put the pressure on your opponents. Risking very little.
One fold. I assume we're going to see a delayed fold here. Take your time while Luca's distracted. It's kind of like when I'm at the gym and my trainer like walks away for a minute. When he comes back, I'm like 11, 12.
A not unreasonable amount of thinking time there, but raise and take it for the Russian. Okay, so we have got a free roll for you today, as we do every day of our live coverage on PokerStars TV. $2,000 in the prize pool, and it kicks off at 4:15 Eastern Daylight Time. That's 3:15 Panama time. That is 9:15 in the evening Central European Time. Just search PokerStars TV in the Stars lobby to register for that game.
Yeah. Get to the password. Come on.
Don't forget the bounties. $100 bounties on the English commentators. Knock out me, Joe, or Matt Broughton Waster, and you get $100.
Pass, please.
Okay, here is the all-important password. You need to register for the game. Today's password, Pollara. P-O-L-L-E-R-A, lowercase, Pollara. In honor, of course, of Hector Lopez Pollara. You know that story, Joe?
I don't. I thought Pollara was going to be the disease I ended up bringing home with me from Panama.
A couple of years ago, there was an English guy called Peter Miller who was flying from London to Glasgow, and his suitcase didn't make it. and it turned out this suitcase had somehow been diverted to Panama, and the airline, I'm not going to name them, would not return the suitcase. So out of his own pocket, Peter Miller had to fly from London to Panama City to pick up his suitcase. And the story made the Panamanian newspapers, and a very wealthy guy called Hector Lopez Polera heard this story and was like, I'm going to pay that guy's airfare and buy him some new luggage.
That's cool. Where did the suitcase end up on his way home?
I don't know, I just made up the whole thing.
Oh.
Hashtag fake facts.
That's twice now. Sorry, Doc. I went to Panama, had a really good time. Came home with a nasty case of Polera.
Timofeyev has raised here. And the action is on the other Russian at the table, Mikhail Zamyatin. Round to gong on the button. Round to the 4 in the small blind.
LaFour, a regular at the Playground Poker Club, I'm told. Thank you to someone on Stars on Twitch.
Put your feet up. Do a crossword. Write an email to your nan.
More like delete an email from your nan. Enough with the forwards, Grandma.
So there's going to be a defend from Pavlia. He's counted out the call. He makes the call. We're going to have ourselves a flop at the feature table. Queen, Jack, 8 with 2 clubs.
Queen Jack, a great big line calling hand. This really does connect with the big blind calling range. Super hard, but not this time. Great, thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Roman. I hate you.
Now, obviously, we're trying to keep an eye on the action at the outer tables as well as we get closer to the bubble, as we get closer to making the money here in the Panama main event. Well, we have a situation here where Anthony Diot has tabled ace-9 against Alexandre Viard's jack-10. Viard, the player at risk, and it's not looking good for him. He did flop a gut shot.
Diamonds?
Diamonds not a factor. The king sees Viard River Broadway, and he will double up, so we do not lose a player in this hand. However, over the other side of the room, I am hearing that is Manuel Martinez Sosona, who has just been eliminated in 75th place, meaning we are down to 74, 2 away from a table break and 2 away from the money.
More like Manuel Martinez Solonga. Adios, muchacho.
Back to the feature table. Still 54 minutes to play at this level. Blinds 1,500, 3,000 with a 500 ante. Interesting. It was Tito's turn to limp. Timofeyev has raised to 8,000. Action now on the 4. Down to 4 big blinds now, by the way. I'm not sure it's going to be close. I'm not sure he can legitimately just keep tank folding. I actually think he's at risk of being blinded out of the tournament at the rate that we're going.
He's down the 4 big blinds, right?
And remember, he's having to post an ante of 500 every single hand.
Gotta be so tempting to peel here, even though it's for half your stack. He's not closing the action, that's the problem. If he's in the big blind, I think he can justify it a little bit more. You can so easily be put all in by one of the 2 players that have yet to act behind you.
By the way, we mentioned the fact that we've got a couple of players at the table, one of them being Denis Timofeyev, who qualified online. Should point out that there are still 4 spin-and-go qualifiers in the field here on day 3, all hoping to make the money. Adrian Gruber, the guy who manages Nando's in London. Clement Tarmakov, Fabrice de Benedictus, who was at our feature table yesterday, and Karim Zezur.
So the limp call from Tito, and these 2 are going to go at it again. I said call before he had actually called.
He did say,
Did
let's
he say
do
call?
this.
Okay.
Yeah. It was clear he wanted to play. He wants
Yeah.
to see a flop, which is queen 5-4 with 2 spades.
Oh, and he leads.
And Timofeyev folds. Go Tito. Up to over 400,000 now.
Working this bubble like a cut above the right eye. I know that's a boxing reference. I don't really know that much about
They still punch people.
MMA.
So yeah, Lafort just shy of 5 big blinds. Gong, 8 big blinds. Mandel, 13 bigs. And then you have the guys with all the chips. Ortiz and Timofeyev with 74 remaining here on Bubble Day in Panama. Now, let me let you into a little secret. Tito is actually scheduled to fly out of Panama tomorrow. Now, obviously, if he makes day 4, he is going to extend his stay. I want to see him make day 4 for 2 reasons. Number 1, because it will be awesome.
Yeah.
And it's great to have him in this tournament, and it's great to see him do well. Number 2, if Tito extends his stay and is still here on day 4, he will be our guest on Poker in the Ears and Eyes.
If I had my soundboards, I would have just attempted to hit the applause button, but hit the wrong one instead. So I just want everyone
So just imagine right now,
imagine that.
you're hearing the noise of someone vomiting.
Right. Or like a car horn. But not the applause I was intending to hit.
Under the gun raise from Tito, 6.5K.
Gong.
Surround to Lafort.
Yeah, James, I think you're right. I think there's a good shot this kid bubbles.
It is horrible to see someone literally blinded out of a poker tournament, though.
Not as horrible as seeing someone blinded in an MMA match.
Folded around to Roman Pavliuk on the button.
Hey.
He's going to call and hopefully play a flop in position. Still got the blinds to act. Gagnon in the small.
Gun style.
He folds. So now we've got Edward Mandel in the big blind, and this is a player we haven't seen anything from so far today. Obviously, he's pretty short, just 12 big blinds. He's going to pass, and we're going heads up to the flop. That flop is all hearts. The king, the queen, the 9 of strawberries. Tito does not continue. Action check to Pavliuk. He checks behind. Turn card pairs the board. Wow. We're only on the turn and we already have a straighty flushy paired board. I'm excited.
It can only get better from here.
Tito makes a delayed continuation bet of 10,000, gets a fold from Pavliuk. 4,000 players registered in the free roll. A reminder that today's password is Polera, P-O-L-L-E-R-A, in honor of Hector Lopez Polera, the 38th president of Panama. Polera is the word you need to register for today's PokerStars TV free roll.
I'm not falling for your fake facts again, James.
Meanwhile, action on the outer tables. We saw Anthony Diot get very lucky with Jack 10 against Ace 9. Now he is racing. He is all in with pocket 9s against one of our spin and go qualifiers.
The dream, Diotti. The dream.
Actually, no, it's Kamal Batar with a Ace Jack. And it's a 9 on the river. Anthony Diot survives again.
The dream, Diot. T. The dream.
So that is another double up, meaning we are still at 74 players. And my bad, of course, it was Diot who lost that last hand with Ace 9 and is now doubled up with the 9s.
The 9 giveth and the 9 taketh away.
Exactly.
9. 9, 9, 9. Thanks, Big Sam. Kind words on Twitter. Thank you.
Sam Yatin raising in early position. Gong with the decision. Folds. Has 8 big blinds left. The 4, as we've mentioned, down to 4 big blinds.
Gong knows how to low-key stall. Got to fly in under the radar.
Victor is very happy, by the way, that we gave out the free roll password. He says, thanks for password. Now my birthday is complete. Thanks to Joe and Staps.
You're welcome, and you're welcome. I, of course, have everything to do with the free roll, the password, and the giving out of it.
Learn a language. Paint a portrait. Take a course in interior design.
Check your Facebook 700 times. Gotti defending LaFour in the Twitch chat. It's a perfectly legit strategy, and he's already gone through 3 people busting.
Luca, come back. Look at how hard Tito's staring at him. 2.5 minutes.
His stalling game is very strong. You got to give him credit. He's good at stalling. He's good at not doing anything for a long period of time.
Oh, come on. This is 3 minutes now.
But he's doing a great job of looking like he's thinking about something. Well, there's your shadow. Luca will juke ya. No one at the table. By the way, it's up to the players at the table to call the clock often, and no one has done that.
There's the fold. Pavliuk is going to call the raise. Bill McMillan chimes in on Twitter. He says, I've blinded out of a couple of tournaments and it is not a good feeling, but there isn't much you can do if you are card dead. I don't think there have been any situations, other than when he's been under the gun, that the action has been folded to the floor where he's had the opportunity to even get it in. And now he's in a point where he has no fold equity anyway, where the big blind's going to call him with any two.
He's well beyond fold equity. I mean, when he sat down at the table, he didn't even really have much.
Sure. Okay, I think we're going to have a three-way party here with Tito Ortiz calling the raise out of the big blind as well. King 7-5 with two spades. Action on Tito. He's going to check. Continuation bet from Zamyatin into two opponents.
Fairly dry board, but I would be a little bit worried about what hands are strong enough for these two guys to call. A little less worried about Tito, especially once he's sized like that.
Tito lets it go. So more than halfway through the level now. 40 minutes on the clock remaining on level 14. Are we going to hit the bubble this level? Well, chances are strong because I'm hearing that we have just lost another player. That is Jairo Escobar. He was on our feature table yesterday. He's consoling himself with a warm drink out in 74th place, leaving us with 73, 1 off the bubble, 2 off the money. Back at our feature table, the action is on one of the shorties. Action now on the other shorty. The super short stack. I love Jeff Godley's tweet. How strong would it be if LaFour balanced his tanking range by thinking for 3 minutes, getting the clock called on him, and then jamming aces?
It would be fun, but he's probably going to get looked up in like 6 different spots, and, you know, aces are not doing great. It would be fun to watch, though. Agreed. Desire Bra on Twitch asks, is LaFour the shortest stack in the tournament at the moment? I do not know, but I do know it would be difficult to have fewer chips than he has right now. Come on, Gagnon style.
That's roughly half the tournament average, 73,500. Not going to open from the cutoff, folds to the button. Edward Mandel, who's now playing around 10 big blinds, he passes. So we have that blind on blind situation that we saw last time. Tito versus Dennis. No raise this time from Tito. He gives Timofeyev a walk. They are the two biggest stacks of the table. Timofeyev with 500,000. Tito Ortiz with 412,000. So just so you know where we're at right now, we're not hand for hand. We will be when we get down to 72. When another player goes out in 73rd place, they will pause the clock while they break a table. And then we will have 9 tables of 8. All the tables will be balanced when we go hand for hand. That's when we'll be on the pure bubble, and that's when obviously play will not continue at one table until it's completed at all the other tables on the previous hand. So stalling at that point is a non-factor. Obviously, we will play on today well beyond the bubble. 4 levels planned for day 3. Play should conclude at approximately 7 p.m. local time. That's 6 hours from now. 90-minute levels from day 3 onwards in a PokerStars Championship main event.
Well, I could update you guys. JC Alvarado got back to me about my stand-up.
Was it positive?
Yes.
Oh, good.
He said, "Ha, that was great. Seems like a super tough room for working on stuff, though." That seems to be the standard response I get from people who watch it. They go, "Good stuff, tough room."
So the 4 in the tank. Sit back, watch some of Joe Stapleton stand up. Compose a new melody. Do the gardening. Take the rubbish out.
By that, James means deleting my stand-up. Bye-bye. Okay.
So round to Tito on the button. And he limps. Well, okay then.
This is unorthodox bubble pressure play right here. All right, well, it looks like, nope. It's so hard to tell if anything's going to happen on these bubble hands or not because everyone tanks now. Everyone's taking their time.
So after Tito's limp came the raise from Timofeyev, and Tito is now deciding whether to call that raise, play the flop in position. Of course, he has the option to re-raise. But he's going to call. Once again, the two big stacks of the table go to battle. King 7-5, 2 diamonds.
The one spot in the entire orbit where Timofeyev's out of position to Tito. Hasn't really mattered so far anyway. Tito's gotten the better of him, I think, in every single hand they've played together so far today. And it looked like Ortiz led that flop. Oh no, it went check, bet, call, obviously. I saw a chip go in. I think Tito bet very small, a virtual check.
I think it was 5,000, and now he's made it 10,000 on the turn.
James, sometimes they have it, and sometimes they always have it. And I think sometimes Tito always has it.
River is the 8 of hearts. Timofeyev, the pre-flop aggressor, after Tito just limped on the button. A bet of 5,000 from Tito on the flop, 10,000 on the turn. It's been checked to him for a third straight.
Tito betting every single streeto.
15,000.
And gets called. Tito shows what's very likely to be the winner.
Sure enough, two pair, kings and sevens. Add another 41.5K to your stack.
It's all about luck.
And
Seriously.
they're almost dead level now. Tito Ortiz with 453,000. Denis Timofeyev down to 475,000. Look at that. Both guys among the tournament chip leaders. Gong and LaFour at the opposite end of the spectrum. Sub 10 big blind stacks. In LaFour's case, a sub 5 big blind stack. 73 remaining, 2 eliminations away from making the money. Once we're down to 71, everyone's guaranteed at least $7,720.
Thomas LaFour big blinds. Here comes Luca.
I'm going to take this opportunity to remind you that today's free roll password is Pollera, P-O-L-L-E-R-A. Fold it around to Tito, and he's raising again. 6,500. Timofeyev is determined to beat this guy in a pot. He is determined to get some of those chips back. He re-raises from the button. It's a 3-bet to 20,000. Jeff says, I hope this dynamic goes on all day. So fun to watch Tito versus Timofeyev. Jeff also points out this is a great table draw for Gong. He's not had to stall all day because LaFour is doing the work for him. Action folded back around to Tito. Well, this is a hard situation. You call the 3-bet here, you're out of position. But he's going to call. As Timofeyev looks to equal the score. The flop is 8-7-6 with 2 clubs. Why do I feel this is just smash, Tito?
Tito spent the first half of his career doing the smashing. Now he's going to spend the second half of his career getting smashed by the deck.
Action check to Timofeyev.
When there's somebody that's been like deer ticking you all day, just like nibbling at you, and then you finally make a hand against them and you bet and then they just muck like on the flop, it's not gratifying either. Like when Tito just folds here, it's not like you feel vindicated.
It's about a 35,000 from Timofeyev.
Why so serious?
Monster for you. I like your pocket kings. It's awesome.
Man, I really want to know what everybody's got.
Yours.
That's either a great fold or the worst fold ever. I have no idea how to interpret that bet from Timofeyev. Like, it looked like a frustration. Like, try to call this bet 35,000 to 48,000.
Timofeyev back up over 500,000, but Tito still strong with 145 begs.
I would like to take more, please. More? Please.
With 25 minutes on the clock, I'm starting to wonder if we will actually burst the bubble this level. Still at 73 players.
I mean, the min cash is $7,700. That goes a long way in Panama. It makes sense that there's just probably inordinate stalling at every table.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, we've talked yesterday extensively about the fact that this is a smaller field than we're used to on the tour, 366 players, but apparently this is an impressive field for a $5,000 tournament in this part of the world. Did we lose a player? They have paused the clock.
This would be great if he was going to call out a bunch of stallers. You're stalling too much. You're stalling. And then he drops 2 microphones.
Right, once again, dealers, if you started a shuffle, please complete the hand you're on, otherwise stop, please. There's still 73 players remaining. We have decided to go hand for hand.
Oh, wow.
We're just waiting for all the hands to finish at the table.
So we lost the tail end of Luca there, but
What was the gist?
the gist is that even though we normally wouldn't go hand for hand until we were actually on the bubble at 72 players, because of the amount of stalling, it's not just the four, it's not just at our feature table, it's across the room. They've decided, let's cut the stalling, let's go hand for hand now.
I love it when they do that and then players stall anyway. It's like, no, 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 you don't have to do that anymore.
And that is exactly the idea of hand-for-hand play. It's to eliminate stalling. Every single table, all 10 tables in the tournament will play a hand, and the next hand will not be dealt until players concluded at every single table. Meanwhile, we've got three-way action here. Timofeyev's raise of 10,000 called by Tito and by Mikhail Zamyatin. It was a situation where Tito originally limped from the hijack and then Timofeyev raised, hence the size of his pre-flop open. I think Timofeyev has continued for 12,000, sure enough.
Tito, you don't have to stall anymore.
So Zamyatin is called, Tito folds, heads up to the turn.
You guys can do it. This guy's nickname is Staller. Can't escape fate. Yeah, I know. It's like you're trying to make it through the time.
You get cards, go. Don't.
Decision on Timofeyev, who was the pre-flop aggressor.
There's two moves, you can fold or throw.
And he's got Zamyatin way covered.
7,500. Make sure you don't buy.
Fires again, and roughly, well, more than half pot. 35,000.
I think he's got to rep this ace on the turn, whether he's got it or not. It's a lot harder, I think, to assess how people are going to play on the bubble. Like, I think you would assume that if Zamyatin had a big ace, he would re-raise the cutoff raise, but maybe not on the bubble. You know, people play a little more cautiously.
Six of diamonds completes the board. So Timofeyev, having raised it before the flop, has bet flop and turn. 132,500 in the middle. And Timofeyev has bet river as well.
He said all in, yeah.
Wow, shoves on Zamyatin, who did have less than pot behind, 106,500.
I don't think this is ever a bluff.
What is Zamyatin calling turn with? Calls flop, calls turn. 6 of diamonds doesn't seem to have changed that much.
Ace-queen. You know, just an ace-queen that he doesn't want to get it in pre-flop. Can't fold the turn. Decides to peel once on the flop. How big was the flop bet? The flop bet was small.
12,000.
12 into 38. Maybe even ace-10.
Well, he looks remarkably calm for a guy who's facing a decision for his entire tournament. Tournament clock still paused, by the way. We're waiting for this hand to conclude and for play to conclude at one of the other outer tables before the hand-for-hand element of bubble play begins.
I wonder if Timofeyev is sitting there going, I'm sorry, I wonder if Zemyatin's sitting there going, Russians. Always a Russian.
You're asking if Russians think the same thing.
Perry says king, jack of clubs. For a bluff, I guess.
He's putting Timofeyev on king, jack of clubs or Zamyatin on king, jack of
I
clubs?
assume he's putting Timofeyev on king, jack of clubs and that he's saying that this is a bluff sometimes.
Wow, Zamyatin has folded and Timofeyev is closing back in on the 600K mark. Close to 200 big blinds. And confirmation that play's now concluded at every table. We are now hand for hand with 73 remaining. Luke is just explaining the rules.
If there's only one call, please carry on announcement. And please players, we only ask you to keep your cards face down. We ask you not to talk about your hand. All there, just make sure all people run the showdown.
So a very important detail of hand-for-hand play just being explained by Luca. I'm sure regular PokerStars TV viewers know about this already, but if there is an all-in and a call at any table, the cards have to stay face down and the hand is not dealt out until players concluded at every other table. Because obviously, if you are midway through a hand facing a difficult decision and you see or hear that there's a player all in with 6-7 against aces, you're going to be more tempted to fold in that spot because you know that 80% of the time that player with 6-7 is going broke.
Yeah, you don't want the exposed cards at one table to influence the play at another table.
Absolutely. So clock's running again. We are now hand for hand. Not officially on the bubble, 2 away from making the money. The clock will pause again when we lose a player in 73rd place. That's when we'll break table 10. We're down to 9 tables of 8. And then we'll continue playing hand for hand until we lose a player in 72nd place and start paying everyone else. Of course, there is the prospect of a chop bubble if there's 2 eliminations on different tables. We've seen it before. We've seen pretty much everything on the bubble.
Yeah, I don't know what new stuff we could see at this point.
So now the stalling is finished. LaFour insta-folds. And this hand is raise and take it for Denis Timofeyev. And understandably, LaFour, who's now down to 2 big blinds, is taking a look around the room, seeing what the state of play is. The blinds have just gone through him. So he's going to be paying the ante of 500, but he's not going to have to pay the blinds for a while now. And is hoping that he can last that orbit.
So how many hands till he's back in the big blind? He's on the button now?
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hands. So that's, he's going to lose half his stack.
And then he'll be basically all in on the big blind.
Yeah.
Can he survive the orbit? It's a pretty tense situation to be in.
Thing is, I think everybody else is going to be waiting him out. He's in dire straits.
You say that, but I guarantee you there'll be players at some of the other tables who will not be aware of his situation.
Well, he's at a slight disadvantage of being on the TV table, that if players at the other table are watching.
Meanwhile, we have an all-in at one of the outer tables. It's the player in the red baseball cap with the glass triangle of death in front of him.
Decision on the fellow in the foreground here? Or does he not have enough to cover that raise even? So it's 6,500.
Yeah, maybe a situation where it's a call all in.
It does look like that.
Yeah, so all in and a call, but as previously explained, the cards will remain face down until play concludes at every single table. And obviously, once we're ready to deal out that hand, Luca will head over to the table and oversee the action. So one all-in and a call that we're aware of. Just waiting to see if there's any other significant action at any of the other tables. Yeah, it's always a frustrating time for the floor staff trying to manage the bubble when players are wandering around, getting in the way, stopping Luca from doing his job. Martin Finger, I'm talking about you. Sit down.
That is an EPT champion you're speaking to, James.
Okay, Luca, what's the situation? Still got hands in progress? Are we ready to deal out this all-in?
Okay, here's the situation. My parents went away on a week's vacation.
So the player in the red hat who's all in at that hand at the outer table is Jordan Sakuchi. It's Alberto Matias who has called the all-in. Jordan, the player at risk. I do think there are still a few tables where hands are being played.
Yeah, I don't know which tables are the main event and which aren't. Is everything we can see main event?
I don't think they're all main event.
Because obviously the two in the foreground are done. The next
Yes.
row, it looks like
I think these front
the
four
back
tables are
right
all main
table
event.
looks like it's still going with the blonde dealer. No, she's not really doing much either.
Yeah, but just for the announcement, we are going to pay half.
So if you have just joined us on PokerStars TV, welcome. We are on day 3 of the main event here in Panama. Closing in on the bubble with 73 players remaining. We've already gone hand for hand because of excessive stalling at some tables. And we have at least one all-in and a call, and we're waiting for play to conclude at one of the other outer tables before that all-in is dealt out. So this is the last table in play. By the way, I'm hearing there is another all-in.
Good news. Good news for Thomas LaFour.
Yeah, Daniel Edes is the player all-in and at risk. Vincent Alivato, the other player. Now, this hand has to conclude first, and then we will deal out the 2 all-ins. We'll be going back to table red hat. We'll be going back to Jordan Sakuchi as soon as this hand concludes.
two guys look like the Night at the Roxbury dudes sitting next to each other.
There's the board, and there is a bet which looks like it's been fired by Stephen O'Dwyer. Vasil Vertyanov is the player in the jacket who's deciding what to do.
Not now, Mom. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. That's right, Gotti. O'Dwyer rules.
Well, Vertyanov seems to have counted out the bet, but of course has not yet called it.
Right, and this is not an all-in either.
So he folds. O'Dwyer wins that hand. Players now concluded at every table, bar the two tables where we have all-ins. So Luke is going to head over to the table where Jordan Sakuchi is at risk against Alberto Matias.
Rock and roll Sakuchi Q.
Shut up, please, gentlemen. Jordan, our only player shows King 8, 11, 8 over.
King 8 is the hand for Jordan Sakuchi. He's the player at risk. He is up against the 6-5 of Matias.
King 8 looking pretty good on that flop.
Looking really good. So that is a double up for Jordan Sakuchi. Remember, there's another table with an all-in. Daniel Ades at risk against Vincent Alivato. Luca heading over there now.
We're on table number 1. Shut up, please.
Queen Jack the hand against King 7.
King Jack at risk.
And behind. But two live cards are two live cards. Has flopped a gut shot.
So now any paint wins it for him.
There is the straight on the turn. Look at him. He loves it. So 2 all-ins and 2 double-ups.
Of course, I call out the paint outs, and the non-paint out hits the turn. Wonderful.
So we are going to play on with 73 players remaining. That, by the way, was only the first hand of hand-for-hand play.
Action. Welcome to the jungle. Literally. Panama's got quite a bit of jungle, I think.
It does indeed. And of course, you know who's responsible for looking after the jungle and rainforest in Panama.
Palermo.
Absolutely. Hector Lopez Palero is the government minister in charge of nature conservation. And
No.
he is the reason why
I don't, you know what? I don't
today's
even care.
free roll
Nope.
password is Polera, P-O-L-L-E-R-A.
Sorry.
So hand-for-hand play continues. Back to the action at the feature table where Zamyatin has raised from the hijack to 6,500. Every single bet now is all in to call for LaFour. Desperately hoping to survive this orbit. Raise and take it. Play concludes at the feature table. Got to wait to see what happens at all the outer tables now. before we deal the next hand.
Will we take a break at the end of this level, or will we roll through until the bubble's finished?
It's a good question, and whenever I answer this question, whatever I think will happen, it tends to be the exact opposite. The official line that the tournament staff will give you is that, no, we will take the break. It's the end of the level, and we will come back and we will continue hand for hand after a 20-minute break. But sometimes, you know, they do things differently, and hey, it's Panama.
Forget it, man. It's Panama Town.
Peter Blow has just tuned in. He says, I love it because I'm at home in time for the bubble. Well, we are already hand for hand with 73 remaining. 71 getting paid. The prize pool, by the way, $1,775,000. After 366 players entered this $5,000 tournament. A reminder that once we are wrapped here in Panama, the next leg of the PokerStars Championship is Macau, the City of Dreams, running from the 30th of this month to the 9th of April. Qualifiers still running. Just search for Macau in the tournament lobby, and while you are in that lobby, don't forget to register for today's PokerStars TV free roll. We've joked about the password. It is on the screen, Pollera, P-O-L-L-E-R-A. If you register for that game, there's $2,000 in the prize pool. Should I try again? There are $2,000 in the prize pool.
Yeah, I don't.
There are also $100 bounties on the English commentators, who hopefully you can hear if they keep our mics faded up.
So I'm not really sure if I should read this or not. There we go. Interesting question from Balsto. On Twitch. Not exactly the way he's posed it, but I think there's an interesting addendum to it. He says, what do you do if you're the short stack and it's unopened to you and you have aces with sub 2 big blinds? And I think that's very easy. You get it in. However, I want to add to that, James. You have aces, it's unopened to you. Let's say you're like on the middle position or whatever. But there are 4 all-in and calls at other tables.
Oh. I think you still have to go for it.
You got to go for it, right? Because you probably win the hand. Hopefully
Yes.
win the hand. And if not, then at worst, what, you chop the bubble prize 5 ways?
Got to think that not someone else from those other 4 all-ins. You got to hope that at least one of them, if not 2 of them, lose.
Well, no, you don't really want them to. Well, you don't want them all to lose. Because if you lose, then you chop the bubble 4 ways.
I see. Oh.
So you want one of them to lose.
Stop making my head hurt.
you want exactly one.
Or 2 in this situation, you want 2 to lose.
Yes.
Anywho, no all-ins obviously on that last hand, so we're back in action with Tito raising under the gun.
No device.
Corey Steele's in the chat. He says pretty sure it's a fold. I'm not sure if he's referring to the original question with the way I posed it.
Yeah, but you need 2 chips to make the call. Floor.
Doesn't cover, it's going to be ruled as a call.
He raises 65. He put 10,000 without saying anything.
It's only going to be a call because if you remove 1 chip, it's not enough to raise there. So it's going to be a call. It's not going to be a
Standard ruling.
I put 2 chips. It's enough to raise.
If you take with the same denomination, chip with the same denomination, if you take 1 out, this doesn't cover the raise. So the one you put on top is to cover the 15 under. So it's like you put 1 chip on top with the same denomination. Same with the blinds 300, 600. If you put 2 500 chips in the pot, it's only a call.
If I make like that, it's a raise.
Yeah.
Okay.
6, 7.
When he's unclear,
It's a standard rule at all PokerStars live events,
get enough raise and put 2 chips.
so it will go as a call.
It's in 2.
So Timofeyev, we know, intended to 3-bet,
Sit 4 call.
but it was ruled a call. And we get a call as well from one of the short stacks of the table. Edward Mandel calls out of the big blind. 3-way to this flop.
3 players.
And that flop is ace high. Ace, jack, deuce.
Sit 4 check. Sit 5 check.
Action check to Timofeyev,
500.
who makes it 6,500. Mandel out. Ortiz.
Sit 4 call.
You know what I like best about Tito? He's having fun. He's having a blast out there.
Thanks, guys. Roller, probably.
Stuck in and out of everything. It's like those ones, like
So
when
it's
I play
saving.
blackjack, it's like I chase and got stopped so chasing. So same thing with this, like it's like more chips. Opening this card, like that.
So we're already on to the next hand. A reminder that we are still hand for hand as we play
6 calls.
through the bubble and beyond on day 3 of the PokerStars Championship Panama main event.
Sit 7 call. Sit 8 call. Sit 1 call. Sit 2 raise 65. Sit 3 call.
Well, the raise this time has come from Roman Pavliuk.
Sit 4 call.
6.5 minutes officially left on this level. We think, we assume that we will be going on break at the end of this level, coming back and continuing hand-for-hand play.
Sit 5 call.
It's going to be a long break for Thomas LaFour if he makes it.
Tito defends his big blind, heads up to the flop, which is ace, king, 10. Again, all strawberries.
Are there foods for the other suits? Broccoli?
Yeah, I think you can definitely have broccoli. I guess,
A dime would be like a really crappy pizza. A misshaped pizza.
no, it reminds me more of those little kind of things you get in like bowls, like snacks. What do you call it?
like those cheese nips?
No.
Gardettos?
What do you call it when you've got like a bowl of like nuts and stuff?
Bar mix?
Yes, bar mix. It looks like the little triangles from bar mix.
Just the indiscriminate thing in bar mix that you're like, I don't know what this is, but it's crunchy and it's salty.
And it looks like a diamond.
I'll give you that one. What about a spade? What is that?
Ooh.
Like an eclair? Or maybe a bear claw?
I'll take nominations on Twitter. Hashtag PokerStars
I'll read some
TV.
off Twitch.
We've established foods for 3 of the 4 suits. What does a spade most look like? So a continuation bet of 7,000 from Roman Pavliuk. Decision on Tito Ortiz.
JB Dart says diamond equals asparagus.
No, we've done diamond.
I'm happy to hear other suggestions for other
Spade.
ones.
We need spades.
Kingfish says in Italian clubs are translated as parsley. I could see that. Also inedible, just like a playing card.
Tito folds. So we have had confirmation from the tournament staff that the break is happening in 4 minutes' time. Unless, of course, we end up in some ridiculous situation.
Now, Caboose has named a food that there's no way James Hardigan would ever eat. But he says a spade is a habanero pepper.
Meanwhile, we have gotten all in at one of the outer tables.
Let's do it.
Sebastian Echeverria at risk. Called by Jejko Kuzmicic. I think it's the all-in player with the jacks here. And there is an ace on the turn. So we have lost a player. That is Sebastian Echeverria exiting in 73rd place, taking us down to 72, meaning we are now on the pure bubble. So we carry on with hand-for-hand play with 3 and a bit minutes left on this level.
That was one of the many wrong ways to play jacks. I think we might have a winner on the spade food thing, by the way. Mushrooms. Spade's a mushroom. Chocolate cupcake.
Turnips. That was Glenn Webber's suggestion.
Turnip, not bad.
Now, of course, the clock's going to be paused now because they have to break a table. We've mentioned this a few times. When we are on the pure bubble, look at Thomas LaForce's stat, by the way, we always have even tables. So we're going to have 9 tables of 8. So once table 10 has been broken and players have taken their new seat assignments, we will carry on. Once this level reaches its end, assuming that we are still at 72 players, still on the bubble, we will go on break. We will come back from break with the blinds up and still hand for hand. So obviously, while the tour goes to Macau, we don't, Joe. We've mentioned the fact there will be no live stream from the Macau leg of the tour. Our next webcast will be at the first European stop of the PokerStars Championship, which is in Monte Carlo, 25th of April to 5th of May. We've got 5 days of live streaming of the main event from the 1st to the 5th. If you want to be there, we'd love to see you. So qualify now, search Monte Carlo in the tournament lobby on PokerStars. Really looking forward to filming the cash game series, the PokerStars Championship Cash Challenge. We'll be doing that on the 29th and 30th of April. And very soon, of course, we'll be picking our qualifiers. All the audition videos are in. We're going to do the interview process. And then obviously we'll be deciding which players are going to be competing alongside the amateurs. Really excited to do that show.
I'm excited to do a Monaco stop that isn't the grand final. Just part of the tour now.
So just waiting for the players who are on table 10 to take their new seating assignments. Luca making sure that everyone is in position and ready to play the next hand. Still hand for hand on the bubble. Next player out, our 72nd place finisher, leaves the arena with nothing. Everyone else will be guaranteed at least $7,720. You'll see the payouts there on the left-hand side of the tournament clock.
Mikey Lee on Twitch asks, is there a special prize for Bubble Boy? No, there is not. When you get into those special prizes for Bubble Boys, all it does is move the bubble. There's always going to be somebody that gets nothing. So we tend not to do those. And the one time we did that, it was an unmitigated disaster.
Are you referring to the guitar?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. So probably be able to play 1 or 2 more hands at 1,500, 3,000. Ooh, players just back in their seats in time. And that is one of the reasons why they are encouraged not to start looking around the room and eye up other stacks. Because if you're not in your seat, the time the last card hits the button, your hand is dead.
Indeed.
Although in LaFour's case, I'm not really sure it makes much difference.
Do you think if I asked him nicely, Tito would choke me out? That'd be like a cool thing, bucket list thing, to get choked out by Tito Ortiz.
What if he accidentally did a Darth Vader and like cracked your windpipe?
Or like brain damages me?
Yeah.
Some would argue it would be an improvement.
Well, Tito has raised small to big. Once again, it's a tangle of the 2 biggest stacks of the table. Tito versus Timofeyev. And it's a re-raise. He gets it right this time. A 3-bet to 20,000.
Tito, Timo. Timo, Tito. Caboose says on Twitch, I don't even think you'd have to ask nicely. Yeah, he'd probably only have to listen to my commentary, and he would choke me out without even me requesting it.
Didn't he make Matt Broughton throw up once?
Yeah, but that wasn't really. That was just because Matt was exercising. It could have been sweating to the oldies, and Matt would have puked.
It was the last bit of organic material to ever leave Matt Broughton's body. Jack 10-9 on the flop. Tito called the 3-bet. He's checked the action to the man with the pre-flop betting lead. Timofeyev checks behind. We get the 6 of diamonds on the turn. 2 flush draws out there now.
Balsto says Timo's 3-bet must be like 95%. I will say that he has attacked a fair few number of Tito's opening raises. And it looks like he's figured out the strategy for playing against Tito now. This is what great poker players do. They adjust. And Timofeyev has really seemed to adjust to Tito.
Yeah, the delayed continuation bet is 30K into 44K. It's chunky.
I think he's figured out that if you make Tito play bigger pots, he's less likely to stick around to showdown.
In this case, playing a bigger pot out of position.
And I agree with someone on Stars as Tito doesn't really have a 4-betting range, so you can 3-bet pretty easily.
We are hearing that there is an all-in at one of the outer tables. Action obviously continuing here on the main stage. There is also another hand in progress at one of the outer tables, but there is at least one all-in with a call. So you might have just heard Luca in the background there saying that there will be another hand played after this. Even though the tournament clock has officially ticked into the break, there will be one more hand played after this.
Wow.
Tito puts in a chunk of blue, calls the bet of 30,000. This hand going to the river.
I wonder what he has to think that long about.
Draw.
People are usually really quick to call with their draws.
It's the 5 of clubs, which doesn't look like it's changed anything. Tito quickly checks the action to Timofeyev.
Maybe a 10. Maybe he's just thinking that long with a 10. I just wonder if he can station turn and river bets. And my guess is that Timofeyev is not going to let him off easy here.
Roughly 1/3 pot, 35 into 104.
Easier than I would have suspected.
Smells value-y to me.
This does smell pretty value-y. See, the thing I think that Timofeyev has figured out is that he doesn't really have to worry about getting raised by Tito.
Yeah.
if Tito doesn't have the nuts, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen. We've seen very few raises from Tito post flop. So I don't think he has to worry about Tito turning a 10 into a bluff. So I think he can bluff relatively cheaply also, even though I think this would be like a value size bet from a lot of players. And this would be a weak bluff, a third of a pot. I think that this bluff works against Tito. This size bluff can work against a player like Tito, who's never going to go, oh, this seems kind of weak to me, and raise with air or raise with, you know, a hand that you would normally just call down with.
So Tito facing this decision at our feature table. A reminder that there is an all-in and a call at one of the outer tables. Marcelo Villalba, the player at risk, called by Felix Bleicher. Once play has concluded here, they'll deal out that hand. Tito folds river. Timofeyev up over 650,000 now, more than 200 bigs.
So I assume if the all-in and call results in a bust out, we will not play one more hand.
Regardless of whether the bubble bursts or not, we're going to play one more hand at 1,500, 3,000.
Huh.
So let's get to it. Marcelo Villalba at risk, called by Felix Bleicher.
Shut gents, please. Our all-in player Marcelo shows pocket queens,
Lady Kings,
queen of spades, queen of hearts, and Felix shows pocket tens, 2 red tens.
Looking good for the all-in player. An 80% favorite to double up.
Bigger favorite now.
Just has to fade a 10 on the river. Queens hold, and Villalba doubles up through Bleicher. So here we go, one more hand at this blind level. Then, even though we are on the pure bubble, we will still take a break. When we come back from break, the blinds will be up, and we will continue hand for hand. We will continue to try and burst this bubble. The decision here is on Roman Pavliuk. He folds. Samuel Gagnon is out. Edward Mandel, who currently has just 7 big blinds. Mind you, that's 6 more big blinds than Thomas Lafort, who's down to 1 big, and look at the actions coming around to him. How much did he want a 10 on the river that last hand?
Real bad.
So Tito limps the button. Timofeyev completes from the small blind. Zamyatin checks his option. 3 players at the feature table go to the flop, which is 9-8-5. 2 spade board, action check to Tito. He's betting. 2 blue chips, 10,000. A fold from one Russian, a fold from the other. Tito wins the last hand of the level on the main stage. He is playing a very comfortable 366,000. Obviously, there are plenty of players in the danger zone right now.
Danger zone.
Scratch that, extreme danger zone.
Extreme danger zone. None more extremely in the danger zone area than Thomas Lafort.
Just 1 big blind.
And he is going to be in the big blind the next hand. Not the very next hand, but the second one when we get back.
Listen to me.
Wow.
So that's how things end this level at the feature table. We're just waiting to hear that players concluded all of the outer tables before we go on break. Don't go anywhere. After that 20-minute break, our world-famous bubble coverage continues. We are still at 72 players. We will still be hand for hand. And when we lose that player in 72nd place, the remaining 71 will be in the money. Guaranteed a slice of that $1.775 million prize pool. Looks like most tables have cleared. We just need confirmation that all tables have cleared. Seems like there is one more table still in progress. One more hand still to be played.
Uno mas.
And it involves the last lady standing, or as we more accurately put it yesterday, last lady sitting. Jessica Borrego from Panama. 21st on the Panamanian all-time money list. Hashtag fun facts. Her opponent on the button is counting out a bet. 10, 20, 30, 39.
Way to be on top of it, Artigan.
39,000. Confirmation, by the way, that this is the last table still in play.
Blingy dealer over here. It looks like she really wants to say the words all in.
You think? We're on the river, no more cards to come.
Just a call.
Single chip call.
And was nervous about it. Does not like what she sees.
Oh, her opponent mucked. Her opponent mucked. The pot is therefore pushed to Jessica by default. She wins the last hand of the level at that table. And play has concluded. So 20-minute break time. When we come back, hand-for-hand play continues. We are still on the bubble in the PokerStars Championship main event. Join us 20 minutes from now. Stein has the lead with a pair of eights. Palacios with the flush draw.
Stein is well known for large hero calls.
Palacios has checked to him on the turn, and Stein has checked behind. There is the flush for Palacios, and he checks it on the river.
Stein also has an 8-high flush. He may be considering a hero value bet.
It looks like he is going to bet it. And he makes a bet of 213,000. Palacios calls with the second nuts. And he will win that pot from Sam Stein.
Who should get penalized for throwing his cards into the mug.
I knew you had a pair like that. I knew you had nothing. Thanks. That's the difference. Good read too.
The difference is you value towned yourself, Stein.
Palacios now up to nearly 1.3 million. The blinds are up to 12,000, 24,000 with a 2K ante. And we have two new players at our featured table. In seat number 1 is Bolivar Palacios, while sitting in the 4th seat is 22-year-old Texan pro Grayson Ramage. It'll be Marco Barbieri under the gun here. He'll fold. Toby Lewis not interested. Ramage also gets out of the way. Ionel passes. Moneymaker looks down at 5-3 offsuit and releases. Chris Oliver, the man with the broken fold button.
Oliver has changed the angle of the hat, but his aggressive game has stayed the same, and he is going to open up another 9-5 suited.
He raises to 59,000, and Bolivar Palacios in the big blind looks down at ace-6.
59.
A fair hand to defend in position. None of these poker players want to work a 9-5, but they are all chomping at the bit to play it.
So with Palacios making the call, we'll see a flop. It's deuce 4-4.
This is a very safe flop to continue the aggression.
I don't think he needs any encouragement, William. He will continue for 67,000.
There's one man who knows how to bet, it is Oliver.
Palacios will make the call and see a turn card, which is a 3, giving both players a straight draw.
This actually gives Oliver more reason to bet as he is up and down.
139,000.
Palacios did not believe Oliver on the flop. There is no reason to change his mind now. Maybe there's something I don't know.
He's called again.
Palacios does not want to get bullied around by Oliver. A courageous battle of the blinds.
The river is a 5, so Oliver makes a pair, but Palacios gets there with the straight.
Chris is wise to slow down.
There's 546,000 in the middle. Palacios considering a value bet.
200.
200,000.
This is a small river value bet that Oliver can only call if he puts Palacios on a missed flush draw. As the table heard earlier, Oliver is lacking a check and full button, so I wouldn't be surprised.
He has made the call. One could argue it's an optimistic call.
Well, now he has to pay the man his money for his costly misread.
Oliver's still the chip leader, but has dropped down to 3.1 million. Bolivar Palacios has made 2 final tables on the Latin American Poker Tour, looking to make another here at the PCA.
When I play, I represent my family, myself, and my country. Poker in Latin America 2-3 years ago, people didn't have a clue of how to play.
Got lucky.
It's evolving a little bit, but still has some work to do. Basically in Latin America, like, people are like too emotional when it comes to like celebration. You always hear somebody screaming. That's standard in Latin America. When I was growing up, I always had a feeling that I was gonna do something different, that I was gonna do good financially, but I didn't know what it was. And I found poker, and I think this is what I like. Now I think it's my time to win, and I want to win it so bad. For me, for Santiago, which is the town where I'm from, and Panama, and Latin America. Bolivar Palacios, PCA champion, that sounds awesome.
Well, there's another all-in at this table. Bolivar Palacios, who was on our feature table earlier on, has moved all in with ace-king, called by Max Lemansky with the 10s. Guess what, William?
We got us another race.
Holla.
Who's gonna win the dollars?
No ace, no king. Lemansky's 10 still good.
Vamo, 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 Palacios, ace or king to stay alive.
No dice on the turn. Needs to see an ace or a king on the river to get that double up, otherwise he's out of here. Lemansky can't look. He must have had a premonition that the king was coming. Palacios gets the double up and shows some Latin passion. Lemansky thinking, get it quietly, mate. Palacios up to 3 million now. Lemansky down to just over $1 million.
Ooh, sorry for the reaction, but this thing is really big for me. I guess for everyone.
Excessive celebration penalties for the win.
Good old-fashioned excitement.
14 remain, including the player who started today as chip leader, Ana Laura Marquez, involved in a hand here against Bolivar Palacios. Both players committed more than 500,000 chips pre-flop. Palacios has picked up the nut flush draw on the flop. Both players have checked, and Palacios gets there on the turn, and he checks again. We don't know what Anna has, but she's betting it 400,000. Quick call from Palacios.
Dr. Slow Play.
Queen of clubs on the river. Palacios checks a 3rd time. And Marquez checks behind. He might have missed a bet there, but he does win a pot with more than 2 million in it.
Marquez may have saved some money. She might have had a king there.
Bolivar Palacios now up to 4.8 million in chips. And we have another all-in. Bolivar Palacios shoved over the top of Galen Hall's opening raise with King Jack. Hall has called him with Ace-4. Palacios is the player at risk. Galen Hall has the best hand. His railing crew wants it to hold. Palacios' fans spent a lot of time making those t-shirts. They want him to hit a king or a jack on the flop. But he doesn't. It's all low cards. Palacios still drawing to 6 outs. The queen on the turn gives him additional outs. He could now hit a 10 for a straight.
A king, a jack, or a 10, or we are down to 5.
It's a 3. Galen Hall KOs another player.
The dream is over for Palacios.
Bolivar Palacios will collect $450,000 for his 6th place finish. In the movies, there are bluffs, coolers, and bad beats that flirt with implausibility but create the maximum amount of on-screen drama. They couldn't possibly happen in real life, right? Well, here are the top 5 hands that look like they were scripted in Hollywood, but were actually pulled straight from our expanded PokerStars vault.
Without the bluff, it was great. I like it.
That'd be too good.
At number 5, 3 unlucky players and 1 incredibly fortunate one. With only 13 remaining in the Prague main event in 2015, this happened.
I'm all in. I mean, 2 all-ins in front of you, then you wake up with kings. You've got 2 players behind. You have no choice. You have to put it in. I'm all in.
We have a 4-way all-in with 3 players at risk.
I saw an ace, but after these crazy decisions before me, I just snap, fold it, and leave you alone.
The flop was crazy. I mean, everybody back at home, they were watching live, they went mad.
A triple elimination.
That is awesome. I mean, I feel bad for all the guys that just got cold decked, but that was sick.
Living a dream.
It's like incredible, you know? I was really happy with that situation, obviously, because I was short stack, and then I secured my spot at the final table without playing a hand.
My telephone was bursting after that part. I don't think I will ever forget that part.
The unbelievable part of that hand is that kings held up. Number 4 is probably the best way to end a tournament. Remove the sweat after the flop. On Poker After Dark, 2 legends were heads up for 600 grand and bragging rights.
Another good hand for Huck on the button.
Raise it to 20,000. Yeah.
And Ivy's got a pocket pair as well.
You all in? I'll call, go ahead.
Raise it to 85,000 and an all-in and a call.
And just like that, all the chips hit the middle, and Phil Ivey is in rough shape.
Maybe I get lucky. I'll chop it now if you want the whole tournament.
Huck Seed, a better than 4-1 favorite, heading to the flop.
You're looking for diamonds. 666, here she comes. Good game, my friend.
Good night, Phil.
It was nice. Game over. Wow. Wasn't much to that cooler, was it? What were we celebrating?
Quad 8s on the flop means Phil Ivey was drawn dead. And Huck Seed is this week's champion.
That's Huck's excited face. Now, from watching poker in the movies, you'd think that royal flushes are a common occurrence. Well, we all know they are rare. And at a TV table, they're practically unheard of.
So Tedeschi's all in with a set of queens, but there's still monster draw action on the side.
The river card is the ace of hearts, a royal flush for McAllister.
No way.
300.
Rubber is betting. It doesn't matter what his cards are. He can't win.
All in.
With his royal flush, McAllister shoves on rubber.
I know you're sick, but I don't know if you're that sick.
He's not that sick.
Flip a coin. Literally. Probably best.
Oh, look at this baller.
Rubber lets it go.
Folded a flush?
No,
king 10 clubs, yeah?
Royalized.
McAllister came third in the tournament, but he definitely got all the cool points for that one. Number 2 is from Barcelona 2012. It's one of those crazy hands where fortune changes with every card.
How do you not call it this? It's juicier than a velour sweatsuit.
He calls. Vladimir Troianovski has Jack Queen in the small blind. He calls. Martin Schleich with Ace Deuce in the big blind.
Not juicy, dominated, out of position, but he's getting better than 8-1.
He calls as well. Seriously? 5 players to the flop? Which is Queen 6.
Oh my God. Bring out the stretcher.
Check to the razor.
Somebody is going home in a body bag.
Theo Jorgensen does not continue with less than 1% equity.
He's built an amazing pot for someone.
Nikolaisen thinks it's him. But right now, it's Pavlovskis with the full house, and he bet 6,500. Nikolaisen with trip queens will call. Troianovski also with trip queens.
With his stack, I think we're fairly likely to see a shove here. This is going to be a shame.
1,500.
I think he means 15,000.
He only has 13,000. He is all in. Schleich and Jorgensen fold.
Pavlovskis is folding less often here than a guy who always wears wrinkled clothes. I don't know, he's never folding.
All in.
He reshoves. What does Nikolaisen do now?
I think he should sometimes be able to find a fold here, but no.
He calls, so Troianovski and Nikolaisen both at risk and both way behind. A 10 on the turn sees Nikolaisen improve to a better full house.
That is just horrific.
And a jack on the river sees Troianovski win the pot.
What is happening here? The dealer just went over to Pavlovski's house, let himself in the front door, went to the kitchen, and ate his lunch.
Well, from that understated reaction to the greatest reaction of all time, the award definitely goes to the Brazilian series of poker and this epic hand at number 1.
All-in. All-in call.
All-in call. E assim, o Santana provavelmente tem uma mão como um Ás e Dama, um Ás e Valete, e... Uou!
Uau!
Ai!
Oh, meu Deus do céu! Olha o começo dessa transmissão, começo dessa mesa final de main event do BSOP Milhos. O que acontece, Felipe Moraes e público de casa? Vamos ao River, será? River Card, um rei no River!
Uau!
Um rei no River!
Meu Deus!
Impressionante!
O que é isso, Vitão?
Estão todos atordoados no salão, quadra contra full, seu Ciro acerta um rei no River.
Wow, wow, wow.
Even Aaron Sorkin couldn't have scripted that hand better.
The flop was pretty funny.
It was a funny flop.
You're sick, but I don't know if you're that sick.
Those were the top 5 Hollywood hands. Look for more countdowns at PokerStars.tv. Welcome back to Panama and the PokerStars Championship main event. It is day 3 of this 5K tournament that attracted a field of 366 players. After the first level of the day, we are down to 72, and that means we are on the pure bubble. Yes, hand-for-hand play continues as we kick up a level to 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 ante. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my bubble babies.
Exciting stuff so far, Joe. Not just the drama of the bubble itself, but also the interesting dynamic we've seen at the feature table between MMA superstar Tito Ortiz and the Russian qualifier Denis Timofeyev, the two biggest stacks at our feature table.
Yeah, absolutely. These two have been going at it. I think Tito had Denis a little confused at first. It looks like Denis has adjusted quite nicely, sort of figured Tito out in the last few hands they played together. Tito up over 100 big blinds at one point, has dipped down below that mark again, but it's really been about these two guys for the entire bubble. And check it out, we've been focusing on Thomas LaFour being the short stack with 1 big blind left, but we've also got a 3 big blind stack, a 5 big blind stack, a 16 big blind stack. So there's lots to watch out for. Even when this bubble bursts, we are going to be losing players very quickly.
I think the post-bubble bust-out bonanza is going to be something rather special today. Min cash, $7,720. Make it into the top 71. That's what you've guaranteed yourself. Up top, close to 300K. Remember, this plays through until Monday when we'll bring you the final table here on PokerStars TV. But our world famous bubble coverage continues right now. Let's talk about Thomas LaFour, Joe, because he is going to be under the gun here.
Yeah.
He'll post the ante of 500.
Yeah.
The very next hand, he will be forced all in the big blind.
As much as I don't like to see that, I'm glad it's happening at the feature table. We are going to have a bird's eye view. We'll be right there, right in the thick of things. He is incredibly likely to be the bubble boy.
Of course, there are 9 tables, though. Another 8 in addition to our feature table. There is still a good chance that we burst the bubble before LaFour is forced all in. It could be that there are players who aren't aware of the fact that there's a guy who'll be forced all in on the next hand.
That's entirely possible that they're not aware. I will say the likelihood of them being aware, though, in a tournament where there are 8 or 9 tables is way more likely than a tournament when there's 27 tables on the bubble.
I would not disagree with you. So the clock is running. We are hand for hand. So that means every table will play 1 hand, and only when players concluded at every single table will the order be given by the tournament floor staff for the next hand to be dealt. It stops stalling. It does mean if there's an all-in and a call, that hand is paused until play concludes everywhere else. So no one's getting any inside information. Otherwise, that is going to influence, it is going to inform the decisions in other hands.
We are underway, and I'm not sure that Homeboy's even back to the table. His hand was auto-mucked. I mean, he was incredibly likely to have folded anyway.
Well, this is a raise from Timofeyev on the button. And it's a raise and take it. So this is exciting. Now we have a situation where a player is forced all in from the big blind.
From the big blind and not at the table. He's not there.
He's there, don't worry.
He missed the first hand.
But obviously, we are waiting for play to conclude at every other table. So imagine if there is an all-in. Imagine if we see the bubble burst ahead of this guy actually being forced all in. So obviously Luca Vivaldi already at the table, knows he's going to have at least 1 all-in that he's going to be calling. But as mentioned, we are just waiting for play to conclude at every other table before the next hand is dealt. A reminder that we're playing 4 90-minute levels today. This is the 2nd level of day 3. It's level 15 of the main event. Blinds are 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 ante. So we're going to see plenty of action today. The post-bubble bust-out bonanza and beyond once we have burst the bubble itself. And right now we are on that bubble.
Some friendly chatter happening while they wait for the other tables to finish.
Yeah, another piece of information to bring you is that there are 18,000 players registered right now for the PokerStars TV free roll, which kicks off in just under an hour's time. If you want to get in that free roll, today's password is Pollera, P-O-L-L-E-R-A, all lowercase. Pollera is the word that will get you into the tournament. Register in the PokerStars tournament lobby. Just search for PokerStars Space TV and the games will come up. Register for today's free roll. There's $2,000 in the prize pool. Plus, if you knock out one of the commentators, either J. Hartigan, Joe Stapleton, or Waster, that's Matt Broughton, you will claim a $100 bounty.
That's 2 separate $50 bills for you to rub on your nipples.
Is there a $50 bill?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen one.
$50 bills are actually, by old school gamblers, are considered to be unlucky. So
wow.
A lot of poker players don't carry them.
Here we go. On to the next hand, a hand which will see Thomas Lafort at our feature table, all in by default. His remaining chips have been posted in the big blind.
Hold on to your butts.
Luca already in position, reminding Clara that no hands can be exposed until players concluded at every other table.
It's very kind that you think that's what it was, but I think he was actually telling her she had something in her teeth.
So action here is on Edward Mandel, one of the other short stacks of the table. He folds. Oh, hang on. Just double checking that Mandel didn't fold out a turn. No, everyone else has passed. So Tito.
Give the kid a walk, Tito. Come on.
Surely he's not going to get a walk.
Nah.
Timofeyev, the table chip leader, raises.
Min raise.
So everyone else has folded. So we have at least one all-in, and that all-in is at our feature table. And I don't think that the four's even looked yet, and I don't blame him.
At least he can't be that tempted to turn his hand over if he doesn't know what it is. Oh, is he going to give it a peek?
No, just rub those cards on the table because...
Rub some paint on them.
That turns him into aces, right?
I mean, look, everybody else folded. There's a pretty good chance there's some aces left.
So we'll see what happens at the outer tables, whether this is the only all-in. During the first level of the day, when we were closing in on the bubble, but before we got for hand play, Thomas Lafort had been stalling to the point where the clock was called on him, to the point where he was told by Luca Vivaldi that he was under observation, that he was being monitored, as were...
He was on double secret probation.
As were several other players in the tournament as well, which is why they decided to go hand for hand at 73 rather than on the bubble at 72. Well, we said we'd seen everything on the bubble. The irony is, Joe, the last time we saw a player forced all in the big blind, he wasn't in his seat. It was the infamous Barcelona bubble where the player didn't show up for day 3. This guy actually gets to watch his fate.
Well, I mean, if you're not at your seat, they do kill your hand anyway, right?
That is true.
So he has to be at his seat. Otherwise, he's guaranteed to be the bubble boy, or at least one of them.
So Luca's looking around the room, just seeing where every other table is at, just checking if play has concluded. I think we've definitely got one more hand in progress, if not 2, judging by what we can see here. A reminder, the hashtag on Twitter, PokerStars TV. And hello to those of you who have literally just tuned in at the best possible time. Yes, J.W. Groningen, I'm talking about you. You don't want to miss the bubble in a PokerStars Championship main event. Well, look at this. The vultures are circling. Everyone wants to see how this hand plays out on the main stage. Luca Vivaldi, the floor manager who is running the main event today, will call the action. Lafort at risk. His opponent, the table chip leader, Denis Timofeyev. Tournament clock is paused while we play out this hand. A hand that will decide Thomas Lafour's fate and could decide
the fate of Lafour
if the bubble is bursting.
Our only player, Thomas, shows Jack 6, Jack of Hearts 6 of clubs. His opponent, Mikhail.
Oh, wow. How unlucky is that?
Lafour finds himself dominated.
Domination Nation.
This could be it. Three outs for Lafour. 2 chances to hit. Opportunities emerge.
This would be so weird if he chops this.
The river is a 7, so ace high holds, and that sees Thomas Lafour eliminated in 72nd place. The bubble has burst here in Panama.
I didn't want to say it, but he looks like a bubble boy. He's got the face of a bubble boy.
Congratulations to the remaining 71 players. They are all in the money and guaranteed at least $7,720. Boom, let the post-bubble bust-out bonanza begin.
Poor guy. He may be the bubble boy, but he's taking it like a bubble man. He just collapses on the floor now. Poor guy did everything he could. He stalled, he folded. I wonder if there's any hands that he wish he had played now, in hindsight. Like when he folded kings. Somebody's got a bubble. Chris Bryan says, hope Lafour gets through this hand. He deserves it for his resolve in the last level. I'm sorry, Chris. That did not happen. We are bound to see more eliminations all over the place, but certainly a few at this table, as we've got another player with only a big blind left. Jachin Gong. Edward Mandel's only got 5. Even Gangdan Style has only got 15 big blinds. As this hand goes heads up to the flop. Timofev raising and gets looked up by Pavliuk out of the big blind. So Tito Ortiz is cashed, huh? That's something. Good for poker, good for the game. And the C-bet from Timofev removes Pavliuk from the hand. He continues to add to that monster stack over there. Closing in on 700,000 in chips. It removed Pavliuk from the hand, but it added a commentator to the booth. Matt Broughton, my boy.
Wow, you boys took your time sorting the bubble out.
I know, I'm sorry about that.
I think probably next time we'll ask you to step out and I'll come in, because I think there's just a little bit of an experience with it from you. I mean, it's not a critique, it's just a note that you can...
I'm sorry, what?
So here we go, my timing is good. Hello everybody, good to be with you again. And I get to enjoy the post-bubble bust-out bonanza, exclamation mark. So let's hope that all these little 2 big blind stacks get it all in, go and receive their $7,720 coffee voucher.
Rosemary's got a question related to that. She says, does Bubble Person always get a ticket to the same event? No, that's only a World Series of Poker thing.
Gong. Yeah, I don't think we do. We do. I think the thing is, if you have a, here we go. If you have a set bubble prize, then it creates another bubble. You know, there has to be somebody that gets nothing. It's looking good for Gong right now. Ace-10 ahead of the Jack-King. Gong is the player at risk. Ten, queen, 4. So 13 outs. It's quite a lot of outs to dodge. Just 52% ahead for Gong. Wow. Now 18 outs, Joe. I think this is
too many outs.
Probably
It's
too many.
Yeah,
Any spade or a 9 or a jack or a king or an ace. I predict the 3 of diamonds.
Hearts.
Yeah. Any spade or one of the broadways. Wow. Unbelievable.
See, I told you, too many outs.
Too many outs. So, Gong back in.
I mean, those are the ones you want to miss, right? When it's for like a 16K pot, 23K pot.
Yeah.
I'm happy to miss 12 outs once and 18 outs a second time.
Because mathematically, next time you're more likely.
You're way more likely to hit him, yeah.
People seem to think that probability is based on singular instances, but the cards will remember that. That's the thing, is the cards, they do know what's going on, and they will make sure that next time round, one of those outs, given a bit more of a fair crack of the whip. Come and chat to us incidentally. Don't forget we are keeping an eye on twitch.tv/PokerStars. Also on Twitter, tag your tweets PokerStars TV. As Joe just said, good job done by Mr. Tito Ortiz. Yesterday we saw him. He always had chips, but he kind of looked a bit frustrated at one point, and I was worried that it was going to be a bit of a self-destruct, but still going really strong. Second in chips here on our feature table, 369,000 for him. Massive stack for Timofey, 670,000. The short stack, Edward Mandel. Free Edward Mandel. That's the end of my career.
He is looking to be freed.
He is. Well, he's got 3 big blinds. Pavliuk on the button. There's not a lot of chips. Hello to everybody on Twitch that's saying hello to me. Hello.
Hello to Aaron, who says, Matt Broughton, don't stoop to Joe's cringe level, please. Thanks.
Do you know what? I don't know how to. It's like somebody saying, don't jump as high as a world-class high jumper. I don't think I'm actually physically equipped to stoop to Joe's cringe level. I just don't have it. I haven't got the voice. I haven't got the mentality. I'm insufficient.
He can't do it.
I can't do it. Ace-9.
It's harder than it looks.
Ahead. Another of our post-bubble bust-out bonanza hands. Mandel at risk. Comfortable right now. Just got to avoid a 4 or king on the river. Woo. Well, not quite the bust-out we're expecting, actually. Everyone's still in.
Mandelbaum. Mandelbaum.
Just keep doubling up. Peter Blow says, if Tito makes the final table, will it be pay-per-view? Absolutely. It wasn't until you suggested it, Peter, but we'll have it. Well, though our featured table has been bereft of post-bubble bust-out bonanza walk-offs, that doesn't mean they're not happening elsewhere in the room. We're going to show some of our sad but cashing players. Aaron Bean. Aaron Bean, he certainly has been, Joe.
Turns out you do know how to stoop.
Yeah, he is out of there, but he's got some cash in his pocket. Jordan Sakushi also
doubled up on the bubble, that's right.
And then Eric Samel walking silently. It's quite eerie with no noise. And Ari Engel. He looks happy. Why wouldn't you?
It's a beautiful day outside. It's a good day to take the rest of the day off.
Yeah.
Track down some empanadas.
Empanadas. So there you are. There are more players leaving us. 67 out of the 366 that started. It's a fair schlep until the next pay jump, however. You got to get all the way up to 47th before you get out of this $7,720 payout zone.
Payout zone. Also
remind you to be sure to join us in the free roll in about 35 minutes.
As we go 4 ways to this flop, sharp end of the stick. Yo, is Joe Stapes any Panamanians in this event? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Well handled there, Joe. Well handled. Tito, it's all right. We're a bit behind. Tito's bet.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, there's been action.
Yeah, Tito's bet. Timofeyev has folded, I believe. We're just catching up with ourselves. Action is on Pavlyuk.
Roman.
He has called. And it is going to be heads up to the turn. The 5 of spades, just shy of 80,000 in the middle. Pretty fast continuation from Tito Ortiz.
Yeah, Tito donk leads the flop, then continues to be aggressive on the turn. Relatively small bet on the turn. Quarter the pot, same as his flop bet. My guess is that bet sizing isn't a huge concern of Tito at this stage of his poker career, based on the erraticness.
No, but I mean, that can work in his favor as much as anything, because all these guys who are kind of used to not necessarily being on autopilot, but they know what they think about their opponent's range based on their bet sizing. And here's this guy that's just going to go, wow, 80 grand in the middle. I'll bet 20. And it's like, ordinarily, well, actually, ordinarily, we wouldn't ever really see a bet that size. Being asked if there's any poker in the eyes and ears. Well, yes, there is.
But we're also going to record the podcast.
Yep, stick around. Don't forget, we're here. Our last day of transmission is going to be Monday, this coming Monday, when we'll have our Cards Up coverage of the final table as we crown a champion here in Panama. I will be involved with said James and Joe. Joe and James, James and Joe.
If you don't say James's name first, he gets a little testy.
Yeah.
I don't really care.
That's fine.
Tito's going to call this raise, this click it back.
Yeah.
From Pavlyuk.
And we get ourselves the deuce of spades.
So the flush draw misses. 3 balls is straight. I think Tito's checking to call here. Pavlyuk has way less than a pot size bet behind. He can have a free showdown if he wants it. My guess is he has what he thinks is a value hand. He is all in.
So it's 57,500 to call into a 217,000 pot.
I can't figure out what super strong hands Pavlyuk would have here that he wouldn't try to get it all in before the flop, except for like ace-4, ace-5.
True, but again, because it's Tito, I just wonder if people are just playing against him in a little bit. You know, it would seem a bit unusual to find someone who is a player that is clearly playing outside of the normal lines and then play your straight standard game against him. So part of me is a little bit worried to try and guess anybody's approach.
Tito giving it a good think. Do you even think, bro? mean, not that much changed about this board between calling a raise to 40,000 on the turn to calling a bet. A small bet relative to the size of the pot on the river. Pavliuk doing his best to look stressed out here, which I think is probably a reverse tell. The older guys are big on the reverse tells.
I miss the reverse tells. You know, they're good. They're good for the game.
Like whenever a guy over 45 size, I'm like, what do you have, quads? What do you got, royal?
Oh, I guess
I'm
gonna go all in. Yeah, well, why? What hand? Why don't you just check or just call off? I guess. Well, look. What the hell? All my chips. All my chips. So, do we think Tito has got a weak ace? Tito is just going to go through the hand rankings. High card. Full house. Quads. Hats, scarves, jumpers. Oh, coming up to 3 minutes. The clock has been called on Tito.
This would be me. Clock? That was the guy next to me. It was that guy. It was him. Oh, excuse me, sir. Can I have a clock, please? Who said that?
Oh, it's some Polish guy on the table behind me. Don't know what he was thinking.
You will be in 1 minute.
You'll be what in 1 minute?
Now.
Kipper's saying he missed the bubble. Any drama? Not really. It just sort of, you know, just happened.
Oh, you know what? This is not a bad shout from Sean McCarthy. No, from Dylan, who says trip 3 4s instead of 4s, seeing as everyone else is guessing. Pavlik might have peeled with a pair that flopped a set. Sure.
Yeah, there would be no reason to get particularly funky as on that board. You know,
Yeah,
quite
yeah.
happy to just lay out the rope and let Tito go for it.
Min-ish raise the turn and then get it in the river. I like that. I like that.
20 seconds.
That guess. Also checks out with the fake stress face here. I wish I could do a good Werner Herzog impression. That's what I want to do when I look at him.
Yes.
The deadness of the flop. Yeah, I can't do it.
There's only one reason for you to play
And
against me.
we're going to need a new table again.
Crunch. I appear to have the absolute names against you. You call it going to be all over, baby.
Oh man, Tito.
Well, that's good news for Mr. Pavliuk. 216,500.
But bad news for these guys.
Oh. Some more walk-offs in the post-bubble bust-out bonanza.
Not this guy.
Not this guy. He looks okay, so quiet. Whatever.
It's reverence for the people that have just lost their tournament lives.
Well, that has not worked at all.
Well, we had to come
Joe.
back to check out this hat. Look at that hat, huh?
That's Salmon, isn't it? Isn't that our boy Salmon from yesterday?
It looks like he is taking the seat of our bubble boy.
Man, that's harsh. That's a seat to get into. He's going to play some smooth jazz. He's a big, big jazz flute player.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome to the pit. Yeah. My youngest buddy. Yeah. Little chances.
Welcome, James Salmon. Was with us a while yesterday. He's sitting okay. 145,500, 36 bigs. Just over an hour still on the clock. By the way, lots of people asking for the password. I was ignoring them because I didn't know. There it is. Pollera, P-O-L-L-E-R-A. Please do come and join us. You've got about 25 minutes. We've already got 20,000 people in there. Right now, first prize is looking about 233. Worth reminding you, there are bounties on myself, Waster, Joe Stapleton, and James Hartigan, J. Hartigan. Well, I'm in the free roll. I'll tell you who isn't in the free roll or the main event, these guys.
Well, now they have time to get in the free roll. Like Daniel Dvoris, out of here. Oh, bye-bye.
He's all smiles. It's so nice, so nice. Marcelo Villalba, also out, very quiet.
Yeah, just one.
He gets very angry if people clap. Martin Kus, another player in the money, 7,720.
Couscous.
Life's okay. I mean, it's not what you wanted. It's not the dream that you planned, but at least you got a much better story than the guy who went out on the bubble.
Well, his story is a good one, but you have much more money than he has.
That is true.
I would rather have the money.
Story checks out. So once again, password Pollera, top left of your screen, P-O-L-L-E-R-A. Don't forget, if you're trying to find the tournament, my tip for the top is to head over to the tournament tab in the lobby. If you turn off your filters, you can just put in the search box TV, and it will bring up all the free rolls. There is one every single day of our broadcast. March the 20th is our last day here in this new stop on the PokerStars Championship calendar.
Pro Hunter on Twitter asks, any competitions today? Pro Hunter, yes. Thank you for your question. James forgot the old thank you for your question.
Yeah. Mandela tried to get it all in a little while ago. Bang! Puts a quarter of his stack up from the cutoff. Zamyatin considering defense of his big blind. Strange. I mean, I guess at least you know how you'll play it post-flop. Like, I check, you go all in, I decide whether I like that or not.
I just go all in. You bet I go all in. Mandelbaum.
Queen Jack 6, 2 spades on your flop. 26,000 in the middle.
He's got to double check what his cards are. Come on. There we go. You want to live in a sausage factory? I'm going to treat you like a piece of meat.
And it's a call from Zamyatin. And it's...
unlucky.
Well, they both hit, but the Queen 9 well ahead. 78% favorite to knock out Mandela here. Jack or an ace, or some straight improvement, but some blockers already available. Spades help no one.
My spadey sense was not tingling.
Click, clack, clack. Well done, Mr. Mandel. You are in the money, but you have to leave. Yeah, the old guy's fallen asleep.
I love that bit your brother does where he blows the rubber glove up and puts it over his head. Good stuff. Deal or no deal. Little monsters. Hashtag references.
Oh, that's funny.
Sharp end of the stick, Yo says, follow-up question. Any Panamanians left in the main event post-bubble? Yes. Thank you for your question.
You're doing a very good job of dealing with these inquiries because they are coming at you thick and fast, and a lot of different subjects that people are interested in. Well done, you.
What's that flight like?
Gibraltarian saying anyone else want Joe to treat them like a piece of meat?
About 3 days? 1 day.
We got into it, me and Gibraltarian, in Rosvadov.
Over what?
Over the name change. And,
of the PokerStars Championship.
Yeah, and how dumb it was and how unsuccessful it was. That I gave him the sharp end of my wit.
Oh.
It was fun.
Yeah. The thing is, Matt is the kind of person where you just don't want to, even if you have a point, Matt's going to win.
Lane there asking why the hell wouldn't Mandel not shove pre-flop? He did shove the hand before and didn't get any takers. So maybe he just thought, I'm going to have to kind of just sort of tickle my way in here, and got the action. I mean, it wasn't the worst thing in the world. He hit the flop, so did his opponent. I don't know. He just wanted to mix things up. Do we still have our last lady standing?
I think we do,
here?
yes. She's the Panamanian to which I'm referring to when I say yes.
I see.
PGD Poker asks, what's the free roll called? I cannot find it on PokerStars. I just do a search for with the letters T and V. TV. Pops up. Make sure your filters are off. PokerStars TV.
Easy peasy.
Starts in 20 minutes, and it is nearly 3/4 full. What's the total number of people we can get in there? 30K, right? It's 22,000 in there.
You, sir, are correct, sir. Yesterday we didn't cap out, so there's no panic. But I don't want to guarantee that. So if you're going to play, get in there. And as always, if you earlier registered and now find that you can't play, unregister for me. I would be much obliged.
The Russians are known to have a hard chin. Tough fighters. All Russian fighters are tough fighters. Fyodor.
It's not exactly a happy face for winning the blinds nannies, is it?
No, it looks like he's sulking. Yeah.
It's the face I make every time Macau comes up.
Yeah, that is a bit of a...
You know what? We could just try to satellite into Macau.
Would that be allowed?
Win a package. I don't see why not if we're not broadcasting from there.
That would be cool. Let's get on the old spin and goes. That would be so awesome.
I think what would not be cool is if I decided to use this platform as a way to sell pieces of my own action to Macau.
Whatever you do, don't put a shout out and get people to contribute.
Don't Venmo me money, guys, for
No.
for an even 1-to-1 ratio of Macau buy-in.
Exactly. No matter how awesome that would be and how brilliant it would be to get you there and to have you play. No, we couldn't do that.
Yeah, no, I couldn't possibly talk about it on air.
No, definitely not like right now.
No.
With the mics on. Timofeyeva's raised this one out of the hijack. It kind of feels a little bit like normal poker is resuming. There's always in that post-bubble bust-out bonanza, it's kind of poker takes a bit of a back seat while all the short stacks just get it in. Now we start to see a bit of normality. So only really going is the short stack. I mean, Samuel Gagnon's not exactly comfortable, but he's not like 5 big blinds shoving with every 2 cards he gets. There you see how the spread, everything, 3 big blinds, 13, 37, 52, 73, 165, HUD. It's a full spectrum. Bit of Canadian action on their table, bit of USA action. As always, the international fields, they don't mind where we are. They are just going to come and play some poker. Being asked by Davina Dar, hi. Is it technology or is the American commentator, his name's Joe, all right, louder than
Thanks.
louder than the English by nature? It's actually in Joe's contract that he must be at least 10% louder than all other broadcasters at all time. That's easily achieved because he's just mostly shouting. Can't help themselves.
90% of what
Whoa, easy. Keep it down.
comedy you think I have is really just volume.
That's the thing. If you're just simply not that funny, just be louder. Just steamroller everyone's ears. Now, this is an under-the-gun limp from Tito. that got things started off. Seems a bit speculative considering the dynamics of our table. Gagnon is all in for his last 52.
Upper Gagnon style. He did not get a walk. I've
mostly managed to avoid that song.
Well, you've never been to a Korean wedding, have you?
Let me just, no.
I've been to 2 in the last 3 years.
Wow.
And it's like every, like, old, mean-looking Korean father of the bride's thing to, like, seem like he's not any fun, and then eventually whisper to the DJ to put on Gangnam Style, and then he does
off
the
into
dance.
it. Right.
And everyone's like, oh, what a lovable old scamp. It happened at both Korean weddings I went to.
Blakely says, Waster, you should scream then. You are lousy at funny. I am sorry to say. Why would you be sorry to say that? Your opinion has zero impact on me. So, I mean, you just go for it.
As opposed to me, who's heavily affected by everything that's written anywhere about me. Like Bikey Lee, who wrote one of the meanest things anyone's ever written to me. You and the Big Bang Theory are my favorite laugh-out-loud moments, Stapes.
That's a good thing.
It was awful.
What, being compared to Big Bang Theory?
Yes.
I've never seen it. Isn't it dreadful or isn't it awesome?
It's
I can't
dreadful.
remember. It's dreadful. But I thought lots of people like it.
Yes, I know.
But then again, lots of people like Big Brother. Although the Canadian Big Brother is a different thing altogether. It's an all-in, pretty obviously. I'm surprised Timofeyev. I'm just surprised he raised, frankly. I mean, he just fold, just wait for these guys to get out of the way. I believe the action is on Roman Pavlik right now. That's why we're staring at him.
Got about 50 big blinds to start the hand. Oh, bye-bye.
Samuel also out of there. Mr. Tito. He's big blind. He will not take kindly to this.
Tito, Timo. Timo, Tito.
Tova says, plot twist, the same Korean father at both weddings, question mark? Maybe they're like, you have to rent them out. The old guy that shuffles along and then bursts into dance. Maybe that's like hiring a balloon animal clown.
It's the Korean wedding clown, yeah.
Right, well, unbelievably, we're going to have a side pot here. It's going to be Tito versus Dennis for a side pot and a Jack 4-5. Yacheng Gong just going to have to sit back and watch this one passively.
Pretty dry board out there, especially given the positions of these players. You don't really expect Timofeyev to be opening too many low suited connectors under the gun.
Second for a second club on the turn. 30 grand in the side pot, main pot 44.5. Tito being a bit sticky here. Be interesting to see if another bet does anything to convince him to get out of the way. Timofeyev is going to have another go at this by the look of it. Reaching for chips.
A very wet side pot. All the people who are writing in, by the way, correcting my pronunciation of Gangnam Style. The amount of flux that I give is equal to the number of my Hendon Mob caches. 0.
Captain, my captain. Tito raises,
hello.
I like this.
Hello, nurse.
Get down on it. Okay, it's a little bit short. That's fine.
It was almost a raise. Good thing you said raise.
Yeah, well, they are. See, they are. Thank you, Tito, giving me an excuse to remind you, if you're playing live and you don't play a lot of live, just always say what you want to do, because then whatever your hands then do, if you throw in the wrong chip, if you accidentally put in all of your chips, if you accidentally don't put enough chips in, as long as you just say what you want to do. I mean, we don't know how much Tito wanted to raise. He just said the word raise. It was min, which I don't think is as effective as perhaps he was hoping it would be.
I don't think he could fit as many chips in that meat hook as he thought he could.
And now the clubs get there on the end. Probably unlikely, of course, the straightiness. We got a straighty, flushy, paired board.
We really do.
Check, check. I think that's a check. Straighty, flushy, paired board confirmed.
I want to see what Tito is raising with. Let's get those.
He seemed embarrassed about his kicker there. I think it was King 4.
Trip 4s.
Oh!
Top
man.
pair.
He threw the kicker at the dealer like he didn't want it no more.
7's no good.
Snakes alive. That's what happens, kids, when you defend your big blind with the King 4.
For whom the gong tolls.
There he goes. Yet another of our $7,720 winners. Going to be a fair few of these. Still got a fair way to go. 11 players must leave us before we bounce up into the next payout line.
Tito Ortiz cannot miss today.
It's all good. Yep, over 400,000 for him now. 558 is our chip leader on this table, Denis Timofeyev, and there is Jiaxin Gong. He is. Another man off to the cashier's desk.
He's not the only one.
No, some more players have left our tournament. They are in the money, but they can't play with us anymore. Karim Zazal is out of there.
Did you say Karim Zazal?
Zazal. He is out. He was one of our spin and go qualifiers. He has turned his 10 bucks into 7,720. And Michael Phillips. Bye-bye also. I'm guessing he probably spent more than 10 bucks on that. Could be wrong.
So we're down to 58 players. We're only on day 3 of this event, Matty Broughton.
Really?
This is a 6-day event.
It's ridiculous. How are we going to do that?
Add some more players.
I don't think we're allowed to. I'm pretty sure I read in the rule that once you kind of got going, you can't just invite people back in. I mean, maybe that's what they'll do. We'll see.
Hey, if they could figure out a way to rake it, am I right? Huh?
6 deuce 4. It's looking good for the Badugi players out there. So check round Pavliuk. Oh, excuse me, sorry, I was looking at the graphics, not the table. He actually bet 13K. It's on Tito Ortiz to decide to come in here with his small blind.
Peter Blow's tweet of Tito's raises should get so much respect in these situations. I agree. I just think that when he makes it so small and you've got top pair, you kind of just have to peel one and maybe you can improve, maybe you can catch up. As you can see, he did not invest any more money on the river. Got a free showdown.
I think that's the thing, the spots that Tito keeps finding is that, though he's doing these kind of unusual bet sizing, is that he's always running in somebody that's got something. And even though it must just be alarm bells going off, it's like, well, you got something that's worth looking up just in case. And I'm guessing more and more people will learn that he is unlikely to be bluffing too often. But we can't see his cards, so we just don't know. 98 bigs for the man, though. Samuel Gagnon now down to 16 bigs.
It's not Gagnon, it's Canyong. It's Gong
Oh,
Nong.
was it an L?
No,
it's actually Lagnan. Seeing Davina Dar in the Twitch reminds me, if anybody's got any ideas about anything, just send them to her, ideas@pokerstars.com. If you need any ideas, if you're like thinking of launching a small business or like, you know, asking for a loan, if you need any ideas, just email ideas@pokerstars.com.
If you want to know how to spell the word ideas,
just email ideas.
Holler, yeah.
If you're wondering what to make for dinner, if you can't decide between, you know, maybe you get a Chinese takeaway, maybe you get some Indian food, again, ideas@pokerstars.com.
If you haven't had an ID in years, ask for one.
Just ask for one.
Ideas.
It's a bit like us with our competition prizes. They have a certain amount of ideas they're allowed to give away every week. That's capped. But
And if they don't use them all, they don't get those ideas back in the idea budget.
They just
for
go.
next year.
They just go. It doesn't roll over. So make sure you use them. This was a raise by Roman to kick things off. Called in the 3 spots. King high now. King 3 deuce. 39,000 in the middle. Checked.
All these players think they're so cool with their chip stacks. They can play a multi-way pot post-flop. Oh. What a bunch of cool guys.
Tito reaching. 15, remind you the blues are 5s, the reds are 1s. That's mostly what we're getting, and that bet gets through. Just asked the JJ saying, how do you register for the Polera password free roll? I can't seem to find it in the lobby. One more time.
It's almost time to play.
It is. It starts in 4 minutes. There is late reg available for 15 minutes, I should remind you. My friend, I would say get to the PokerStars lobby, click on the tourney tab, and then make sure your filters are turned off. It's on the right. Turn off your filters, and then in the search box, just put TV. You can search for PokerStars TV, but if you just put TV, you will see all of the remaining free rolls won today, right through until March the 20th. You can pick up our $100 bounties. Look out for J. Hartigan, Joe Stapleton, and Waster. We will be doing our best to multitask. And by doing our best, I mean we'll be doing a very bad job.
At both things.
Yeah, either playing very poor poker or doing an incredibly poor job of the commentary. And that's the one that's going to be really tricky to see, because it's not like you've got something to compare it to. Good luck, though. Please do come and play with us. Samuel's going to get things started here. Still our shortest stack at the table. About to get walloped by the blinds, which are at 2,000, 4,000. 500 ante also currently playing out.
John Delano's tweets are on point today. Thank you, John.
Can tell you we're going to have a guest as well join us for the remainder of this level pretty soon. Mr. Felipe Ramos is going to be in the booth with us. If you've got any questions for him, email ideas@pokerstars.com. Oh no, sorry, just keep them for yourselves, just prepare them. We will give you a shout for those. See what he has to say about Tito. Wearing Felipe's pink cardie for good luck. I went out there to touch the cardigan for good luck, and he just smashed me in my face. Just
Really?
absolutely knocked me 16 feet across the room. And then he said, "I'm so sorry, it's just a reflex." But I've been in hospital for hours.
If only he had worn a cardigan during some of his matches, he maybe would have gone further.
Do you want to go out there and make that joke to him, do you, Joe? Shall I? No, I'll just turn you off. Yeah, you want to go out there? Yeah, you're going to try and
It's
be
not
cool?
because of who he is I wouldn't want to go out and make that joke. I'm just a gigantic wimp. I wouldn't make a joke like that to anyone's face.
Even Hartigan.
No, God no. No, I make most of my jokes about James behind his back.
The thing is, out of the three of us, James probably looks like the least trouble in a fight, but I bet he pulls your hair and scratches your eyes out. And he's got tremendous speed, those incredibly long goose-like legs.
I think that James probably just calls for help the loudest.
And the fastest.
Yes.
As soon as you look even vaguely like there's trouble, the police would have been called, the fire department. Free roll is starting, boys and girls. Good luck. Don't forget, there's a 15-minute late reg on this, so you've got up until 3:30 local time. It's 3:15 right now, obviously, here in Panama City. Raise from Dennis. Getting around the table. It looks like the 3-bet, though, from James Salmon, who's been pretty quiet since he joined us at our featured table a little while back. I kind of forgot he was there, if I'm honest with you.
I think we've got a new player at the table, too. Andres Carrillo. Now in the big blind.
Welcome to the featured table.
Bienvenidos.
Good luck to Slayer, Akalai Master, Master UKRC, Naj, Leandro Cutter, Alex and Nevs, who's sitting out. Shame on you. You're at my table. Look out for Wasted with the bullseye. I am worth 100 of your Earth bucks.
Oh, yeah, there's a target on us, huh?
Yes, I think that works against me because mostly no one knew who I was or what I was called. But now there's no hiding.
You know, it's a little messed up that the company has no problem spending $100 on me as a bounty in the free roll. But when I try to turn in a receipt for condoms and penicillin, they're like, nah-uh.
I mean, the thing is, when you hire the Joe Stapleton experience, you have to embrace all of it.
Exactly.
You
this
got to
is what you get.
There's no point getting him and then saying, can you tone down the Joe Stapleton in this? It's like, if you want stories for the podcast, pay for the condoms. If you want team morale to be buoyant, pay for the condoms.
Correct.
Just whatever Joe requires.
They're very small. They're cheaper than regular ones.
They are. That's the thing. And also, you turn them inside out and wear them a second time, don't you? So, you know, it's tremendous value. This one, incidentally, is a bet. Under the gun +1 from Dennis Timofeyev has been called by our new player, Carrillo. By the way, how are those lumps and bumps? Have they gone down now? Do you think it's going to be with you forever, or do you think it was just as a result of that stuff?
You really get used to them.
Right, okay.
After a while.
Because they look very, very angry, I think is the medical term.
No, it's more like...
Oh, by the way, and thanks for texting me those shots.
Personality.
It wasn't really what I wanted to wake up to, but I mean, it is nice to...
Well, I needed a second opinion. Welcome to the table, Andres Carrillo. Taking down the first pot he is involved in. Against the table chip leader.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what I like to do when I arrive at a new table, is immediately identify the guy with over $500,000 and take him on, but...
Who's to my left and has all the chips? Oh, that guy. All right, hello, sir. Would you like to play a pot?
I raise.
He was defending his big blind, at least.
Yeah. Folding around. Raise from Roman to 10,000. Small blind of Andres out. Now the big blind of Tito Ortiz. Defending with just any 2 cards. I have no idea. No idea what his range for defending the big blind is. 8-6-5. One would like to think that suits Tito more than Pavlyuk, but
at this point you can't, I mean, you can't even really goof on a guy for defending wide. Everybody defends wide.
yeah. Oh, thanks to Resimo. Do you know, all day long, I've just realized I managed to get through my first day in weeks without waking up singing Van Halen's Panama. And now you've mentioned it, and that's me done for the day. Cheers. Cheers, mate. 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 clubs as well. 51,500 to fight over. And this has been a very passive line being taken now. And a deuce on the end. I'd love to see Tito bet out there, just because I do get the feeling we're only seeing Tito bet when he's pretty comfortable. It'd be nice to see him just widen his range a touch. Just for fun.
Well, I made my first big wrong fold.
Well done.
Folded a straight against an all-in and a call when there was 3 spades on board.
But was it the right decision at the time?
No, I was wrong.
No, I mean... Yeah, okay, well done, well done. Good game, GG. 8-10. Versus a pocket queens.
Lady
wow.
Kings, where's all the money?
Roman, you cheeky lad. Look at his little face. Look at his face. Well, we are down to 57 players, and the good news is that 3 of the 57 left are spin and go qualifiers, which we love a good story. So we can show you those guys out in the film. This is Clement Rusev. He finished 50th in the Bahamas, picked himself up 11,500, played about 10 big tourneys, but qualified for this because he really wanted to come to Panama, and he loves the TV shows. He'll be a big fan of Joe Stapleton. This is Adrian Gruber. We saw him yesterday. He also qualified for the Bahamas. Here he is again. These guys are just good at qualifying. He manages a Nando's. Winner.
So he doesn't need the money then.
He doesn't need the money. And this is Fabrice de Benedictus. Again, we saw him yesterday. He's 25-year-old. He is a man who looks after security. If an alarm goes off, you just call Fabrice. He is another guy who's a fan of the webcasts, also a big football fan. That's funny because we have a marriage of webcasts and football fans and podcasts, all of it converging. More on that a bit later on this week when we start taking care of poker in the ears and eyes. Just a little tease. I can tell you we're going to be getting a guest into the booth in just 1 minute. Hold on to your trousers, boys and girls. After a bit of technical jiggery pokery, we welcome Felipe Ramos. Hola.
What's up, guys? It's always my pleasure to be here talking to you too.
Hey, for once you didn't have to travel 8 million miles to get here, huh?
Yeah. Thank you.
Only
Thank you
what?
for
Only
noticing
3,000 or
that.
4,000, right? From Brazil to here.
Actually, hello guys, hello everyone from home, everyone that's watching from their phones. There's a lot of people watching this from the poker tables. You know, I get a lot of messages. People are like playing live poker and watching the stream. That's awesome.
You mean in this event or what's happened? Well, that was neat.
Yeah, I mean in this event particularly, pretty much because of Tito.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tito at the feature table. That's really great. And yeah, as I said, like Brazil's like a huge continental. I live in South Brazil. It's like mid-South Brazil. So it's still a long way to Panama, but it's a direct flight, like almost 7 hours.
Wow.
So I feel very blessed.
Right?
Because I guess pretty much everywhere else must be like a real bounce, 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 bounce.
Oh man, no, next championship is in Macau. I'm coming to Macau, so that'll be a long trip. I have no idea how long
Felipe
it is.
is going to go from Sao Paulo to Mexico City to LA to New York to London.
Mumbai.
Yeah, wow.
Then he's got to get the train from Heathrow to Stansted and then fly to Glasgow, get a boat to Norway.
Mid-air refueling.
Well, I'm flying back to Sao Paulo after here Panama, BSOP PokerStars event, and right next day is over. I'm flying to Macau, so very happy to be on the grind, and playing poker, which is what I love.
Superb. Are you familiar with Panama? Is it somewhere you have a lot to do with?
Yeah, Panama, first season of the LAPT, we had a stop here in Panama back in 2011 or 12, something like this. And that was my first time in Panama. Since then, this is my second time. But I love the city. I love Panama. I went do some sightseeing. Yeah, I went to a new port, and they have this new bridge over the ocean. That's just nice, man. I was like coming on the way back, I was more impressed because it was at night, and you see like the whole city.
It's like the entire country of Panama is like a big FU to the ocean. They're like, nah, we got a canal, we got a bridge, we don't care about you, ocean.
I was really impressed. The driver was explaining to me how they built that into the ocean, over the ocean. That's really nice. Like that's some serious engineering job over there.
Too bad all those engineers now are online poker players, and nothing like that will ever get built ever again.
That's true.
That sounds like a lot of trouble, doesn't it? I mean, just, you know.
I could just stay home and click my mouse.
Exactly. Just keep your pajamas on.
That's first thing whenever someone asks me why I love online poker so much, I said I could play on my underwear.
Exactly.
So
that was my answer.
Felipe, how have your students been doing? Let's start with your student Neymar, who played in a PokerStars charity event last night.
That was really nice, right? PokerStars does an awesome job with Right to Play, and I heard it was amazing. A bunch of friends of ours were there playing, supporting, and that's just nice, man. When you have some of your time to help people out, not like taking care of yourself, you're taking care of others. That's really cool. And well, genuinely nice guy, very good poker player, knows a lot of poker strategy nowadays.
Did he win?
So he got second place.
Second place, all right.
Oh, nice.
And I think the more this sportsmen and that they have the competition in their bloods, they play poker, more they love poker, you know. Such as Tito. Tito was talking to me, like I had a little chance to talk a little bit to him about poker strategy and how.
So just a brief lesson.
Briefing lessons, and we actually got a little further.
Did you teach him anything about bubble play today? Because he was pretty active on the bubble.
Yep, we talked yesterday. I was really like impressed with this guy. He's truly nice guy. I was playing this 2K event yesterday. I was on the money bubble actually. He texted me and said, "Where are you?" I said,
he said, "I have aces, and there's been three raises
No.
in front of me. What do I do?"
He already qualified on day 2. He was off play. I was playing, and then I said, "Oh, there's 32 players left. 31 get paid in this 2K event. It's bubble time." And he says, "I'm coming over to cheer for you." And he came over, him and his wife, which is a really nice person as well. And then we talked a little about bubble play. And then
so he got to watch you on the bubble.
Yeah, he watched me whole bubble. He watched me play whole bubble. Told him it was really important to watch.
That would explain why on the bubble he kept going, "Vamos!"
Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's really cool. I'll say I said this to the PokerStars guys, to be very honest, as I'm try to be every time. Like we need more celebrities like Tito.
Sure.
You know, because Tito was genuinely nice guy all the time. Like people asking for photos in the saloon, he never said no to anyone. And even though he was late, sometimes that I knew he was late, he stopped by, had pictures of everyone. Like he is liking what he's doing, because whenever you're like, oh, that's Yaroshed.
Oh.
A lot of chips.
Oh, hello. Well, this is fortunate. We had Igor, we had Gary come to our table. We started yesterday, we picked this featured table. We're going to focus on the chip leader. And then I think 3 hands later, he got moved off our table. Like, I mean, it's like, you know, it's nice to watch other people play, but it's really good to see a big stack.
Correct.
Yaroshevsky with 961,000
Wow.
immediately comes in with 239 big blinds. That's a nice little bit of favor.
I'll tell you, like, day 3, 50 players left.
239 big
200
blinds.
must be nice. even though the record, the actual record, you guys could check that, of the biggest stack on day 1 ever is mine.
Oh yeah?
You know that? It's like 2009 in the PCA, a 20K starting stack. I made day 2 with almost 400,000.
Wow.
Like at the end of the day, I wouldn't be able to stand up from the table because I would have a giant boner. Like, I'd be like, I'm just gonna sit here.
That happened to me. That happened to me.
I'm gonna sit here all night, guys. Sorry.
Just come back to me in a minute. I'll bag them up, but I can't leave.
I don't need a bag. It's fine.
They're all
We're just gonna
hoovering.
watch these. Right.
It was one of those days I was winning a pot and I had not enough time to pick up the chips because I was getting dealt aces to play the next hand, you know?
Oh God.
So
I think everybody is deserving of one day like that playing poker. Of just you're like, I can't miss, guys. I'm sorry.
Correct. It was I was talking. We were talking about some crazy hands yesterday, and then the hand I busted yesterday was like so crazy, man. It was really. It wasn't cool because I busted, wanted to win,
Right.
but I take it fine.
Later
Like,
on, you can recognize that it's a cool.
Yeah, like basically he trips on the flop with queens on a king queen 6-2 clubs board.
You have pocket queens and flop a set of queens.
Yeah, the guy has a6. Like basically.
How do you lose that hand? That doesn't even sound possible.
Basically, the turn is a 6. I have a boat and river, another one.
So he goes runner quads.
Runner quads. Yeah.
That's really gross. That's quite disgusting.
Yeah, I mean 20 left. It's good. Will be good stack for final table. And that's like people. I was talking about this on Instagram stories yesterday, and people are like, how you can take it? Like, guys, this is awesome because that's what makes poker very, very interesting to amateur players. You know, you can play, you could win, and then even though a better player would win most of the time, the recreational players have a really good shot. I was playing pool with a friend of mine these days. I had no shot, no chance, man. I was like so bored.
Yeah, well,
I like the
there's
game,
a
but I
little bit
couldn't
of luck
win.
in pool, but not as much as there is in poker. Have you ever been on the other side of that? Have you ever been the guy who went runner quads and cracked a bigger hand?
My memory is pretty good. That never happened to me.
I think I would remember that too.
Yeah, and I would say, like, I can say this out loud because I played so many hands and people that are sometimes listening, they can testify that. And well, it's really good as well because I'm playing poker professionally for 10 years now, and haven't won like a huge title, like, and become like
looking for that major.
Yeah, and I have a pretty solid poker career. That means I'm more happy with that. You know, much more happy with that.
You'd rather have the career you have than like one big win and then fade off into oblivion, Chris Moneymaker.
And now I can win like 3, 4, 5 tournaments in a row. No one would care.
Right. Well, someone would care. We would care. All right, let's watch your newest student in action here, Tito Ortiz, opening to 9K.
That's good sizing, my boy.
He's been keeping everyone on their toes with some of his bet sizing against the pots. He's been coming in with quarter pot sized bets, and people are just kind of staring at him thinking, I have no idea what to do. It's worked out pretty well. Look at his stack. It's worked out pretty well for him because I think he's that brilliant balance of kind of knows what he's doing, but also is still playing
Yeah,
unusual
yeah.
lines, and people just can't. You can't treat him like an amateur,
That's for
but you
sure.
also don't really know where you are with
Yeah.
him.
He's new to the poker environment and also new to big tournament, you know.
Yeah.
So like that's why we study poker so much, because we can like plan the plays and study the plays we want to make, like on day 3, day 4, final table, even if we're not at the final table. Most of these guys are having experience of a day 3, like for their first time, you know.
Yeah.
Such as Tito. So it's pretty common for him to commit some mistakes here and there. But as long as he's focused and he doesn't blow up and commit a huge mistake,
Yeah.
that's really good.
You know, you say that, and that's obvious, but that's so hard not to do, because it really only takes one mistake. Like, you could just play perfectly
You said
all day long, and who can really do that?
that's exactly, you took the words from my mouth. That's exactly what I said to you guys from Fox Sports right here outside. Fox Sports from Argentina. I was giving an interview, and the guy asked me why poker is a sport. I said, for me, it's like it's more a sport than other sports, because it involves the physical part of the game. Like, I played for 14 hours yesterday, man.
Yeah.
I was much more exhausted and tired than a football match, okay? And for long days. So during the World Series, for instance, we play for 50 days, like from 10 to 14 hours every day. So, and I told him, like, if you're playing soccer, football, the game is like 3-0 for us, and we commit a blow up, the game is 3-1.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
We win the game, you know. And then here in poker, if you commit a blowout and you miss all your chips, then you're done. So that's something. That's why poker teaches so much outside the tables. To think with a poker mind for whatever you're gonna do. That's really good. And Tito told me that the competition. He actually told me something really nice. That the competition in mixed martial arts, like, it's a mix of discipline, and which is study your opponent, right?
Okay, right. That's poker-esque.
That's poker. Yeah, and I told him, like, you have so many qualities you can bring up to a poker table, man. That was my advice. So you have so many qualities you can bring up to a poker table. Just use them, you know, and think about poker, but use them.
The only similarity between my poker game and MMA is choking.
And also, you pass out quite a lot, don't you?
Yeah.
You kind of lose consciousness.
Choking and limping really are the only two things that.
Correct.
Two crossovers.
Correct. You see, that this is one thing. This is one thing. For instance, I'll never recommend for him to do, to limping in this stage of the tournament. But if he feels fine limping in, no, he wants to play more hands. I told him to play more hands and see more flops, but play small pots.
Yeah. I think whatever
It's
you
fine.
charge for poker coaching, it's too little, because Tito hasn't missed yet today. And if you can teach a guy to make a hand on every single time he puts a chip in the pot,
Yep.
I'm going to go to Felipe Ramos's poker school.
Well, man,
every day.
Thank you so much. But like, to be honest, I had one really nice accomplishment, much better than any other accomplishment I had myself, which was I had a student that had no idea on how to play poker, and he bluffed me. In one hand, I was playing a small event in Brazil, and I say, this guy can play. And I started interviewing him. What do you do? I don't know. It's one of my first times playing poker. I have no idea what I'm doing, and blah blah blah. But I say, man, you
Stick
got
with me, kid.
Yeah, you got what it takes. You wanna play? And he says, yeah, I wanna play. So started training. And after 2 years, he chopped the BSOP millions.
And that little boy grew up to be Chris Moneymaker.
No.
The BSOP millions ain't
cool.
no big deal, though. I mean, it is a big deal. Jeez, that's a huge tournament, right?
Yeah, it's like 2,500 players, and that was really a quite nice accomplishment. Talking about poker every day, discussing poker hands every day. So I know I had a lot of to do with that. Not here. I won't take your compliment here because I know Tito. It's been only a couple of days. was fortunate to give him some poker tips, and then it's all his fault that he has those chips there because he's playing very focused.
Let's catch
which
up
is
with
like-
the action on this hand, Matt, because these two have been really the story of the day today. Tito and all right, it's over. Great.
Oh, that's a shame.
Tito and Timofev have been constantly clashing all day, and I know that Tito's relatively new to poker and he's learning poker. He's playing very atypically in that he has made no attempts to avoid the chip leader directly to his left. Now, we do have a bigger stack at the table now that Yarashevsky's shown up, but Tito is playing like a man who isn't aware of the fact that maybe you're not supposed to play every pot imaginable with the guy who has position on you and can bust you from the tournament.
That's correct. Man, I'm playing poker for 10 years, and I guess some of this stuff I don't know, you know? And then, so Tito doesn't know. It's pretty normal. And,
But sometimes I guess it's a case of like, I mean, yes, it can hurt you, but I mean, it hasn't hurt him yet. Like, he's been doing fine.
No.
So.
Well, it's a bit like when we were saying, you know, he's limping in perhaps more than you'd want. But a lot of the time, he'll limp in and someone will raise and he'll still come along for it. But we're getting many more multi-wave flops. And I think a lot of the time when he's winning those hands, he's actually getting more value out of them than if he played them a bit more, you know, standard. And I also think it's putting some of the other players, not necessarily like out of their comfort zone, but they just keep finding themselves in like unusual situations more often than not, because ordinarily that's not how things roll. And people are getting valued into hands where they're thinking, well, now I kind of have to see this flop, and it's just changing the dynamic, I feel.
Let's see what happens here, because we had Tito open, Timofev 3-bet, and I would say that Timofev's 3-bet percentage into Tito's opens has got to be like well over 50%.
Yeah, I would say that a good player will try to explore this kind of situation.
Right, he wants to isolate Tito, let's be honest.
Yeah, but I don't like his sizing at all. Like, whenever he makes 20K, it's almost double whatever Ortiz made. He has a Yarashevsky now on his left that thought about for betting this play light over there from the bottom. And he's new to the table, so he didn't. That would be a good play. And because most of the time we know Timofev will be like just exploring the situation. But I like that Tito is literally giving a fight. He's like playing a lot of hands. That's what I told him. Like, don't be like afraid, you know? Don't be like defensive position all the time, which is probably something I'm gonna tell him during the break, because I see he's having like a little defensive strategy post flop, which is not good, especially if you're playing too many hands out of position against a good player. That's really good. He's taking his time thinking about exactly what he wants to do, and most of the people, sports guys that are into poker, they take their decision pretty quick. I see that happening. Yeah, I feel a raise coming. Let's go, Tito.
While we wait on Tito's decision, Dirk from Poker Listings tweets out, I asked Tito Ortiz whose poker idol is. He said Felipe Mojave gave me top advice for the tournament, so it's got to be him. You're Tito Ortiz's poker idol.
Oh, man.
That's it.
Poker idol.
Well, I told you Tito is a nice guy. Very nice guy. He's like whenever Sarah Herring was interviewing him, like, oh, you're so nice, like you're just like a big teddy bear. and he is. So Dirk, thank you so much, but I won't take that. I won't take that compliment, because I told you I didn't have too much time, but I did have like let's say 2 hours talking about strategy.
Okay, well that's a fair chunk of time.
So I can share with you, Felipe, the last time I encountered Tito is we went through a workout on the beach in the Bahamas, and I ended up throwing up. And I'm sure he doesn't remember it, but I do. So, you know, it's not much of a story of, you know, meeting a superstar. But when they say don't meet your heroes, he was absolutely lovely. he just made me throw up. But I love it. I love him more for it. I love the honesty of not making me throw up, because that would be just treating me like a child.
That's right.
You know, I wanted to be treated like an adult.
Like an equal, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. I remember that at the PCA, right? Old
Yeah.
PCA, you guys having that activity was really nice.
Yeah, I think 2 or maybe 3 years ago now. Yeah, that was great.
I like the Bahamas Beach. I always go to exercise the Bahamas Beach too, and well, working out with Tito must be nice. It's really hard to keep it together.
Yeah. The funny thing is, all I remember was him going, right, what we're going to do is we're just going to do basically, before we actually properly do a workout, we just do this 50 minutes warm-up.
Did you puke during the warm-up?
All we did was the warm-up, and there were just humans just strewn. It was like there'd been some sort of sniper.
You weren't the only one.
Oh, no, there were people tagging out all the time. And he says, well, first of all, we'll just run there and back, and it's on the sand. You go, wow, it's really hard to run on the sand. And it's like, now we're going to do some lunges, and you're just like, Tito, do you know what? You might have misunderstood the general fitness level of people working in the poker industry as a whole. There's a lot of standing around, a lot of sitting around, and they were just humans just flailing. It was like he'd set out to destroy us.
Well, there are two here on our defense, here on our behalf. There are two kinds of people that exercise pretty much. The gym people, they like indoor environments and everything, and outdoor people. They like to go to parks and beaches and everything. So it's so much harder to exercise outdoors.
Yeah.
Pretty much, you're in the Bahamas sun, probably sun, and then you're in the fluffy sand.
Yeah.
That's really, really tough. That makes your exercise.
And don't forget, if it's me, you're almost 3/4 full of tequila.
Yes, well, and you probably got 2 hours sleep.
Yeah.
You probably woke up to a burger that you finished from the nights before room service.
It's very rude to call her a burger.
I thought you said that was her name.
That's what she tasted
Yeah,
like.
no, you're absolutely right.
Oh.
It's
So Tito check
We got
raise.
Tito out
check
of
raise the
position
flop.
again. He limped, I believe. Yarashevsky, the chip leader, raised. And then we had Tito calling. And he check raised. You're right, Felipe. Check raised the flop. Tito did. Now we're on the turn.
I mean, it's fearless. Let's be honest. It's like, take anybody on. Now checks to the big stack, the monster stack.
I wonder what Tito was check raising the flop with. We've only ever really seen him raise when he has it, but then he didn't bet turn or river. And I wouldn't expect Yarashevsky to fall for this, like, betting.
Yeah.
And I also probably, in general, wouldn't recommend Tito try to, like, check raise a board like that with nothing against the chip leader, who's obviously a beast.
Yeah. Very, very good analysis, because one thing you said, it's really true for new to this environment or amateur poker player. You usually you lose a lot of value in your big hands, pretty much out of position, because you overthink, and you always put your opponent in a better hand than yours, and your chef shows a king, hitting a king on the river, probably king of clubs. And then that happens quite often, because they don't have actually the whole situation designed in their minds on how to get like 3 streets of value, for instance. So they check because the opponent call must be something, and I'm worried about that little something. So that's how they think, and then they're not wrong. But if they have a little more poker experience, they will notice that they need to take a little more risks and go for another bet, which makes all the sense. You're the aggressor, check raise, you need to bet a lot of times.
Players are really good at, no matter who they are, at playing against themselves, right? So, like, the GTO players are, like, really good at knowing how other GTO players are going to play. And I think Tito maybe would have folded to a check raise on that flop. I just don't think he realizes that that's not going to work very often at all against some of the, some of the top level players. they're just not going to give up that easily.
Yeah. And sometimes you're a little anxious. I feel he's a little anxious to try to build a stack, you know, to grab chips. Now he's playing too many hands. Since I got here, I think he played 80% of the hands.
Yeah.
And that can be good because he's in a bad position. There are two good players with a larger stack than his. And on his left. And but that's props to Tito, man, to play all these hands. Oh, there he comes again.
Well, if he comes back after the break and he's suddenly like just calm,
We'll know.
you
Yeah,
got it. He comes back and he's just sitting back.
He's like,
with his
he goes,
hands.
he just puts his chips. He's like,
Felipe,
no.
No, but this
We
is
just
like
see Felipe standing behind him like this,
like the ghost of Obi-Wan.
Yeah, with his arms crossed.
I'll tell you one thing from my experience, that's why I think poker coaching it's really important when you get someone experienced that lived those kind of situations and know how it works. It makes your path like with a really nice shortcut. And from my experience from this point of view, whenever a player is aggressive, like Tito, and play a lot of hands, I could easily teach him and coach him on how to slow down. But the opposite is so hard, man. So hard whenever we have our poker seminars and people like just play like few hands and they select their ranges pretty well. I tell them like you need to bluff in this situation. Really? I don't have anything. That's why. That's why I need to bluff. That's hard. That's hard to teach someone tight to loosen up. That's really hard. So someone.
I think it's hard too when you obviously are. My guess is that Tito doesn't play poker all the time, right? And so if I'm gonna play a big tournament 2 or 3 times a year, it's hard to be like, don't play as much.
Correct.
Don't play as many hands. You're like, well, what am I? I'm here to play. Like I just want to play poker, and it's not that fun. It's not that fun to play tight.
Yeah, and maybe he needs all he needs is like to not get in this mood, loser mood. Whenever you're losing a lot of hands and you get like, and you feel like you need to continue playing to grab it back. You know, just wait for new situations, good situations to arrive. He still has a really good stack over there, healthy stack to play, and all's good.
Just take your time; it'll come around. Listen, we're rolling up towards the end of this level, so we're going to let you go, Felipe. Thank you so much for your time. You got to go and prepare for the miniature seminar. You got 20 minutes to achieve a lot. You got to get all this information into Tito's head so he can come back. We're going to have the same feature table after the break, by the way, everyone. So we will get to see Tito develop his game. But thanks again for your time.
That's really cool. I thank you guys. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure talking to you guys.
Thanks, Felipe.
Enjoy the rest of your time in Panama before you start bouncing around.
Yep. Let's go. I'm going to eat some Panamanian fish. Really good.
Fish.
I hope that's a reference to food.
What a surprise to find Felipe looking for fish in Panama. Just always working. So just under a minute left on this level. Gagnon been pretty quiet. Going to find himself pretty short. Just 11 big blinds right now. And again, remind you, we're going to stick with this table. I hope you're enjoying it. It's a nice dynamic, I think, especially now we have the huge chip leader, Igor Yaroshevsky, over $1 million. Nearly more than half his next best opponent on the feature table. There he is, still rocking the cardie. You still in the free roll, by the way?
Oh, God, no.
Oh, really? Okay.
I went broke on the hand that Felipe set down.
Oh, well, that's convenient. One more hand. Oh, he's taken the jacket off. Unbelievable.
Now, Tito's a big dude, but what I've noticed, his hands are enormous, and they're even bigger than you would expect for a man of his size.
Because I saw the fist pump earlier on, and James said about the fist pump, but actually it was just a fist comparison.
Oh,
that's what Holman's doing. Everyone goes up to Tito. It's something I've seen a lot, where they go up and they just hold their fist, and he goes, and you realize his fist is like about twice the circumference and height and width. It's
paper covers rock, unless you're playing against Tito Ortiz.
In which case, just rock just wins.
That would need to be one. That would have to be a piece of newspaper.
It would need to be like an A1 poster. Jack 5-3, 2 spades on board. This one was raised up by James Salmon. Been pretty quiet in the last level, to be honest with you, since he joined our feature table. Good lineup at the moment. I hope you're enjoying this. Don't forget, we've still got another level to bring you after this coming break. 2 more levels on the day. 20-minute break coming up. But right now, still action here. On the turn after the continuation from James, 8,000. Tito calling pretty quickly.
Sean McCarthy asked, will there be another PokerStars TV home game? This super fan was unable to play it last time. There was, Sean, until you sent that tweet 3 times and you ruined it for everyone. No pizza party, no home game.
I mean, we had a meeting, said if the same person asks 3 times, then we're going to cancel it. Otherwise, we were going to do it every 3rd day of the week.
You blew it, Sean.
You blew it. You've ruined it for everyone.
You blew it.
Nearly read out the hand in the free roll for a minute.
I've done that.
You know, I sort of just zoned out for a minute. I was just checking out the time on the clock, and then, well, we got 2 all-in players. No, that's just a free roll. That's just free roll. Oh, good. And there's a 5-minute break on the free roll as well. It's all coming together, kids.
Check, check.
Check, check. And I think Tito is good for this one. The ace-4.
High, good.
Ace high on the 5s. And that's a nice way to go. Not so good for James, but James is okay. 124,500.
I've been playing in this tournament. That's amazing. I literally won every hand, my last hand, every one of them.
How funny. Well, that's the way to go into a break. If you can win every single hand before the break, I'm saying you're doing something right. And that is how Tito Ortiz will finish this level. 3rd in chips. Massive stack, over $1 million for Igor Yaroshevsky. He is the chip boss. Tito in 3rd, Denis Timofeyev in the middle with $500,000. The short stack, still Samuel Gagnon, still short after being a bust-out bubble bonanza boy that just hung on forever. Kind of expected to be one of the guys that got out. But still hanging on. We're going to be at 2,500 5K with a 500 ante. Players are on a break. We're going to do the same thing. Join us in 20 minutes for more here from the PokerStars Championship Panama, live from Panama City.
And big shock, look who's got a hand.
Well, Torsten Brinkman should get some action here. He's going to 3-bet. This must be music to Brinkman's ears.
Freitas just 3-bet an under-the-gun razor. That's going to look pretty strong, but I'm not sure I can automatically give credence to a 3-bet from the... And big shock, look who's got a hand.
Well, Torsten Brinkman should get some action here. He's going to 3-bet. This must be music to Brinkman's ears.
Freitas just 3-bet an under-the-gun razor. That's going to look pretty strong, but I'm not sure I can automatically give credence to a 3-bet from the chip leader, especially remember his propensity to get it in with ace-4. Pretty rare to see someone lay down ace-king at this stage of the tournament to only 1 bet.
Brinkman's got the perfect size stack for it.
Whoa.
What happened there?
Tight fold.
He just laid down ace-king?
I mean, why even raise if you're going to fold to a re-raise? He had position and chips behind as well. Even when Freitas gets unlucky, he gets lucky.
I was about to say, Brinkman was in a perfect position to ship it, and then he folded? Did that really just happen?
That was terrible. It was a terrible fold.
And action is on the chip leader, Ivan Freitas. He's got 9s, and he raises under the gun to 245,000. A decision for Torsten Brinkman.
Freitas really hasn't gotten out of line too much today.
The decision is to fold. 5s for Eugene Unite.
Eugene's got about 25 big blinds behind. Not a lot of players are going to call and try to set mine with a stack like this, so this might be fold or all-in territory.
I'm all in. It's the latter. All his chips go across the line.
Freitas will have a decision to make, but he's got a couple of players to act before him.
Landvik gives up the button. And both blinds quickly muck.
Back to Freitas.
Counting out the chips for the call.
Freitas hasn't folded too often in these spots.
There's his wife. They're celebrating their wedding anniversary today.
I call.
He puts Unite at risk.
No. Pack 5, pack 9.
Unite looking to spike a 2-outer. Freitas is the 4-1 favorite to bust Eugene and become an even bigger chip leader.
There's PCA final tableist Bolivar Palacios.
And behind him, Umberto Brenes.
A lot of support for Ivan Freitas. A flop of 10 Queen 6. Unite still drawing to a 5.
Umberto somehow found his way up to the wives section.
Ace on the turn.
Unite still dead to a 5. Meanwhile, every poker fan in Latin America is somehow here and on their feet. Unite is down to 1 card, 2 outs, or it's checkmate for the chess master.
The river is a 6. Freitas consolidates his chip lead. A disappointing result for Eugene Unite. 6th place will earn him 250,000 euros.
Umberto!
Can anyone stop the freight train?
Everybody's really upset at him. They just everybody else is like, oh, this guy's unbelievable.
It's a really specific situation. I don't know what to say about it, but I didn't like it actually.
I called a bet on the flop. When the turn came 5, it went check, check.
River card, 6 of spades.
On the river, I put out a kind of small to medium bet, and my opponent postured for a while.
Hey, raise.
And then he said, okay, I raise. And he put out a call.
I'm sorry, I call.
What? He said raise. Thomas Krems has been called to the table.
I call.
Sorry, you announced raise.
No, speak English.
Everybody on the table saw what happened and everybody understood what happened.
Wow, you see that?
That was not a mistake.
The floor man came up and said, you know, this guy did this earlier in the tournament.
I think this is exactly the same situation as we
Wow, Freitas has got previous for this.
This is exactly the same move you had announced. I just share this information with you, okay?
He wasn't against the rules, but he did some mistake to make some kind of confusion on his opponent.
I believe we're looking at an angle shoot here.
Made a mistake by calling because I had a pretty strong hand with king queen, but I can pretty easily fold because I know he has a full house from his tell.
He makes the call. Freitas shows the full house.
Yeah. No, I know. I heard about this before the tournament started.
So ugly.
Ugly. Move was so dirty. Feel like I need a shower.
Nobody liked it for sure. Yeah, but it's poker.
Apparently, Ivan Freitas has shot the same angle multiple times in multiple tournaments. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, still shame on you. It's just messed up, man.
He's got Jack 9 off suit. Been folded to him on the button. He's raised it up to 250,000. The green and black chips are in play. They're worth 100,000 each.
Brinkman knows Freitas could be raising a pretty wide range from the button.
A raise.
He's going to 3-bet.
680.
Makes it a total of 680,000. Thomas Lenvi, a 6-9 offsuit.
Dominated in both spots.
So it's back on Freitas.
That's 6 million. I really think there's no shame in Freitas just letting this one go.
Instead, he calls in position, and we go to the flop. 5-3-10, all clubs. Both players with a club draw. Brinkman's got the nut club draw.
Brinkman was the last aggressor, and he's first to act.
680.
680,000 again, the same size as his 3-bet pre-flop.
Freitas has only got jack high, but he's also got a flush draw. Here come those new big chips.
It's a raise to 1.5 million.
Honestly, I think this is an ideal spot for Brinkman to get it in. Without the ace of clubs in his hand, it's pretty unlikely Freitas can call. Brinkman might have the best hand, which he does, and he's got flush and backdoor straight draws. Perfect spot to get it all in.
Call.
Instead, he decides to call. Well, what happens if he misses on the turn?
Exactly right, James. I think that may have been a misstep.
It's a 9 on the turn. Freitas takes a commanding lead.
Check.
And he shoves.
At this point, Brinkman has to fold.
Now he's thinking, why didn't I get it all in on the flop? Another victory for Ivan Freitas, who smashes the 10 million chip mark.
And then Freitas shows the, well, I'm not sure if he thought he was showing a bluff or a value bet.
Freitas with a stack of 11.5 million. Andre Danilyak has picked up 3s on the button.
And he's only got 15 big blinds.
All in.
He shoves.
Whoop.
1,785,000.
Decision on Ivan Freitas in the small blind. He's got ace-9.
Should be an easy call for Freitas. Danilyak could certainly be shoving worse than ace-9, and Freitas has got thrice the chips of the next closest player.
You are sleeping? Would you like to go home?
And you?
Yeah.
Ah, the universal language of poker.
I'm all in too.
That I understand.
Brinkman in the big blind. Will fold, so Ivan Freitas puts Andre Danilyak at risk.
Danilyak is the slight favorite, but I gotta tell you, no one's a favorite against Ivan the Terrible.
We're off to the races one more time. Okay, we've established who's got what. Let's steal the flop. Jack 7-10.
7-10 jack.
Safe flop, but Freitas picks up 4 more outs to a gut shot, so even though Danilyak dodged the flop, he's still a coin flip through the last 2 cards.
The Freitas fans are calling for an 8. It's a king.
Freitas is double gutted now, so he picks up 3 more outs. Danilyak's not nearly as big a favorite as he should be after dodging 4 cards, but he's got just 1 more left to dodge.
He needs to fade aces, queens, 9s, and 8s. It's an ace! Unbelievable! Freitas wins again. He eliminates Andre Danilyak in 4th place. The Russian will collect 400,000 euros.
And Ivan Freitas is an unstoppable rebel force.
Nine set of diamonds on the button for Freitas.
Definitely a raise.
350,000. Ace King.
Seems fairly obvious.
Surely Brinkman goes with this. Surely he shoves.
I'm all in.
I call.
And Freitas snaps like he's got aces.
Torsten Brinkman taking his time, pushing his chips in before Ivan Freitas inevitably runs him down.
Freitas does have 40% equity with his 9-10, but Brinkman is the favorite to get a double up.
And the better halves are anxiously awaiting this board to be run out.
Of course, if Freitas hits that board, as he has been known to do from time to time, it's over. And we have a champion here in Madrid. There's a 9 on the flop.
Torsten's now got to make a pair or he'll be runner-up, and Ivan Freitas will be our champion.
Torsten Brinkman needs an ace or a king. He needs it on the river, or Ivan Freitas will get the 1.5 million euros and the championship trophy. 6 outs for Brinkman. The river is a blank. Freitas has done it. The Venezuelan is the winner of the grand final in season 7 of the European Poker Tour. Brinkman gets 900,000 euros as the runner-up. But it's 1.5 million for Ivan Freitas, plus the trophy, the prestigious title, and that seat in the Champion of Champions tournament.
Andrew Chen is the favorite to double up.
And he needs that double up. Katai's got him on the ropes right now. The flop. It's king high. Katai takes the lead.
Gonna be tough to recover from that king.
Andrew Chen now at risk. An 86% chance that we have our champion here in Berlin. Davide Katai set to become the first ever Belgian EPT winner and the 5th ever Triple Crown winner. Andrew Chen needs an ace. He's got 3 outs. It's another king. It's over.
All right, everybody, let's give it up for Davide Katai, Triple Crown winner and EPT 8 Berlin champion.
I'm not surprised where I am. I always felt like I was going to be successful at whatever it was I did.
When you think of poker, most people think of Daniel Negreanu.
When I met Daniel, he was already a legend.
I think Daniel Negreanu is the most notable, most recognized, most famous poker player in the world. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Both my parents came to Canada with $5 in their pocket and really just worked their way up. My dad was my Superman. We just had a perfect, loving family.
Oh my God.
When he started having success, we knew that he was always going to be a winner.
In Toronto, I was a bull. I just pushed people around. And then I'd go to Vegas, this big, cocky 21-year-old, like, yo, I'm gonna bust everybody here. And no.
He ended up going broke. He learned a lot of lessons, having to start over again.
I'd started down a path of self-discovery and introspection.
You don't get to be the World Series Player of the Year without being astonishingly talented.
There was just something about him. It's unexplainable. When I hear people saying, I can't do this, I can't do that, I'm like, oh, really? Oh, man, do I want to shove this in your face.
He went through a phase where his kind of ego ran riot.
I win! I love nothing more than being under the lights, on center stage. This is my comfort zone. Sometimes I say things where I do cross the line, and on major issues, I stood alone. I mean, did anybody buy that that's all I had to say? No, I got a lot to say. But I'd rather be that kind of person than someone who has no opinion at all. To avoid criticism, say nothing, do nothing, and be nothing. And that's not the way I live my life.
Welcome back to Panama, hosting the second leg of the PokerStars Championship 2017. This is day 3 of the main event here at the Sortis Hotel Spa and Casino in Panama City. The bubble has burst. We are through the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. We have 2 more levels to play today, including this level.
Huzzah! Joe Stapleton on your screen, trying to make...
We always bring out the string band whenever Joe Stapleton appears on screen. The blinds going to 2,500, 5,000 with a 500 ante. And we have got the chip leader, Igor Gary Yarashevsky, on our main stage. Matt, he's moved over the $1 million mark.
I know, and he's also moved to our table. I can only tell you the joy I felt when I saw a new player coming in and saw all those chips arrive. I was like, justice, after yesterday being denied seeing him in action. Now we get our comeuppance.
We've also got the guy who is 2nd in chips, Denis Timofeyev, and the guy who is 5th in chips, Kenneth Smaron. Sorry, I thought
that's a different.
Sorry, I thought that was a typo. But no, Kenneth Smaron is not on the feature table. James Salmon is, as is Tito Ortiz. Now, Tito came into play today as one of the big stacks. He slipped slightly, but he's still got more than 300,000. He's got 62 big blinds. He's the 3rd biggest stack on the main stage. 48 players remaining from the 366 who started. Everyone's locked up a min cash of $7,720. The players are returning to their seats. We're going to get cards in the air very shortly. By the way, it's James Harskin with Matt Broughton.
Hello. Are you still in the free roll? Are you multitasking?
Oh, no.
No? Okay. Wow, for once I actually appear to be okay. Not for long, I'm sure. Don't forget, come find me if you're still in the free roll. Look out for Waster. There's a big bullseye on my name. $100. Still up for grabs.
So the clock is running. Here we go. Level 16, penultimate level of the day. How many do you reckon we're going to end the day with? I actually may have to revise my estimate, which was around the 30 mark at the start of play. But actually, no, maybe I think 18, 9 players per level. I think that's pretty doable.
Yes. I went for 25 when I was asked, but I hadn't really thought about it, to be honest. I just picked a number that smelled about right.
So here we go. A reminder, if you have just joined us, you can get in touch with the booth by tweeting using the hashtag PokerStarsTV. That's the timeline that we're monitoring here in Panama. Alternatively, if you're watching at twitch.tv/PokerStars, my friend and colleague Matthew Broughton will pick choice morsels from the endless stream of chat.
Being asked, did we get back to car keys yet? No, we were rather hoping you'd forgotten about that, and we'll probably just ignore you, even though I've just read it out. Don't come back to us on that.
So first hand back from the break, first hand of the new level. It's been folded to Andres Carrillo, and he is raising. A raise to 10,500, gets a fold from Tito Ortiz and from Denis Timoev. Round now to the big blind. Chip leader, Gary Yarashevsky.
Yeah, Track's asking, is this chip leader a good player or just lucky? I think he is a good player, with a hint of good luck, because poker sometimes needs a little bit of it.
Well, you mentioned, Matt, that he has not spent much time on the feature table. We brought him up to the main stage, or rather we brought his table to the main stage at the end of yesterday, and he got balanced off within 5 hands.
Yeah.
But our man on the floor, Paul, has been watching all the tables, and he's been watching Gary play over the last 2 days, and he said he is relentless aggression. Since he built up a decent stack, he has just piled on the pressure on his opponents and has just built, and built. Wow. Hence, he's the first player to move over the million mark. I mean, he's got nearly a 2-to-1 lead over the second biggest stack in the tournament.
Yeah. Well, that's good for us, let's be honest. It's not much fun for the players at the table that run into him, but for us watching, that's the kind of aggro action that we do like. Keeps things certainly moving at a blistering pace.
So first hand of the new level, and it's a 3-bet from Yaroshevsky. Carrillo facing that re-raise.
The thing is, you're meant to avoid the chip leaders, but if they play every single hand, how can you?
Now, early doors, we saw, as we approached the bubble, a lot of interesting pots played between Denis Timofeyev and Tito Ortiz. It was the Tito-Timo show. But now that Tito has dropped down a little bit, I imagine we might see an interesting dynamic between Yaroshevsky and Timofeyev.
Yeah. I mean, especially if players are going to be, like, picking their spots very, very carefully, is that you think if nobody fancies taking on Igor or Denis, then it's going to be down to those two to just crash into each other.
Yes.
I mean, obviously the table draw as well, the fact that it'll be Denis on the button when it's Igor's big blind, and don't know if that will make certain car crashes just unavoidable.
Action here is on Samuel Gagnon, a Canadian who's been on the feature table since the start of play on day 3. He passes. He is the low man at the table with a sub-10 big blind stack.
Yeah, been very patient. I mentioned this before the break. He was kind of one of the guys I expected that as soon as we hit the bubble would just get his chips into action, but it's still just hanging on, nursing the real short stack.
Mikhail Zamyatin on the button. He passes as well.
I think Trinity is calling from the Nebuchadnezzar if you want to go back into the real world, by the way, James.
This is a raise from Gary in the small blind. James Salmon has around 20 big blinds. He lets this one go. And that's 2 in a row for Yaroshevsky. He has a lot of blue chips, which are the biggest chips in play. They are worth 5,000 each. The reds are 1,000. The purples are 500. $210 big blinds for our chip leader.
That is pretty crazy. Action is going to be on the short stack. Samuel.
So average stack right now is around 230,000.
Right.
Which is just south of the 50 big blind mark. So I would expect to see a handful of eliminations this level, but not too many. After yesterday's carnage,
yeah,
and after the usual ebb and flow, which is tight towards the bubble and then crazy after the bubble, we have pretty much been on pace where we normally are in a main event.
Agreed.
Wow, he folded. He does have a fold button.
What? Oh, man. Ace-Jack versus Ace-9. Oh! Sorry, I got out-flopped. A 9 came down, and then I hit my jack on the river. Still in the free roll. Over 10K now. Come get some.
Meanwhile, there is an all-in.
Well, do you know what? Yeah, but it's so slow. Look at my one. Bing, bong, bang. Called the action, hand over. How's yours going? We've still got these physical chips. So annoying, aren't they?
Well, I think we're seeing a fold here from Timofeyev, and Salmon's shove nets him that pot. And yes, thank you, John Delano on Twitter. Hashtag PokerStars TV. We are well aware that the Matrix franchise is being rebooted, and it depresses us all.
What a dreadful, dreadful. Just leave it alone. Just leave it.
Leave it.
Put it down. You want to remake Ocean's 11? Fine. Good story. The original was imperfect. What do you think you're going to do with the Matrix that isn't going to get you absolutely attacked? Why would you do that? Why would you take that project on? I mean, you're just asking for trouble, aren't you?
Andres Carrillo first to speak. An under the gun raise, methinks.
Yeah, he's not been super busy since he got to our feature table, so no reason to think this is anything other than the obvious range in that spot.
13,500. Wow, Gary really wants to contest every pot, doesn't he? Lets this one go, as does Salmon. Rounds the blinds. Roman Pavliuk in the small. Passes. And now Samuel Gagnon in the big. He also folds. So raise and take it for a guy who, as we mentioned earlier, won the Panama main event when it was part of the Latin American Poker Tour, and also won a side event here during this championship festival.
Impressive.
A reminder, if you want to look at side event results, if you want updates from the outer tables, chip counts from the main event, PokerStarsblog.com, and give the guys a follow on Twitter as well. It's in the top left-hand corner of your screen. At PokerStarsblog is their handle. Make sure you follow us as well, at PokerStars TV. The official home of all of our TV shows and live streams, plus the Poker in the Ears podcast, which we will be recording tomorrow, Matt, the in-vision version.
Yep.
Poker in the Ears and Eyes. And there's a very good chance that Tito will be on that show if he survives the day.
Don't you jinx it.
Zamyatin raises to 12,000. Round to Carrillo in the big.
Man, Samuel Gagnon gonna have to get something going sooner. He's just gonna blind away, and he's gonna find himself called in pretty much all seats by the time he finally gets his last 5 or 6 big blinds in.
So Carrillo defends, heads up to a king 8-6 flop. 2 hearts on board. Continuation bet from Mikhail, which gets a quick fold from Andres. Talking of people called Andres, during the break, Matt, I was introduced to the gentleman who will be our super fan on this week's podcast. He is actually a player who's had some success in this part of the world. Andres Korn, he's from Argentina. If you're watching the stream yesterday, during the breaks, we showed Nacho Barbero's famous back-to-back victories on the LAPT. The first table that he won, the first tournament he won rather, was in Punta del Este back in 2010. And the player who I think finished third in that tournament, who was eliminated by Nacho, was Andres Korn. And he is coming on the podcast tomorrow as the super fan.
Superb. It's all coming together. It's one of those magical times where the stars align and everything goes smoothly.
So hopefully you'll be able to see the in-vision version during the breaks on the live stream. If not on the penultimate day, then certainly on the final day. And of course, the audio version will be available a few days later via iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud, all the places you normally consume it. Subscribe now, subscribe now, subscribe now.
That's not really quite as subliminal as you're probably imagining it is. I'm still missing the fact that I can't really listen to it anymore because I already know what's on it. You've ruined my... I went to the gym this morning and thought, what shall I listen to? Ruined.
So you don't have the temptation to listen to yourself?
No, I don't have... I think that's called Joe Stapletoning it. No, I don't really think I'll listen back to it.
To be fair to Joe, he rarely watches or listens back to anything he does.
There I was on my rowing machine, because of course I have to row when overseas now.
I feel guilty. I felt I was personally responsible for your rowing machine being sold.
No, it was a handy catalyst to force me to do something that I've been kind of half-arsewardly approaching. Do get the last few episodes of Poker in the Ears if you'd like to know what we're talking about.
Obviously, I imagine you expected rather the sale and eventual collection of said rowing machine to be a lot easier than it actually was. Again, as detailed on a recent episode of the podcast. So an under-the-gun raise here from Zamyatin, and Gary looks interested.
He always looks interested. He's hungry. He hasn't won a pot in minutes now. Oh, no, he won the last one. But, you know, it wasn't much of a pot, was it? So
it's a raise and take it.
Well,
it's not as interesting as 3-betting an under-the-gun raiser.
That's the free prawn crackers you get when you sit down at the table. That's not even a starter for Gary.
So he's re-raised to 30,000. Action now on Salmon. And he's moving all in. 4-bet jam alert. The all-in is 137,500. Around to the blinds. Tito Ortiz folds the small. Denis Timofeyev gives up the big. Action back on the original raiser. Mikhail Zamyatin.
Yeah, he's got an awkward stack. He must be wondering if this was a wise move, unless he just gets it all in here.
So no insta-fold from Zamyatin, thinking about this, knowing that he still has the chip leader to act behind him. Meanwhile, we just saw the field tick down to 46. Don't forget, we still have to eke this thing out over 3 more days. Make sure you join us tomorrow and on Sunday and on Monday for live coverage from the PokerStars Championship main event here in Panama.
You know, normally we have like really long levels and then short breaks. Maybe if we just switch it and make the breaks like twice as long as the levels? I'm just throwing it out there. Don't feel you have to make a decision just now, but
I mean, Zamyatin strikes me as a reasonably solid player. If he's raising under the gun out of that stack, I don't believe he has nothing. But equally, when there's a 3-bet behind you and then a 4-bet shove and it's all into call.
Yeah, I mean, Igor, you'd imagine, because he is so aggro, you don't think too much about his re-raise, but that all-in from James Salmon, super strong.
So Zamyatin calls, Yaroshevsky folds. It's ace-king against queens. It is the classicest of all races.
I'm surprised about the duel with the queens. I mean, I know it looks strong from James, but because of how aggro Igor is. Anyway, here we go.
Queens at risk, but safe after the flop. Salmon looking for an ace or a king. Bear in mind that if he does lose this flip, he'll be left with only 6K.
Ooh.
Just over one big blind.
No.
Picks up one additional out. Either the case 9 or an ace or a king is needed for Salmon to eliminate Zamyatin. 7 cards for the Russian to fade on the river. Which is a king. Salmon gets there and Zamyatin
That's what usually happens too. And then when you're about ready to get up.
is out.
You know about that.
Ugh.
Obviously, Claris is going to verify the stacks, but yes, as we suspected, Zamyatin is covered by Salmon, and he is gone. And that's going to take us down to 45 players in the Panama main event. So he cashes for a little bit more than a min cash. Everyone's now locked up 9,780 bucks.
Nice. Yeah, got a little way to go before that pay jump again. 31st to be achieved before anyone gets any more than the 978.
So seat open at the feature table. And obviously as other players are eliminated and tables are broken, we see those seats filled. The table we have up here on the main stage is table 2, so no chance of this one breaking today. New players will join us. The only way we'd lose anyone off the stage is if they were eliminated or if we need to balance one of the other tables.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time, so you know.
No.
Keep it down, yeah. I'm blinding away in the free roll, by the way. Good luck. Got a lot of people chatting to me. That's very nice. Thank you very much for following me and attempting to end my game. Good luck, everyone. Good luck.
So action here is on Gagnon. He is all in. Glass triangle of death for the Canadian, please.
Well, he has been patient. Let's hope that he doesn't just have sat here for 2 hours to immediately get clonked out.
She started to grab the all-in button for you. Oh, no, I said nice. You can do it. 33. Oh, for me saying that he was all in. Oh, I better be careful.
I was playing with the guy before I got here, and the same thing happened, and he was like, all in. Like a question. Right, and then it was binding.
Yaroshevsky calls out of the big blind, putting Gagnon at risk. 7-8 against Jack 6. It's a very small shove. Obviously, Gary felt priced in with pretty much any 2 cards. He has got live cards and 41% equity. As things stand, Gagnon roughly a 60% favorite here to double up. Jack high, currently the best hand.
This is, however, poker, which many of you will be very familiar with.
Well, I tell you one thing. Gagnon does not want to turn a pair.
12 outs, it's kind of very, very achievable.
Open-ended straight draw for Yaroshevsky, plus both of its cards alive as well. Gagnon now a significant favorite. Still 12 outs for the Ukrainian. A 6, 7, 8 or jack eliminates Gagnon. It's a king on the river, and he doubles up.
Patience rewarded. Still only at 14 big blinds, but at least now that is meaningful with one more double up.
I'll tell you what, Matt, since we came back from break, Tito has been much quieter and much calmer. During the break, our man on the floor caught up with Mr. Ortiz.
Okay, so we're deep into the main event, 48 players left. How are you feeling?
Feel good. I feel energized. It just, you get a little nervous when Igor sits down and you look at the stack he has, and he has only like 5 times, but I got to make sure I keep playing right.
I see you're rocking the green sunglasses. It's St. Patrick's Day. You trying to channel the luck of the Irish today?
Yeah, of course. I got a little Irish in me, so why not? It is St. Patty's Day. Let's make it a lucky day. I'm excited.
You've been battling a lot with the guy to your left, Dennis. How's it been playing against him?
It's hard to read him. I got to stop checking to him. I won't check to him again. I can't check to him. I got to bet against him because every time I check to him, he goes over on top of me. And then it's like, but he's making me an honest player. I mean, I'm learning a little bit from it. And from the beginning, I was taking a lot of chips from him. And I kind of started realizing what some of the things that he was doing. But then vice versa, he started figuring me out a little bit, and he started doing the same thing to me. So it's
Okay. Well, back at the feature table, Carrillo's raise called by Salmon out of the big blind. It's an 8-7 deuce flop. 2 diamonds. Looks like a continuation bet from Carrillo. 14,000. And that's a call from Salmon. This hand goes to the turn, which is the deuce of hearts, pairing the board. On the bet on the turn gets the job done for Carrillo, and he adds 33k to his stack. Something we haven't had a chance to talk about, Matt, either on the podcast or on the live stream from here in Panama, is the All-Stars, because it's happened quite quickly. You may have seen there was a blog post on the PokerStars blog about a week ago announcing this, and it's starting in April. It's starting really soon. This is basically a promotion which is going to see some of the best cash players on PokerStars taking part in a month-long league. 2 tiers, the kind of higher stakes players in the All-Stars bracket, the lower stakes players in the Masters bracket, basically being able to play for a month at rake-free tables with $100,000 in added prize money. So the idea is they're playing against each other, and okay, that's a big ask because we know that good players don't necessarily like to play against good players, but there's no rake at the tables, and crucially, the best performing players during that month-long period are going to win a slice of that 100k.
I imagine the Railbirds will be quite happy with that as well.
So yeah, if you want to read more about All-Stars, head to the PokerStarsblog.com. I think it was a corporate blog post about it. Meanwhile, we're going to get back to the action here because we've seen a raise from Timofeyev, which has been called by Salmon. Pavliuk with the decision in the big blind. And he's going to 3-bet. And you know what? I do take raises from this guy seriously. I know one shouldn't stereotype, but...
Well, also, I mean, we have had a fair few hours of experience of him, so it's not just because he's one of the more senior players.
Yeah.
He has mostly been playing to type, I'm afraid. You
Well,
know, it's,
there was that hand during the last level, Matt, where obviously Tito Ortiz was facing that all-in from Pavliuk on the river, and it was like 50-odd K into 200K, and you're thinking, wow, Tito's getting an amazing price on this call, but when that guy moves all in, I think you even have to consider folding 2 pair in that spot. It felt so much like a set.
yeah, yeah. I mean, what I always hope in these scenarios is when we've kind of come to these conclusions, perhaps, is I really hope that actually the guys really worked hard to make us feel that way, and
Yeah.
he's going to completely utilize and get full leverage out of that.
It did also, what I think informed my thinking about that hand was Pavliuk's body language as well. I mean, you look at the guy, he's quite
Yeah.
stoic, and during that hand after shoving the river, he seemed to be trying very hard to be looking concerned.
Yeah, looking a bit twisted and turned here, yeah. And as Joe said, some of the older chaps, they do love a bit of the old, no, I guess I go all in then.
True that.
True that. With your blessing, I'd like to give something away, James Harskin.
Let's do that. Let's just see how this hand plays out, because I feel we could see a tangling of the 2 biggest stacks of the table here. Timofeyev has raised from the hijack, but Gary is counting out a 3-bet. He's dropped below the million mark, mind you.
Oh.
Now he only has 200 big blinds.
I mean, that's the problem with No Limit Hold'em. Just like that, you can go from, you know, from 200 big blinds down to a sub 200 big blind stack.
So a 3-bet to 38,000. That is quite chunky.
Chunky.
Gagnon in the big blind. Fold, so back on the Russian. And he passes. And that is going to see Gary move back above the million mark.
I was starting to worry there. Just during that street, I thought he might be losing it here.
So Yaroshevsky actually playing 203 big blinds, if you like to be precise. Meanwhile, news reached us from the floor that there has been another elimination. It is Steve O'Dwyer. No luck of the Irish on St. Patrick's Day for Steve O'Dwyer here in Panama. Scores just over a min cash, $9,780. He is out, taking us down to 44 players.
I think it's the distance, the luck of the Irish. It takes a long while to get here.
You say that, but considering what day it is, you'd think that he'd be able to channel
Well, I mean, it'll be so annoying if it suddenly gets here at about, you know, sort of 7 o'clock tonight. He'll be sitting there having dinner, and all of a sudden somebody buys him a free bottle of champagne. It's like, no, I needed it much earlier on, much earlier on. Raise and take it, easy peasy. So I'd like to give away a dealer button.
Ooh.
As we play the first PokerStars Championship Panama edition of Matt Brown, as you couldn't possibly know and will never get it. However, James, you are cut out of this game, because you are probably the only person on the planet that actually might get the answer to this.
This is interesting.
This is interesting.
I'm intrigued.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm not going to do any spoilers.
That's all right. You're welcome to write down your attempt answer. So, something happened in my room that led me to have to delve into my Sesame Street Spanish, and I had to leave a 3-word message on a piece of paper for housekeeping. What was it? There's absolutely no chance that none of you could possibly know this, and you'll probably never get it, but we'll gradually step through it. I'm keeping an eye on Twitter. Don't forget, tag your tweets, PokerStars TV. I'm also keeping an eye on Twitch. I've already got the little app up that will, if anyone gets it right. James, you've absolutely nailed the scenario, but what I'm looking for is 3 Spanish. What was my message that I had to do? I had to go into my Sesame Street Spanish to leave a message for housekeeping because I previously left a message in English about how my flip-flops are broken, and they just thought it was rubbish and cleared it up. I don't think they speak English.
So are you asking people entering this contest to actually answer in Spanish?
Yes. 3 words.
And hang on, and at which platform are we running this competition on?
Across all
Wow,
all
so
platforms.
you're monitoring both Twitch and Twitter?
Well, Twitch is easy because I've set up this little app that actually is going to look for the exact words.
Okay.
So that is easy. People are going, do not disturb. Vamos, vamos, vamos. No, don't forget, this is going to be 3 Spanish words. And they're going to be the sort of thing I would have learned as a child off Sesame Street. So it's not don't use toilet or flush the toilet. I mean, if you want to enter those as possible answers, you're going to have to come back to me with the Spanish.
By the way, are you impressed that I snap-called what the situation
You
was?
did.
Because I have been going on about it
You
for the
had.
last 5 days.
Well, that's why I said I didn't want you in. I mean, the thing is, oh, you're not, Spanish isn't one of yours, is it? You're
No,
all right
it's not.
with, right, okay.
Oh, got an all-in.
Oops.
Meanwhile, we've lost another couple of players. We've dropped down to 42 in the main event as Gagnon shoves for 61,500 at the feature table. So remember, people entering the competition, and I'm directing this specifically at Alan and Francesca on Twitter. Matt wrote a note in Spanish. What were the 3 Spanish words that he wrote to the housekeeping staff here at the Sortis Hotel, Spa and Casino?
Put it this way, one of the words you need has actually appeared a couple of times. Again, this is one that it's going to be a bit of a detective story that we gradually work our way through. At one point, we'll reveal exactly what the issue was that I had to deal with. Again, don't forget, people complaining that this is a silly competition. Yes, you're absolutely right. There's absolutely no way that any of you could know what it was, and you'll probably never get it. That's the idea.
Action here has been folded around to Tito Ortiz, and he is raising to 10,000. It's a tough situation for Tito. He's now got both Timofeyev and Gary to his direct left. I mean, if one of them doesn't call him, the other one will, and sure enough, Yaroshevsky defends his big blind. At least it wasn't a 3-bet this time. It's a crunchy flop. Queen 7-5. Wow. Gary checks. Tito bets big. Gary folds. And Tito shows 2 red kings. I can understand why he wanted to shut that hand down completely.
Yeah.
I had to do something before those clubs didn't turn bad for me.
Good suggestions coming in. Donde este tipi? No, it wasn't a Beavis and Butthead, but it's tipi for my bunghole. It's not no hablan español. But again, that is a good idea. Cafe por favor, that would have been what? That could have happened. That could have been a situation I found myself in my room.
It's not really an emergency situation, though, is it?
It was, well, we'll unravel a little bit. It was me wanting to draw the attention of housekeeping to something that perhaps was dangerous. Something had occurred, and I thought I need to let them know that they need to be aware. If you used to watch Sesame Street, an owl was involved. That's the flying bird, an owl. I know that doesn't help you at all. That's such a specific clue. Oh, Tuan's on. I knew if I thought, you know, I don't think we've heard from Tuan in 48 hours. I thought as soon as I do a competition, Tuan will be up going, oh, Matt. Don't forget this. This is not meant to be, like, this isn't a classic quiz. It's just a bit fun, just a bit of fun.
Well, Tito did not raise this time. He limped in the cutoff. It's Timofeyev who's raised from the button. And now Yaroshevsky is considering his options from the small blind. That is a call. Still got James Salmon to act in the big blind. He's folded, so back on Tito. Do you really want to tangle with these two guys? Out of position, or rather sandwiched between them?
The thing is, this is just like the worst situation for Tito, because he's probably the most likely player at the table to kind of not get bored, but want to be involved. And he's just got these two monster stacks around the table from him. He's going to have to just be so unfairly patient.
Oh, wow. So having originally limped, Tito now re-raises. He's just thrown out a 4-bet. But bizarre sizing. 30,000.
Yeah, we were having this conversation with Felipe Ramos saying it's one of the interesting things is that Tito's instincts are often good, but his bet sizing is just very unusual for most of the situations that he's making moves in. So if he's hoping to achieve something with this, a lot of the time it's kind of a little bit skew-if.
A 3-bet rather than a 4-bet. My bad, of course. Timofeyev, the original raiser after Tito limped. But crucially, this is a sign from Tito, I guess, that he was trying to trap. Very interesting hand. Oh. By pulling back that original bet, I do think we're going to see a 4-bet from the Russian. Look at that. A fistful of blue, a quick fold from Yaroshevsky. Action back on Tito. The 4-bet from Timofeyev is to 80,000. I mean, this just could be a cooler. It could just be two monster hands.
Yeah, Sammy Ace is saying this is really bizarre sizing. What's he trying to accomplish? We just don't know right now.
Well, unless he was trying to induce, but as I said, whilst I think Timofeyev is more than capable of making some moves, I figure he probably is strong, and I guess Tito not as strong as perhaps we thought he was.
Well, I can tell you there's an answer that is not correct, but it's going to take us in the right direction.
Okay.
Firstly, Sean McCarthy has said owl in shower, but in Spanish. Well, you've got two of the elements, but we'll come to that. Steve Harvey is saying hoy un peligro. One of those words might be right. James, let's talk more. Let's tell people. We had a conversation the first day I got here, and we were talking about what an amazing venue, what an incredible hotel room.
Yeah, and the rooms come with very nice bathrooms which have walk-in showers, wet rooms, which I'm a big fan of. I love the kind of walk-in wet room. There is just one small issue with the wet rooms here.
Yeah.
The drainage, not great. And should you be in the shower for an extended period of time, you know, let's just say your feet tend to disappear below the water.
Yes. So this was something James said to me. I took a shower. I didn't have a problem. The next day, I had a problem. A little bit more information for you there. So what was the message again that I left? 3 words I learned off Sesame Street. What message did I leave for my housekeeping? Can I give you a little bit more?
Timofeyev has raised to 10,000 here. Round to the blinds. Just Pavliuk still to act.
Oh man, Twitch, sorry to interrupt. Twitch getting really close. Don't forget, I don't speak Spanish. This is like real simple stuff that I got off Sesame Street. Think about that. But you're getting very close, everyone.
Roughly halfway through this level, 41 players remaining from the 366 who started. Still one level to play after this, of course, before day 3 is in the books.
11 players to go till we hit your magic number. Snagger's coming with the drains blocked. That is not Spanish necessarily. I could be wrong. I'm not familiar enough with the language, but I've got a feeling what you've said there is something that's English. So again, come back to me on that one. Somebody else is saying, I thought this was an English stream. What on earth has gone on with chat? We're just stretching our hands across the nations.
Well, that was raise and take it for Timofeyev once again. Obviously, we've lost quite a few players today, pretty much half the field. Let's take a look around the room, Matt, and who is still in the PokerStars Championship Panama main event. Some of the faces that you may recognize, including this guy, Davide Katai, winner in Berlin back in 2012. Adrian Alan was the runner-up to Jan Bendik in Monte Carlo last year.
Are you actually going to say that?
Of the high roller contingent, we still have JC Alvarado, plus Jason Kuhn. Talking of Jasons, Mr. Wheeler still has chips, a decent-sized stack by the looks of things. There is Captain Caveman, Byron of that ilk. And that's Pablo Gordillo. He is the guy who won the Sunday Kickoff, the Sunday Storm, and the Bigger 55 in one day back in 2014.
I think I might have broken Twitch.
Oh, no.
Everyone's having a nice time, though. It's the most strangest Twitch I think we've ever had. Twitter's looking pretty weird as well, let's be honest.
Has anyone actually got even close?
Yes. Yes. The only thing people are... I picked Sean. He says, peligro, which is like warning, danger. But then he's gone, drainage obstruido. Now, I'm pretty sure he's made that up. Or maybe that is Spanish for the drains are obstructed. But don't forget, the key thing here was that these are 3 words that I picked up from Sesame Street. I'm going to help you out further.
But Sean is thinking along the right lines.
He is thinking on the right lines. And in fact, I can tell you that the first of the 3 words is peligro. The thing about the owl, there used to be one of the cartoons on Sesame Street.
I don't remember this. I mean, I was a huge Sesame Street fan as a kid.
Right, an owl would fly along,
right,
and it would stop, and there'd be like a hole in the road and a barrier, and it would land on the barrier and turn to the camera and go, peligro. And then it would take off, and there might be an electric line that had dropped on the floor, and it would land, and it'd go, peligro. And it would fly to all these things.
That sounds creepy.
But the funny thing was my sister, who's a bit thick, thought that this was teaching us the word for owl. So she just thought that peligro was owl. I'm like, why would they keep putting this owl in such dangerous situations if that was it? So it starts with peligro. What might I have been trying to get my housekeeper to say? I went, warning, something, something. You're very, oh my God, people are just so close. Don't forget, this isn't going to be fantastically constructed Spanish. It's just me trying to use some words I know to get a message across. You're watching PokerStars TV. Do you know, I can't read them all out. I would love to bring some of the dreadful ones where people are clearly just making up what they think might be Spanish words. There are some people that just really, really badly want this dealer button.
Well, a short while ago, we showed you some of the better-known faces remaining in the field. Something we like to call the live stream curse, because there is Adrian Alan, frozen in time, exiting the arena behind Juan, because Alan has just been eliminated in 41st place. That means we are down to 5 tables, just 40 players remaining. And yes, thank you, producer Chris. I know I said that we'd lose 9 players a level, and we've already lost 7 in half a level. Yes, I appreciate that with Adrenaline going out, that's 8 in half a level. I may have been a little bit off with my predictions, but there's no need to rub it in.
Oh, producer. Everyone, you're getting the first 2 words right most of the time. Starts with peligro. That's the first word. It's like that Mastermind. Everyone used to play that Mastermind in the 70s and 80s. Very popular guessing game where you were told how many you had right, but how many were in the wrong place.
It's a game with little coloured
That's
balls,
it.
right?
Yeah, yeah. Gonna have to help you out, kids, because you're just not getting close. So the first word was peligro. The second word was water. So what was I going to tell someone? Peligro, agua.
Syngas.
No.
Oh. 10-9-4 all diamonds on the flop here. It's Yaroshevsky against Tito Ortiz. Gary raised it pre to 14,000. Tito 3-bet to 25,000. Gary called but folds to Tito's bet on the flop. So Tito currently playing just shy of 325k. Average stack right now, 275k. We are now playing above a 50 big blind average. So things could, and this is me keeping everything crossed and willing this to happen, things could slow down for the second half of this level. And this is just a general desire from my point of view to not have a day where we're literally playing 2 levels.
Yeah.
You know, what I would like is for us to maybe come back tomorrow with 30 players, play down to 16 or 15, but be able to like play decent length days. I appreciate best intentions and all that.
We've got a right answer. The only problem is it's a member of staff. It's the Ideation and Innovations Manager.
Members of staff are excluded from competitions, I'm afraid.
But at least, boys and girls, if you know who that is, the only correct answer, it has been said once in the chat.
Is this on Twitch or on Twitter?
This is on Twitch. It has been passed once. Oh, no.
Yeah, we've got a new player at the feature table, by the way. We have got Jose Moran Guzman sat between Timofeyev and Yaroshevsky. He has not got a lot of chips. 12 big blinds, and in that particular spot, he was shoved on by Timofeyev, small to big. By the way, I'm going to make it clear, I would not have left any sign at all.
Really?
Your problem, you sort it out.
The thing is,
I actually would have rung the front desk.
I did go down to the front desk, but it went. I was having the shower, and I turned around, and it overflowed out of the shower area.
Which is what I feared.
All across the bathroom. It started creeping around the door into the hallway. It had really gone to town. So I had to quickly get every single towel I could find and make it into like sandbags, basically.
This is a bit like the story we told on the podcast of the Sandy incident in Monte Carlo when Sandy left the bathroom running and then had to call the front desk and said, "Can I have a new room because mine's a bit wet?"
Right. Okay. I'm gonna roll the dice. How do I roll the dice now? Oh no, I can't give it to you. Give me a number, James, between 1 and 6.
3.
Right, that's Rogor. Rogor. Right, boys and girls, thanks for playing. You had way more fun with it than I really thought you would. So I can tell you now that the answer I left was peligro, agua aquí.
So danger, there is water here, effectively.
That's what I was going
Okay.
for. And I can tell you it was randomly done. Davina Dar has said there were a lot of people answered straight after me. You actually, when I did the random roll, you also won a second time.
Stop slow rolling her.
Sorry. I'll make it up to you. Don't know how. Rogor, you are our winner on Twitch. Not entirely sure how I get in touch with you. I've not really had a Twitch winner before. I wasn't really expecting that, but well done. Send me a message, and I'll work that out. Apologies to all the other guys. You were right, but you just weren't lucky.
Anyway, it's good to know I'm not the only one whose shower doesn't drain. By the way, we have got three-way action here. Timofeyev was the pre-flop aggressor after Tito just limped. And we've gone three-way to the turn, and this is a delayed continuation bet from Timofeyev after everyone checked the flop. Gary deciding whether to call. Looks like he's counting out a raise here. Loads of them blue chips. Smitty, stop trying your luck. Quite frankly, with everything going on here, you're lucky you've got main event coverage. Don't start asking for high roller coverage. It is a raise. Yaroshevsky makes it 95,500. That gets rid of Tito. Action back on Timofeyev. You're not going to get no reads off Gary.
No, there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing coming out there. Don't even waste your time looking at him. A lot of checking is my instinct from that recap.
Well, yeah, the limp from Tito started the hand, then the button raise from Timofeyev, called by both Yaroshevsky and Ortiz, checked around on the flop. The bet from Timofeyev on the turn, raised by Yaroshevsky, and that raise wins him the pot and sees him boost his chip lead, not just at this table, but also in the tournament. 210 big blinds near enough for the Ukrainian.
Super scary.
Pressure, pressure, pressure. Build them stacks. Well, don't forget, we recently announced an additional stop on the PokerStars Championship. Wasn't part of the original schedule, but between Monte Carlo and Barcelona at the end of May, your chance to play in the biggest poker tournament ever held in Russia, taking place at the Sochi Casino and Resort. The festival runs from the 20th to the 31st of May, 30 events, and you can qualify now on PokerStars for a seat in the main event, which has a guarantee of nearly $2.6 million. Just search for Sochi in the tournament lobby. So it's Timofeyev who's raised here to 12,000. And I think it's a raise and take it. For a moment, I thought that Tuan had as his profile picture on Twitter a shot of him and you, but actually it was Griffin Bencher.
Griffin, yeah, I did lean over thinking, I don't remember having a selfie with Tuan.
And just to be clear, I don't actually think you and Griffin look alike. It's not the classic all men with glass and beards look the same, but Twitter avatars are quite small.
Yes, yes.
But Tuam said that he loved the home game-like atmosphere of the Twitch and Go that we had in the Bahamas. Will we have one at another stop soon? Might be planning something similar for Monte Carlo, possibly, maybe. Appreciate that game was very popular. But as far as our coverage here in Panama is concerned, we're sticking to the main event. Trying to keep it simple, people.
Yeah, honestly. I know this looks just incredibly easy to just roll these things out, but let's just take it one thing at a time, right? Undersea Monkey is sitting down for his cash game and to finally join us on PokerStars TV. Has it been carnage?
I mean, the post-bubble bust-out bonanza was pretty chaotic. I should say, Undersea Monkey, you've missed the best part of the day because the bubble was pretty meaty.
You've missed an awful lot of Tito. I mean, I know we've got a lot of Tito fans, and Undersea Monkey, if you are a Tito fan, you blew it.
I mean, Tito is still comfortably sitting on 300k. He's above average.
Certainly slowed down after the break, just reeled things in a bit.
I heard the words all in. I see a glass triangle. Number 5 opened. Yaroshevsky 3-bet. The shove from Salmon is for nearly 250,000. Gary lets it go.
In through the window has said, are you sure, Matt, that the answer wasn't taps and hinges? Good memory.
Wow.
Good memory. Wow.
That is a throwback to Deauville 2015.
Wow. Good memory. Considering how random and nonsensical my competitions are, to remember any of them, I can't remember what the one was I did a minute ago about Spanish, so good going in through the window.
I remember the taps and hinges from a service station between Calais and Deauville on a journey that Matt and I still reminisce about to this day, and Joe is desperate to wipe from his memory.
Wakes up in the middle of the night screaming, remembering that awesome trip that me and James had with Joe in the back.
Oh, this is interesting. Under the gun +1, Tito throws out a raise to 35,000. This is a 7x raise.
Yeah, very funny because I've just been asked by one mark, what are the blinds? We're at 2,500, 5,000 with a 500 ante, so very unusual. We've already said about his bet sizing into pots, but just to open things up, his early position, but question mark, question mark, question mark.
Well, he's been called, and Gary's going to play this flop against Tito in position. Queen, Jack, 7.
I mean, the good news is that I guess that a lot of those, the sort of hands you might want to put Tito on to make such a big raise in early position. Jacks and Queens got to be in amongst those hands.
65,000, the continuation bet.
Into 81.
I mean, it is a cliche, but when someone makes a big raise pre-flop, it's so often with a hand like Jacks, which you just hate playing post-flop, and then you hit gin, and you're like, yes, value.
Well, that's really about as good as it could go on, because I thought much the same. No, don't keep showing things. Lee Jones will be, what do you have, aces? Aces.
I don't like the bluff. Both were cheaters.
1, well, don't show. And 2, what?
I should have went a little less. He's king? You're supposed to call me then.
I can only say right now, I'm just glad you're not Lee Jones, because I would have had my arms and legs punched. He would have thrown himself around the room, flailing and wailing. Swan Grant is asking me, any players here this week that were at the Bahamas? Yes, plenty. Some of our qualifiers even. our serial spin and go qualifiers. We profiled them a little bit earlier on, I think towards the end of the last level, and we had at least, which one was it? It was Adrian Gruber, the guy, the Nando's manager. He qualified for the Bahamas. So as well as some of the superstars, just some of our qualifying guys. Sadly, Adrian Gruber is out, but I know we keep banging on about these spin and go qualifiers, but it's just such an amazing way to get here.
In the front, there's a purple chip. Oh, purple chip amongst the blue chips.
$10 into a trip out to Panama. Anyone? A trip out to Bahamas? Anyone? You know, that's the way to qualify. And without being mean about it, if you don't really rate your game beyond like a recreational player and you're worried about sitting in the big satellites and playing hardcore tournaments, spin and go, it's fun anyway. If you don't manage to bink one of the tickets, you're probably still going to do okay for yourselves. By the way, guys, the people that were involved in the competition that sent me direct messages, I haven't had the opportunity to check. I will shortly. Don't worry. If I don't have it, I'll come back to you. It's not going to happen instantly. We will sort you out. Under the gun +1 here. As re-raised Tito under the gun made it 10 grand. So a min raise this time, not the 35. Dennis has decided he wanted to play and re-raised him. Now we've got ourselves post-flop. This is just really strange from Tito. So, I mean, James, here we are. Last hand he made it 35 grand. This time he under the gun raised, min raised to 10K. Got re-raised by Dennis and came along for the ride. And now bet 25 grand into 111,000. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know what to make of it all.
So 25,000 apiece on the turn. The river is the 4 of spades. This is a straighty board.
Very unusual. I mean, the only thing to be said is that Tito has been aggressive in every single street, even though he just called the re-raise. He did open it under the gun, albeit a min raise.
50,000 on the river.
Okay. A little bit more usual, I guess, into 160. It still follows no particular pattern.
Fold from Timofeyev. Ortiz wins that one.
Wow.
And that's going to see him move over the 400,000 mark. 85 big blinds for Tito. Timofeyev hovering around the 100 big blind mark. And then you got Gary, still playing close to 200 big blinds. Blinds up, by the way, in 25 minutes. That's when this level comes to the end. We'll take our final break of the day, and then we'll come back and play the last level of the day. Two shorties on the main stage. Jose Moran Guzman has 11 big blinds. Samuel Gagnon has 10 bigs. Average stack right now, 275K. Everyone guaranteed the better part of $10,000. Next money jump once we're down to 31.
Just to let my winners know, I have received your messages. Thank you very much. I don't know why Jimmy Bluffett sent me a message, said, send me something nice. You didn't win. You weren't one of the winners. I don't know if you thought I just would forget that, but thanks for trying. Unbelievable.
We need to create a list of people who claim to have won competitions who haven't, who should therefore be declared ineligible to ever enter or win anything in any contest we ever do. Because that is just so lame. The length that people will go to get a T-shirt or a dealer button.
True. But it's all good fun, isn't it?
No, it's cheating. Dishonest behavior. Taking advantage of the kindness and generosity of others.
I mean, it's just a dealer button. It's just a dealer button.
Here he comes again.
It's so funny, isn't it?
Well, this time he's in a position where he can make it bigger because this is a 3-bet and there has been a call of the original raise. Yaroshevsky opened to 14,000. That 14,000 was flattered by Salmon. Tito now 3-bets to 30K, so ironically, this is a situation where he should be making it even bigger.
Yeah, yeah. It's not much of a squeeze when it's just double the original bet.
Quickly called by Gary, and now Salmon's thinking, oh, I'm getting a good price, I can call as well. So 3-way to the flop in a 3-bet pot. King 10-4. Tito about to continue into 2 opponents. A bet of 20,000 gets a fold from Gary.
Really just such a wide, varied selection of bet sizing coming out of Tito. But for all our comments about his curious play, he is third at our table, 76 big blinds right now, and still firing out with confidence.
So 20,000 on the flop, 30,000 on the turn. Tito checks river. It's paired the board.
What does James do here? It's like, do you know, I've no idea where I am. Well, this has got to be for value, but how you choose your bet sizing against Tito, I do not know. 196,500 in the middle. 74K the bet.
Tito just said, darn.
I would be surprised if he goes for it after this period of time. He normally waits when he knows that it's gone south and he just wants to take a moment. It's very rare he then makes some sort of hero call or some big re-raise. Nice one for James. Gets himself up. In fact, leapfrogs Tito with that one. Tito in 4th on our feature table. James Salmon now in 3rd. But Tito still with 351 and 20 minutes on the level.
So 20 minutes left on the level, 20 minutes before the break. And we've lost another player. That is Lucas Blanco, who was on the feature table yesterday. He's been eliminated. That takes us down to 39. Also gone, Clement Rusev, one of our spin and go qualifiers, out in 39th. Now this guy, who has played about 10 big tourneys in his life, qualified for this because he really, really wanted to go to Panama, said it was poker on TV that got him into the game, and he has just turned $10 into $9,870.
That'll do. Wow. Wow, a walk. By the way, listen, Twitch. As you know, I'm a big fan of you, and I'm just treating you like a superorganism here. There's just like, I'm just not dealing with anyone specifically. I'm just dealing with you as a hive mind. I don't have like a huge sack with me that's full of T-shirts and dealer buttons and stuff. I got like a list with a very small amount of things. And anyone that makes the effort, and you boys and girls and the girl definitely made a lot of effort there with my competition, and I do want to acknowledge that and thank you for it. But that doesn't mean that just everyone can now direct message me saying, I've never won anything, can I win something? I want a T-shirt, I want a hat. Right, that's not going to work. One of the key lessons with any PokerStars TV broadcast is the more you ask, the less you get. So just sit back, just chill, enjoy the poker. If there's a competition, if there's a promotion, please dive in, feet first. You will be rewarded, but only if you legitimately deserve it. Just shouting, and this is going to serve you well in life, just shouting is not going to earn you anything. So just chill back, yeah? Yeah, I hope now that we've had that little chat, I think you understand. Man, life has become simple. A walk followed by a simple raise and take it. Andres Carrillo is in good shape as well, 231,000. We've only really got the two short stacks. Samuel Gagnon, who's just, I mean, must be having the most boring day of poker of his life. I thought he was just hanging on to get through the bubble, but I do hope he realizes the bubble has burst, because otherwise he is playing a tremendously short stack for a tremendously long period of time.
Indeed.
And Jose Moran Guzman also sitting with 9 big blinds. Jeff is impressed by Salmon, taking advantage of the 3-betting war between the 3 big stacks in front of him with well-timed shoves. He wasn't on our feature table for super long yesterday, but was solid and impressive then as well. And now, as if he had heard me, Samuel Gagnon getting it all in for his last 49K. Tito. Tito. Tito is interested. Nah. A lot of players behind him, to be honest. I wonder if that gives those guys information. I always think this, you know, when somebody dwells on a call of an all-in, what might they have? Does that mean that if I've got an ace, that one of those aces has gone? Was he thinking about it with an ace-jack suited or an ace-10 or something that he just didn't fancy yet? And he has been called. Denis Timofeyev is going to look him up. It's a suited 10-8 versus ace-king. 60-40. Samuel at risk, finally. Being asked, what's the green thing on his ear? That's actually the back of some dark glasses that Tito's wearing. It's not just a green thing on his ear.
I don't think they're even dark glasses. I think they're just kind of comedy
glasses, yeah. Oh, well, hello. Not the worst flop in the world when you don't directly connect. 9 outs now.
Yeah, and of course your opponent actually makes top pair. So 40% equity for Gagnon. Hits his diamond on the turn. Timofeyev cannot improve on the river. Gagnon doubles up.
Well, they are. That would be why he's so patient, because he knew if he just bided his time, he could get back up to 21 big blinds with about 13 minutes on the clock.
Now, obviously, I'm happy for Samuel Gagnon. I'm also happy about the fact that we didn't lose another player and get down to 36, because...
Is this the ongoing conflict about the number of eliminations per level?
It's not so much that I want to be right and want there to be 30 at the end of the day. I'm more concerned about the fact that if we come back with like 22 players tomorrow, we're going to be here for like 1.5 levels.
What's the weather like tomorrow? Is it going to be nice in Panama? I mean, I wasn't expecting to get a tan, but I won't say no. Bit of love for Gagnon on the Twitch chat. A few people getting behind him. What about Canadian players in the tournament? A raise from Andres Carrillo, 14,000. Tito's getting to that point of the day again where he's been nice and patient, and now he's gradually in the last half hour just started getting a little bit more experimental. Tito is called, just giving everyone even more value, even more of a reason to get involved. Timofeyev also going to take a look. We could have a 6-way here.
Tito in action again, a 10-9 deuce flop. 3 players involved in this hand, the other 2 being Carrillo and Timofeyev. Carrillo was the pre-flop aggressor. He has continued for 16,500, and Tito is in.
Excuse me.
Action now on Timofeyev. Timofeyev calls as well.
Yeah, value, isn't it? It's you don't really necessarily know where Timofeyev is, but just keeps getting these lovely prices to stick around.
3-way still as we go to the turn. It's the ace of diamonds. Carrillo slows down. He checks the action.
It feels like these are the spots where Tito starts betting. No. Maybe the door now opened for Dennis. $103,000 after all this action. I love that Tito's kind of just taking a look at the stack. It's not even out in front of Timofeyev yet. Not even got past Carrillo yet. Tito is very interested. He's counting it out loud. Just wait, just wait. It's not your turn yet, Tito. Interesting to know if that is a tell. Carrillo taking a look at the stacks he's up against here. Been a while in the tank here. Still got Tito to work through. Let's ruin that shot. It's all nicely lined up. And bang. Great big melon of Tito in the way. Now, see, when Timofeyev made his bet, and the dealer called it out, Tito mouthed back 41,000, like as if he was really considering it, even though Andre Carrillo was still to act. Kind of like he was confirming it in his head. Span 42, not a fan of the 3-minute tank fold. In fairness to Andre Carrillo, he has not really done anything like that before, so I'm going to give him a lot of credit there. He's not a serial tank folder. We did get him.
Don't think he's the kind of player who's going to continuation bet into 2 opponents with nothing.
Agreed.
And clearly it was a genuine decision once Timofeyev bet the 41,000 here on the turn.
Big Alex is saying, does that counting in his head mean he's on a draw because he's trying to count the odds? No, I don't know if it's that deep. It's just, you know, it's interesting. There was an incident yesterday you might not have seen where Tito was not penalized at all, but it was mentioned because he was talking to an opponent when there were 3 of them in the hand. And sometimes, and I know I've done this, you know, is that you get so fixated in one opponent, you kind of forget about the other guy still in the hand. And he's made the call. But yeah, as soon as Timofeyev made that call, the 41, he was... he was really watching the chips. When Dennis put the bet together and got it out post-flop, he was really watching his hands. When the dealer called the amount, he was really tuned in. Maybe that telegraphed to Andre Carrillo that Tito was really interested in this hand, and that is what Andre was tanking and considering. All of this is speculation, but you know, it's like when we can't see the hands, that the human nature side of it, the physical, not necessarily tells, but the behavior, kind of all you've got to focus on. Check, check. We're going to get to see what Tito had, which I find delightful. Queen 10. Wow. And the ace-3. Well, that's interesting. So with the flop came down, Tito had top pair. So maybe Tito's interest, he knew he was in good shape on the flop, but all he did was check call. might beat himself up a bit about that he missed an opportunity to actually take control of the hand. Interesting. Nice to actually get some hands at Showdown, though. Don't forget, Monday is the day for all the cards up coverage, if that's what floats your boat. We can see Tito still in good shape, 278,000 for him, 55 big blinds. Timofeyev up to over 500,000. Igor Yashevsky, top of our table, top of the tournament, just shy of 1 million. He's bounced up and down somewhat, but still in fantastic shape with 3.5 minutes still on the level. And as you see, reminder, we're at 2,500, 5,000, 500 ante, 36 players left. Got a break of 20 minutes coming up in 3 minutes, and then come back for the last level of the day. Selfishly, we'd kind of quite like things to slow down. We don't have to come back and have a real short day tomorrow. Bottom of your screen, by the way, what's coming up in the break. If you're a lover of Helmuth meltdowns, I watched this top 5 so many times in Rozvadov. You're welcome to it. It is pretty standard. A lot of Helmuth blow-ups. Being asked by Moonchild, don't forget hashtag PokerStars TV, if I know the band Colour Haze, and if so, like it? No, I don't know the band, and so I cannot comment on the second part of your question, but thank you for your question. A raise from Denis Timofeyev here to 12,000, called on the button by Igor Yashevsky. 9 king, king, 2 hearts. In through the window, saying nobody expected Tito to make it this far, so good luck to him. I mean, that's probably a fair comment. I must admit, middle of yesterday, I started to fear for him because he looked like he was getting bored and he was being too loose. But even though he has been unpredictable here, he's still in a good spot. Over 250,000. Average stack is 305. So only the top 3 here are ahead of that. But apart from our bottom 2 players, everyone pretty comfortable here. Timofeyev continued for 16, got the call quite quickly post-flop. Now we have the ace of hearts. Now Denis slows things down. Igor, Gary Yarashevsky taking control of the betting. Oh, wish I was on that table. No idea what's going on, but somebody's having a lovely time. $35,000 has been called. And now a 4th heart on the river, the 3 of hearts. Be interesting to know if that call on the turn by Denis was to try and get a cheap showdown at the river. Check, check, everybody show. Come on now. That's the deuce, 7-10. That's the horror. That's the horror when you make your flush on the turn and then it completes. If you don't have decent cards in your hand, you go from feeling awesome to feeling like yuck. Being asked by Biker Lee, is the young lady still in the tournament? I believe so. I believe we still have our Panamanian lady player. And I guess just one more hand on this level before we head into the last break of the day. There goes the announcement. The good news is when the tournament starts getting to this smaller number of players, it does become easier to get a feel for the players as a whole. Right now, we've pretty much just focused on our featured tables. Going forward, we should be able to bounce outside a bit more, get a feel for who is in and out. Folding around. Chips being taken out of play. That's what you can see going on. We're not losing Dennis. He is just buying all the small chips off everyone. Because when we come back, we'll be at 3,000, 6,000 with a 1K ante. So the 500s being taken out of the game. My God, Roman Pavliuk, I've kind of forgotten he was here. He has been very quiet. While Tito and the big stacks have mostly gone to war. Blind on blind to take us into the break. 8-7, 4-2 hearts, 14K in the middle. I don't expect either of these guys to get out of hand unnecessarily. Samuel Gagnon has been so short, managed to get himself up to 20 big blinds. So imagine he's not going to go up against one of our tougher table mates. Check brings a jack on the river. Pretty sure this will be a simple... Oh, hang on a second. Pavliuk trying to steal this on the end with a little 5K chip.
Never
Cheeky.
assume that anything's going to be simple.
Well, the thing is, you know, it was check, post flop, check, post turn. I guess you can rep the jack, but I don't know if there's a huge amount of value in doing that. But as it is, it's going to work out. It looks like it's a positive mood for Roman. Samuel playing with his cards. Oh, it show the ace. I don't know. Lee Jones would be turning in his grave if he was dead, but he isn't, thankfully. Yeah. Look at him. He's saying, look, I'm folding the 3 to you, yeah? Folding the 3 to me. Yeah? I'm a psychic.
So that brings this level to a close. We have got a 20-minute break, followed by one more level of poker to play today. We're going to stick with this table. Blinds are going to go up to 3,000, 6,000 with a 1,000 ante when we come back. So 90 more minutes of poker to play today. Make sure you're here to see the chip leader and Tito Ortiz battle it out here at the Panama leg of the PokerStars Championship 2017. Live coverage continuing here on PokerStars TV.
You beat the clock by PokerStars.net. All the excitement of poker condensed into just 5 minutes. Survive those 5 minutes. You win. Guaranteed. Beat the clock by PokerStars.net.
We are going to be doing Streamboat 2017.
How can I get on this boat? I will swap the deck. I will cook meals. I will bring a lifetime supply of chicken patties for Jason Somerville if he ends up being there. Whatever I have to do to get on this boat, I'm in. I'll put sunscreen on all your backs.
You can be the sunscreen guy?
Yeah, I will do anything I have to.
When Phil Hellmuth Jr. enters the arena, everybody notices. He can suck the life out of the room.
Can I even play in this game? I mean, what the
Or he can make you feel like a superstar.
This is my first time with Phil. I'm so excited right now. This is so worth 100,000. You crazy?
Our favorite moments to watch are the ones where he implodes.
Show some class.
As long as we're at a safe distance.
Why don't you shut up?
Can you say that on TV?
10, 9, 8.
Get your popcorn ready, because here from the expanded PokerStars library are the top 5 Hellmuth meltdowns.
Thank you, thank you.
At 5, we see Phil make his super high roller debut in the Bahamas in 2013.
Slept 13 hours. When I come in this fresh, it's tough for them to beat me. I'm really on my game.
25 minutes after coughing up the 100K buy-in, Hellmuth woke up with a big hand against Phil Gruesome.
I raised 25, I said. You heard me? I said raise 25. He did. You bet 25, I said raise 25. I'm tired, but I think that's what I said. Oh, wait, I just slept 15 hours, baby. I'm not tired.
6 leap brag, Phil. Bet he dreamed about hanging with some really big celebrities.
And I called it 25.
Everyone's yucking it up, but Hellmuth's line is pretty strong here.
How about 62,500?
Bets big on the river.
Still strong. I think a 9's a big part of Hellmuth's range here.
Yeah. You told me like, they don't even share.
120K.
Those things don't even exist. Why would they ever have 100?
I'm all in.
Gruesome shoves.
Ruh-roh.
That's enough to put Helmuth all in.
That's a big bet.
Wow, you made all that speech on the turn. Maybe you had jacks full? All right, what can I beat? I can't beat ace-9, I guess.
I think since Phil Hellmuth looks so strong, that makes Phil Gruesome look even stronger.
You kind of deserve it, you know? I mean, I've seen how fast you play. I just don't know how I can fold. That's why I showed up late, so I wouldn't be facing against decisions.
Solid plan.
$100.
All right.
Helmuth calls all in. And Phil Gruesome shows Jack-9 for a full house. Helmuth has just a 9. He is out.
Oof, cooler. I do think maybe Phil Hellmuth could have gotten away from that one.
He spent $100,000 on this tournament and lasted 33 minutes at the table. That's $49 per second, $3,000 per minute.
Excellent value. Well, it was the most entertaining seat in the house. Not anymore.
But I could have maybe gotten away.
Can we go buy a drink?
Not right now, Case.
A meltdown of the financial variety. Crucially, no freak out, no belittling. Oh, wait.
Explosion's about to happen.
Bring the trike!
At number 4 from Poker After Dark, here's the Helmuth we know.
I lost a bunch of money with this hand once before.
And David might lose a bit more. He's got top pair here, but Phil's got him outkicked.
7,000.
That was sexy. That was sexy. I thought it was in the mug. That was amazing.
Oh, boy.
17.
17. 55.
All in. Zippity call.
All right.
Survey says.
Is he all in?
Yeah. Wait, you are. You raise?
This is not.
Oh, he's got you covered.
If it's more than 55, he's raising. So see if he has more than 55.
I call.
Wow. He hit king? A 9 on me?
9 ball, corner pocket. Wait, it's not over yet.
Oh my God, is this some kind of joke? I raised 3,000, I bet 7,000 on the flop.
Last time I had this hand, I ran into ace king with it too. And an ace king on the river? No, he flopped a straight and I flopped a straight. I told you it's a very famous hand. Is that suited? Double suited. Oh, okay. Double suited. Oh. I can't believe the 9 peeled off. I can't believe it.
All right, I quit.
You can't quit.
I got this guy to stick in like 15, 20,000 with king 9 against ace king.
Again.
So I mean, I just feel like I deserved a lot better, but I feel like losing 50 is okay. You know?
All right. Okay.
So.
We'll have more cash games, and I know you'll be back.
You need to rebuy, Phil. You can't leave Viffer and this idiot.
Phil eventually came back to the game, mostly to ensure the table knew he was right. Now, taking it out on another pro is one thing, but taking it out on the dealer...
It's unreal. Where are these cards coming from?
At number 3, Helmuth lets everyone have it.
This is a pretty easy call with a flush draw, gut shot, and 2 big cards.
Fishman makes the call.
He's looking for a club or a 10.
The river, there's the 10 completing the straight.
Fishman swims the upstream battle and runs down the great one.
Action on Hellmuth.
23,600.
Bets 23-6.
23,600 into a $45,000 pot.
This is pretty dirty. Fishman's reverse pedaling the nuts. Clearly he's going to raise. The only question is how much, and can he get Phil to call?
I'm all in.
Fishman shoves.
He even fake hesitated. Watch that Oscar, Leo.
I'm done, Phil.
This is so sick. I mean, is it possible that I just get cooled every hand I play here? God, all that talking leads me to believe wow.
Now, that might be real. I'd certainly be shaking either way.
All right, I call.
Hellmuth calls and sees king, queen of clubs.
Bingo! See, if a club comes, I don't lose one nickel in this hand.
What a pot for Fishman.
I mean,
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Can I even play in this game? I mean, what the they find? I mean, what the? I mean, how can I even play in this game? It's like I just get cheated. I mean, hand after hand after hand.
Don't blame the dealer. We all know it's the seat that's unlucky.
Give the amateur an offsuit 10. I don't lose one nickel if he hits a club. It's unreal. Where are these cards coming from?
That was a great read, by the way. You had him.
Yeah, you're a real classy guy, buddy. You are.
Who? Him?
You.
Why? What did I do?
Why would you say that? I mean, why would you, I mean, what are you trying to do? The guy hits a miracle 10 on me, and what, you want to just step on me?
He's a school teacher, and you and him have endless trunks of money. Endless trunks of money. He's a school teacher. For God's sakes, man.
Screaming will do you a lot of good.
It's hard to have sympathy for him when it feels like he brings it on himself. At number 2, we have some drama from Season 1 of Poker After Dark, with a cast of characters capable of creating their own controversies.
Could this be another one of those unsuccessful Phil traps?
The ropers? Let him concentrate. I think for now we should let him think, give him a break. He's had a tough day.
It's only one decision. There's only one decision left, so.
You know, you're going to fall out of the love category if you keep that up.
Oh, yeah, no.
Steve is sticking up for Phil.
Yeah.
Sean, would you please mind this time? Please be quiet.
Please be quiet so I can talk.
Is this the way it's going to be every tournament out here, or what? Seriously?
It only gets worse from here.
I mean, I could see if you said, please be quiet so you could stop and think, you know what I mean, Phil? But then you started going on and on, I mean.
Talking about 4,000 bet that we all know about.
Is this a Maury? Is this the way it's going to be or not? I want to know.
We can be quiet
Sean,
if you can,
the feistiness just went up a notch. We increased the feistiness.
No, I want to know, because, you know, I played poker for 20 years, and never has someone just, like, blatantly talked as much as this when I have a key decision. It's ridiculous.
I haven't said a word, Phil. What are you talking
Maury,
about?
is this the way it's going to be?
Maury Escandani is one of the executive producers of Poker After Dark.
Because you know what? I might not play in another one if it's going to be like this, all right? You understand? This is not poker.
Show will go down the tubes.
When you have I'm trying to make a tough decision for all my chips. I'm pretty sure I'm going to go with it, and then I've got him talking, and everybody's joking and laughing.
People are laughing. It's horrible.
People are having fun. I mean, you know, it's terrible.
You think I'm kidding, huh?
No, I don't think you're kidding.
Good, because I'm not kidding. So what penalties can we put in place so that when a man has a study for all his chips, people can shut up?
Just ask.
I mean, I'm not upset. I might sound upset. I'm not upset.
Guys, give me a little look, that's all.
I'm not playing anymore if that's the way it's going to be. I mean, that's not poker.
Let's have a moment
I can't use my reading abilities in poker anymore.
Reading
want to talk through it.
Reading abilities?
Damn, I gotta get
Why don't you shut the up?
I gotta get a drink.
Can you say that on TV? That's out of line, Phil.
You're out of line. And you're too stupid to know it.
I didn't say a word to you. You're just jumping down my throat for no reason right now.
For no reason?
For no reason. You're playing bad, you got a losing hand, and you're just trying to get some TV time. Mock your hand, idiot.
Maury, what are you going to do about this? Seriously. This is bull. Now I have to let her win the pot with ace-8 because I can't think it out, right?
Now, you might think these outbursts have an effect on Phil's self-esteem, but rest assured, he is always ridiculously overconfident, even when he's up against poker's wunderkind. Our #1 meltdown is from the National Heads Up Poker Championship.
I like the way you move your chips.
It's the first encounter between Phil and a young player he predicted wouldn't be around in 5 years' time.
I keep complimenting you and you keep slapping me in the face, dude. This has got to stop, man.
Well, this is a really interesting draw in the round of 64.
No.
You know, even though he's a young man, Phil is still considered an old-school player against the young internet star, Tom Dwan.
Helmuth has always maintained if he can get an internet player across from him on the felt, that he'll have the best of it.
And look at this hand. Bullets for Phil. He calls.
He's setting the trap, and this is trouble for Tom.
Fireworks will ensue. Pocket tens for Tom Dwan. He raises to 1,100. See how Phil plays this. He re-raises to 36.
500 more.
Now, Matt, Tom doesn't necessarily have to give Phil credit for a big hand here. It's tempting to think that Phil's trying to say, hey, kid, I won't let you run over me.
Phil's giving him nothing to read.
I'm all in.
And Dwan goes all in.
I call.
Quick call by Helmuth.
I call.
And Dwan got caught in the snare.
Tens versus aces.
I have aces.
Tens versus aces.
Well, somebody's moving on. This match is going to end in 3 hands. And right now, Phil Helmuth is a 4-1 favorite to enter the round of 32.
Here comes the flop. No more
An early elimination hand and the flop. Deuce, King, 7 with a couple of spades.
No help for Tom.
So far, so good for Phil Helmuth.
Phil has the lone spade in the hand and the best hand of the aces.
And the turn.
And it's a 10!
Huge suck out.
It's not over yet, Matt. Phil can still win the pot with an ace.
He has spades.
Or any spade but the king.
It's not looking good, though.
Here is the river.
3 of spades?
The river's a 9 of diamonds, and Tom Dwan has eliminated Phil Helmuth.
When you look up bad beat in the dictionary, that's what you'll find.
Phil sits back down because they're counting the chips just to make it official.
Son, I would tell you this much, son. I would never have put more 3,000 with 2 tens before.
Oh, here we go.
I was going to say good game, sorry for the suck out, but when you phrase it that way, it makes me not want to.
Son, you're the sucker. You just put in 20,000 with 2 tens.
Let's play heads up.
Terrible play.
Let's play heads up.
Is that all you want to do? Is challenge me to heads up? We're going to play heads up. I told you.
Let's play.
It was terrible.
I sucked out.
Well, what if you suck out again?
We'll play as many matches as you want.
Right?
We will play as many matches as you want.
Do you admit it was a terrible play on your part?
No, it's standard. Learn to play heads up, no limit.
With 1 at 53 blinds, 20,000?
Learn to play heads up, no limit.
We'll see if you're even around in 5 years. We'll see if you're even around in 5 years.
Maybe I won't
That's the truth. I don't think you will be, to be honest.
The gloves have come off.
It's an easy laydown for you, actually.
You knew that Phil would start the patronizing at some point.
Nice hand.
Tom Dwan moves on. Phil Helmuth knocked out in the round of 64.
Well, Matt, that's not exactly how Tom wanted to beat Phil.
God.
But a win is a win.
You know how I got him to stick in 20? I did the quick re-raise. Made myself look weak. It was pretty beautiful, I thought. He raised, I did a quick re-raise. And he doesn't play much live poker, so he read it as weak, which I wanted him to do. And he moved in.
Yes, Phil, you're brilliant.
It makes me sick.
A first meeting that lasted only 3 hands, but left an infinitely long impression. Well, those are the top 5 Helmuth meltdowns. Check out the rest of our countdowns at PokerStars.tv.
All right, well, that's it. What do you need from me? I'm done.
So they're playing for about $900,000 here, which is a pretty big poker game, James.
Pocket 8s.
Okay, Elke raises, makes it 400,000.
I'm all in.
Khan moves all in.
How much? Office going all in.
It's like 5. Whoa, actually.
With 9-3 offsuit, Elke says call immediately. Any pair heads up is pretty good and normally in front.
All right, let's go ahead and see the flop, please.
He got caught making a move, and now he's going to need to get very lucky, or we're going to have a champion.
Turn is the 4 of diamonds.
Elke's 8's hold up, and he is the winner. He will be crowned champion here in the Bahamas. Bertrand Elke Gropelier will collect that check for $2 million.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Panama and the PokerStars Championship main event, live from the Saltis Hotel Spa and Casino here in Panama City. It is one more level to go stage. We are down to 36 players. We are in the money well and truly. And I remain Matt Broughton while he has become Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Last level of the day. 36 players remain. Still several days of poker left to play. Who knows what number we'll get down to today? James said that we would get down to around 30. I said 18. My guess is...
I had 25.
Somewhere, I think Matt Broughton is going to be the closest. Here are 8 of those players who still remain, and they are at our feature table.
Yeah, we've still got the short stacks of Samuel Gagnon and Jose Moran Guzman.
Gagnon's still in?
Yeah, he got down to 6 big blinds, and then he got himself up. He was around 14. He got himself up to 20. He was the one player that I thought was just hanging on for the post-bubble bonanza burst bingo, but he's just
hanging on for I don't know what.
I really hope that someone has told him that we're in the money, because if he is still playing his best bubble game...
He could just 17 big blind his way to the final table.
It can happen. I mean, it can happen.
I've seen Hardigan do it.
Oh, my God, he is absolute master at that. So Matt and Joe with you for the last level of the day. We've got 1 hour 30 to go. Don't forget, we are keeping an eye on you on twitch.tv/PokerStars. If you want to come and chat to us, tag your tweets PokerStars TV on Twitter. If you want me on Skype, I'm unavailable. If you want to email me, you're going to have to know my personal email, which I'm not giving out. If you want to text me, you're going to need my phone number. If you want to send me a letter, that's going to have to go back to England. And again, I'm not prepared to give that out. So let's just stick to Twitch and Twitter for now. Maybe if we become closer friends, we get to know each other, we have a few drinks, have a few laughs. Maybe we take our tops off. Maybe we don't. Maybe we just cuddle. But whatever happens for now, it's just Twitch and Twitter. Oh, we're going to jump away from the feature table. Is this Davidai Katai? Is he gone from this place? These are live pictures being beamed to you. And he is confirmed as out.
He's negotiating his settlement.
He is so good. Even though it's a set payment, he's going, well, maybe a little bit more for me. I mean, it's 9,780, but for me...
Let's just round it up.
Let's say 12.
I'm good for it.
I can make it totally worth your while. I'm being asked by... Oh, no, I'm not being asked. Oh, sorry, I thought this was a question. In Through the Window is saying you do a great job of considering you're only the other guy. I prefer the other commentator, if you don't mind. You're going to, remind me how small and insignificant I am. At least get my non-specific title right. Be very interesting to see how Mr. Tito Ortiz develops in this level. It feels like his game changes level by level. I don't know whether in the breaks he goes and stews or if he goes and chats to Felipe Ramos.
No, wrong one. Keep him here. He has my chips. You can take him if you want. You have mine. I'll take your chips, all right?
Ah, we're having a table balance. This is I'm a sicko, so this is slightly unfortunate. Timofeyev is being moved off.
I hope so too.
It's been interesting and difficult for Tito having these 2 big stacks because, of course, still round in the 8th seat is chip leader Igor Gary Yaroshevsky, who's been hovering around the million mark, sometimes a bit over, sometimes a bit under.
He is hovering right now just above the camera shot.
Yeah, he is. He's just floating high in the sky on those chips. I mean, he can afford, to be honest, to be a couple of minutes late back from the break because he's not going to come back and find that he's all in. So you won't believe it, mate. You had aces, and we put you all in because we thought that's what you would have wanted. And you're out. It was a fantastic level for James Salmon as well.
Oh, here we go.
Had a couple of key hands. He's second in chips, but right now, all eyes on the triangle.
Oppa Gangnam style.
Igor's back. Jose Moran Guzman. Not super stacked himself. Folds. Folds with the front. Oh. Might have wanted to see what that was, dealer.
Just bust my balls right now. Yeah? Yeah. They go, can you like put something over your shirt because it's like, okay, he's our president and what?
Short. Upper Gangnam Style.
That would go down well here, the music.
Yeah,
you could probably make it fit the one rhythm. There is only one rhythm allowed in Panama. There was a law that was passed in 2006 that all music had to adhere to a very strict rhythm.
I told you I went out with this Brazilian girl. More on that story next week's podcast. But I was like, what do you think of the music here? And she's like, oh, this is Puerto Rican music.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, harsh. Harsh slapdown.
Yeah, my friend Felipe, he gave it to my kid. My kid was cold, and he went to give it back. He's like, no, you can have it as a present.
Ah, cool.
My kid was all happy. I was like, oh.
Your kids here?
Yeah, my boys are here.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, their birthday was yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah, they turned 8 years old, twins.
Congrats.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
And twins.
I haven't crossed that bridge yet.
My dog's birthday today.
Really?
Yeah, she's 8, if we're talking about kids.
Have a lot of patience. And remember, it's not about you anymore. Once you have a kid, it's about it.
Claro.
Gangnam Style in one more time.
The problem about our parents is they forget about once they have a kid, they think it's extra work. Of course it's extra work. It's a child. You're going to raise a man or a woman, you want to raise the right way. You get one chance. There's no do-overs.
Well, you have 2 chances, it seems like.
I respect that.
Yeah. My dad messed up, and I want to make sure I don't repeat the cycle.
Didn't all our dads mess up, really? I know Matt's dad did.
What? He'll be devastated.
Gave me another opportunity. And I had to make that same decision when I was 39. So I had to step away from my ex and take the kids. I got full custody, and that was it. Lucky, man, really lucky. Now I have an opportunity to be a great dad. My girlfriend is amazing. Like, perfect life. You know, everything's perfect. That's all fighting. Nothing.
Yeah, whatever.
It's been almost 4 years now, so.
Yeah?
You see, you get past the 4 years, it'll be okay. I think we've only fought twice in 4 years, so.
Really?
Yeah, so it's pretty good.
You're running pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing makes you hate a man more than hearing how perfect his life is.
I know.
I mean, I quite liked him before that. He has a dreadful problem with glasses, though. They flip over.
You just can't figure them out.
Yes.
Tito, you're doing it wrong.
I got a drinking problem.
Good at relationships, bad at putting glasses on the right side of his head.
Yeah. And he still has to eat with a fork with a cork over it. Other than that, his life's perfect.
Yeah, look at that. That is almost completely the wrong way around.
No, it's exactly the
Is
wrong.
it exactly?
It's 180 degrees incorrect.
I mean, it's so hard to put him on by accident like that. You wonder how he even did it. Did he fall? Did he lean on them? Were they on his bed?
The worst thing is, he's asked everyone at this table if any of them have seen his glasses. And they'll just go, no.
Or he just goes, are my glasses on right? And they'll go, oh, yeah, sure, absolutely. Yes, Mr. Ortiz. Totally.
I'm teasing. He is a very nice man. In case people are suddenly bursting forth in Twitch going, what's your problem with him? I don't have a problem with him. Mr. Ortiz.
We're just trying to have a little fun here, guys.
Yeah, just messing around.
That's right, Ru'u myself. On Twitch, he is wearing them so wrong.
Thank you. Confirmation on Twitch of the incorrect glasses wearing. We're off to a flop, boys and girls. 3 humans have decided to participate in the game of cards. You're watching PokerStars TV. Samuel made it 13,000, called in 2 spots. It was an under the gun +1 raise, which may or may not be relevant. Check through. It's all hearts. All hearts.
Eyes down for a full house.
No, you no.
That doesn't work.
No, no.
He who hearts wins, Rodney.
I'll accept that. I'll accept that. Don't know whether to be scared, but Gareth Taylor is on Twitter suggesting that it's going to be a lot easier to come to where I live and stalk me than flying to the USA to stalk Stapes. I would suggest not stalking anyone is my tip, Gareth. But thanks for publishing it. I'll take a screenshot of that in case I need to bring the police in at some later point. Jack is just not good enough. Everyone's so scared of the hearts. Didn't expect the strength. And there I was saying about it was an under the gun +1 raise from the short stack. Sure enough, it was a super strong hand.
You just hate it though. You're short, you got queens, you're like, yes, queen. Yes, queens.
And then it goes, heart, heart, heart. And you're like, oh.
Frickin' hearts.
So that's my problem. I play a lot of cash games, so it's always friendly play. Yeah, I'm at my boy's house, or we go to little small casinos by our house. Where do you live? Huntington Beach, Orange County.
What's your address? What's your PIN? Where's your phone? Have you finished with that sandwich?
All casinos, yeah. Once in a while, house game.
There's a ton of casinos over.
They have Commerce. They have Hawaiian Gardens.
Yeah.
They're pretty decent, man.
Yeah.
A lot of players there.
For sure. Commerce is huge.
Commerce is huge. Not the nicest place. The Hustler's not bad. Even though you wouldn't think it, being named after a porno rag. They just redid the old Hollywood Park in LA also, which is where I learned to play.
Huh.
Tito limping in.
He did a lot of this 2 levels ago, and then I had the feeling that Felipe went out to him in the break and went, just stop doing that completely. Just completely stop doing that.
Can you maybe think about possibly not limping so much?
And of course, Igor, don't call me Gary Yaroshevsky. A tiny tickle. Remind you, we're at 3K, 6K with a 1,000 ante. He just makes it 20K. I would say that Tito would do well in life to avoid players like Igor Yaroshevsky.
Yes. For now.
Of the people at the table, now in this kind of really key point, you're building up your stack now to get down to the proper money stakes. You're going to get through to another key day of play. The final table kind of becomes not that far away, considering we put all the players on one table when you get to 9. You're at 35, so it's kind of worth thinking about it. 25K from Tito.
Look at this.
Oh, boom.
Give your advice to stay away from Igor Yaroshevsky. Come on.
Well, the thing is, it's working out for Tito. We've kind of made various comments about his game, but the overriding message is the guy is flying. He's got more than 50 bigs. The average stack 313. Tito just over that now with 317.
I just noticed that Timofeyev is gone, so I guess Tito's got no choice now but to pick on the other really good Eastern European chip leader.
With the monster stack, yeah.
4-3.
To his left. I forgot that.
Yeah, immediately to his left, yeah. Just to give you a feel for the other big stacks, JC Alvarado at the break was second in chips with 850,000, up $250,000 on the day. Vincent Alivato was third, Canadian with 630. Robin Wozniacek we watched a couple of days ago, 540,000. And then Dennis, who's been moved off our table just shy of $500,000.
I've heard Robin Wozniacek prefers to be called Nightwing.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit cooler, isn't it, Robin? I mean, he's got a very colorful outfit. Moran Guzman, who has just been sitting quietly nursing, he took over the role. The role of Samuel Gagnon is going to be played by Moran Guzman tonight.
You might want to emphasize the "an" in Moran.
Moran Guzman.
You're hitting Moran a little bit there.
Okay. I'm from Essex, so don't pick on me.
You just don't want to call a guy moron.
Moran Guzman. Moran Guzman.
So it's Tito Ortiz who's going to try to take out the Guzman.
I like it.
Talk to me, Goose.
Jack of spades, Jack of hearts.
Tito's got live cards. Ace high ahead. Looking pretty good for ace high to double up. Or maybe the way the cards are arranged is probably Tito that's got the ace, although he was calling for the jack.
No, I think it was. I think you're right to start with.
I was right. Yeah.
So Moran Guzman.
There you go.
Back with us. 12 big blinds. Doesn't do any particular damage to Tito. Worth taking a look. That is the problem for Jose, is that if he lets his stack get too low, it's just no skin off anyone's nose to look him up.
Out or give you some chips so you can play with us.
I have got to warn everyone about something.
I mean, this is a really small room and the door's closed, so if you're going to
exactly
do that,
it.
Really, is it to do with the milk?
Yeah, I had myself a coffee.
Right
before we started here, and it wasn't until I got to the bottom of the coffee that I realized the milk I'd poured in it was quite chunky.
Yeah, I've drunk quite a lot of that.
Yeah, and so
more
there's a
chunky
good chance
than you.
I got to run out of here.
Yeah, milk. That's the thing with milk. If I describe milk to you, I'm going to say white. I'm going to say liquid.
Right.
And just there already, two of those key criteria. The milk that we had, it was slightly yellow.
Yellowy.
And it was much more knife worthy. It's very rare when I'm making coffee. I need an ask for a knife. And I should have seen that. I should have put that together. It's also normally when you turn the jug of milk upside down, you don't have to pat the bottom of it.
Yeah, it was the flow on the milk jug was slow, and I didn't put it together because I was like, oh, it's just maybe a small opening.
Well, that's the thing, is it's one of those weird ones where you have to kind of unscrew the top. So I'm just thinking, well, I'm just
I haven't
clearly
unscrewed it enough.
My aperture is not large enough, which is what the doctors have told me. But I've got some tablets. But yeah.
But then, when the milk didn't mix, I didn't really notice that either.
No.
When it just kind of sat on top.
So what we're saying is that the two
it's
of
as
us,
much my fault as someone
complete
else's.
morons, who
We're
just
two Morans.
Two Morans who were looking for a white coffee, and ended up with a black coffee with some kind of like dairy cheese floating on the top of it. Meanwhile, our friend Jose is all in again. He's going to try and utilize this. Oh, hello, Roman's at it.
Roman's still alive here too?
Yeah, Roman's been doing real. He was really quiet. That last level when Tito was just going Dennis and going to Igor, Roman was like, I'm just going to sit here, just going to wait. Man, is that like just a pair of shorts he's wearing?
Oh, we got a classic race here, which one of the viewers suggested me. Can't believe I haven't done this one before. Like lemon versus lime, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Nice.
He suggested that that lime was a domination, which I disagree with. I think it's a pretty good race.
It's a pretty 50-50. I would try Cornish pasties and sausage rolls. You're going to get a lot of
English love there.
English love there. So then, King 6-6. The 10s still ahead for Roman Pavlyuk, and Jose Moran Guzman's game at risk. Oh, I knew it was going to be.
You made it very exciting.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm
doing
trying
your
to,
job.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. International Joe of the Year. Sixes full of tens, and that is dreams full of disappointment for our boy Jose. Of course, no one goes home empty-handed.
Anymore.
He's going to get a hearty handshake. He's going to get a free bottle of water, and that's his to take away. Can't take it through customs. But $9,780. We're down to 35 humans. And once again, Roman Pavlyuk just sitting, just getting the job done in his enormous branded T-shirt. We thank you very much. Play on PokerStars.
Play on PokerStars.
Our mods are doing a good job, as always, in Twitch. Thank you, mods. We love you. Answering all the various questions. I sometimes still answer them because I think in case there's somebody that doesn't bother to ask a question, wants to know. This is indeed the last level of today. Play a full level out. 1 hour, 11 minutes left on the clock, and then we are done for today. And then we return for tomorrow, which I understand is a Saturday. I could be wrong. Once you land in one of these jobs, it kind of very much becomes about day 3, day 4, penultimate day. Somebody will say, I think my emails are really quiet today. I haven't had anything. Then it's a Sunday, and I'm 5 hours behind. You know, it's like...
Day 4 is not even the penultimate day, though. That's the crazy part about this tournament right now.
Say that again?
Day 4 isn't the penultimate day.
Oh, yeah.
These are 6-day tournaments.
What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Like, have you got any
We're going to encourage people to tank. You know, normally we would get on you for this, but if you guys could just really tank for everyone's decision, that would really help us out. We could show a bunch of promos, I guess.
I guess we could. I mean, that kills the time. We could do the top 5 stuff. I mean, I wish we knew something about, what's that place we're going to with the funny name, funny word?
Cacao Macau.
That's the one. Let's just drool over this. Yes. Third stop. We started off this year, 2017, launching the PokerStars Championship. We went to the Bahamas. Here we are right now in Monaco for the first time, not Monaco, Panama for the first time ever, excuse me. And then it's yet another new stop on the schedule, Macau.
So if I could share one fun story from the Macau trip I took before, it was this thing called the Guangdong Millions, and it was basically a private tournament put on through association with PokerStars by this junket, which is just like this group of people that help get money in and out of Macau for like Chinese billionaires. So it's like a concierge service for billionaires. And basically part of the terms and conditions of the tournament was that if you won, you had to go to this dinner afterward. And if you didn't go to the dinner, it was considered a great insult to the organizers. And if you it was actually in the terms and conditions, if you didn't go, they could not pay you. Wow. The payout. And so we somehow, as the commentators and the production team, got invited to this ridiculous dinner where the opening course was abalone. Now, I don't know if you know what abalone is, but it's basically like a giant clam. But it's incredibly expensive, and it was, I mean, no one can see that it was a baseball-sized abalone that they served us, which is crazy expensive. But right before the dinner started, the guy, sort of the liaison between PokerStars and Guangdong, was sweating bullets because the winner had not shown up yet. And they seated us. Also, it's like this hierarchy about where you're seated at the various tables, and we were at like the head table somehow. Wow. And he showed up right at the last second, and like he was like, I don't know what to do if this guy doesn't show up because they're not going to want to pay him.
Yeah.
So luckily he showed up at the last second, and this dinner was incredible. And the dessert station, this was amazing. They had performances during dinner, like basically like a Cirque du Soleil thing happened during dinner. But at one point they're like, all right, everyone, now it's time for dessert. And there was this big curtain closing off one section of this giant banquet room. And all of a sudden the curtain raises up, and behind the curtain were like 10 different cooking stations, like kitchens, like IKEA kitchens that have been set up with chefs at all of them making fresh desserts at every station. So there was like fresh beignets and an ice cream bar and any kind of dessert you could possibly think of. People were making them live on the spot, and you like walk over and just tell the chef, oh, I'll have a piece of that key lime pie that's just coming out of the oven right now.
Wow.
Really, really ridiculous times in Macau. Very sad to not be going back there.
Well, that kind of ties into what Mad Dog was just saying. Somebody was asking, Yard Dog, excuse me, he said Macau is like the Isle of Man, but a lot nicer. Would that be a fair?
Yeah, I guess.
Right, okay. Well,
I mean, in that it's an island.
Right, well, there you are. So,
and
so
if the word a lot is amplified.
Well, it means a lot. So,
yeah.
I mean, that's good. You nailed it there, Yard Dog. This one has been interesting. It's interesting. From the cutoff, Tito made it 12 grand. James Salmon from the small blind made it 38,000. Roman called. I mean, Roman, I'm guessing it's kings or aces, but I could be wrong. Now he'd go all in. back to Tito, who's actually got the glasses on, but now that he's done it, I really wish he had just left them on the back of his head. Yeah, still not the ones you wanted, but you did raise. It was just, I mean, at least it was probably just a positional steal that's just gone horribly wrong. At least we get to be involved in a pretty big pot, 94,000, 8 deuce 4. I mean, that doesn't strike me as suiting either the re-raise in the small blind or the call of the re-raise in the big blind. Other than maybe you went fishing with a set, and now it's a fingers crossed scenario. Roman's done that a few times. $37,000 into 94 from James Salmon. Out of position against Roman Pavliok. I've got a feeling Pavliok might be going into the I'm not happy about it, but I'll go all in zone. We're going to go to the turn with 158,000 in the pot. Another deuce. Probably quads for Pavliok, just a guess. What's that funky rhythm that's going on?
It was like a Latin deal.
I'm just waiting for
like dealing other cards. Like
I'm just waiting for that. Every single song in this place. So, James Salmon out of position, having just been called. I don't fancy James Salmon's spot, I got to be honest. There's nothing about this I like. That board is just doesn't feel like it connects with his spot almost ever. Remind you, it was opened up. It was a raise in the cutoff from Tito, who's now out. He made it 12. James re-raised out of the small blind, and I just think, for me, if someone hits the cutoff raised, even if I thought he was stealing it from a positional point of view, how big would my hand have to be for me to want to re-raise in the small blind? And I just don't see that board as being very sexually exciting for him. Just been told Poker Staples has started watching us.
all right, woo! Where is that coming from?
I don't know. But it's probably costing us an absolute fortune.
Anything that keeps this stream from being able to be archived is cool with me.
We need a bit more funk in our output, I think. A bit more of a groove. Still hating everything about James Salmon's spot right now. I mean, obviously, if he turns over the trip 10s or the... I don't know what. I don't know what. Yeah, all right. I appreciate I said sexually exciting, and as soon as I said it, I thought I've no idea why I've added the word sexually to the word exciting. A few people have picked me up on that. I do apologize.
Why? No, it is sexually exciting. Music, it doesn't get in there and grab you by the cockles.
I think it's the music that's made me feel this way.
Yeah.
It is also ridiculous music as well. It's not just music that we don't normally have. It's ridiculous and sexually exciting. 167,000. I just, again, not a pro player, not at this level, but it feels like this is James Salmon just desperately trying to just buy his way out of a poor spot against a pretty tight, pretty non-tricky player. Pavliok has been patient, solid, hitting the cards and getting the value for them. Uh-oh. Just going to take a little sip of my glasses. Totally fooled me there. I'm going to go, oh my God, where am I?
Enough? There is never enough. We take what we can.
The glass. I'm not sure what the glasses have achieved. Oh, I so want to see these cards. I think I just heard myself. Whoever's playing the music might also be watching the stream.
I think so.
This has been a fair tank from Roman. Do you know what? Maybe he got the memo about could you try and stall it because we really don't want to come back for one level tomorrow.
Make this last till Monday.
My suggestion was, you know, we normally have like an hour-and-a-half level and then a 20-minute break. Let's switch that.
Flip it.
Have a 20-minute level.
Yeah.
Hour-and-a-half break.
Great.
It's better for us, better for the players. Not so good for the audience, but, you know, they've got all the top fives. Ace Deuce Diamonds is a shout from White Pony. For who? You think James Salmon is re-raising out the small blind with Ace Deuce Diamonds? I think Roman, I don't think Roman's calling a re-raise from the small blind defending the big blind with Ace Deuce Diamonds, personally. Quad tens. Do you know what? I'm going to have to send you a direct message with that.
I do not know if that's in his range.
Not going to happen there, Darts, sorry. Nearly 3 minutes on this tank. Don't forget, deuces no longer wild. They were in the last level. We didn't tell you at home because it just seemed like it would just create problems.
It ruins it if you know that they're wild.
Yeah. So,
is it deuce on the board also wild? When deuces are wild?
yeah.
Really?
And if you get all four, you get the top progressive jackpot. Again, which we don't tell the players about because again, it just people get greedy.
Uh-oh.
Who called time? Was that Jan? I was interested when we got to the 3 minute mark. I wondered if anyone would call time. Hi, just over here.
That guy definitely wants credit for calling the clock. Yes, it was me.
Yeah.
Now he's just waiting for the floor to show up.
He's just curious to know what this is. What is clock? Oh look, he's even got the Pac-Man.
Who at this table dare call me clocksucker?
I think he might. No, he's back. I thought he might have drifted off there. Thought, buffet. I
mean, it's 6:45.
Oh yeah. Totally threw me because of the extended bubble. I kind of didn't. I didn't start until quite late. So by my mind, it's about 3 in the afternoon. Come on, Pavlik. I really want to see. I really want to see now.
I think he's folding.
9, 8, 7, 6. Everyone count down.
5, 4,
3, 2, 1.
Happy
Happy
New
New Year! Oh man, I didn't even get to see his...
My resolution is to fold.
Oh man, look, and he's totally got his glasses wrong. Tito must be thinking, oh, thank God it's not just me. And now all the genii on Twitch telling us definitely what they had. Oh, actually, no, they're completely distracted because, of course, Kate turned up. And That's going to give us at least another 20 minutes of people shouting Happy New Year and screaming. And everyone really enjoyed the countdown, actually. That was good. Everyone's really Happy New Year, everyone. I hope that this one is as good for you as it was for me. Well, that was exciting. Something else exciting is that we've lost another player. That's not exciting. I'm dreadfully sorry. Alberto Massi is out in 33rd place. Sorry about that. I called his death while that hand was still live. Feel slightly guilty about that. The good news for the remaining players is that means we are going to be only one off the next pay jump. Remind you that 32nd and 33rd, I've just realized on my payout table it says 33rd, which is always nice to see. 9,780. But if we lose one more player, we will bounce up into the next payout bracket, which is 12,480. So that's quite a decent jump. Who'd want to be 33rd? Not me. Let old acquaintance be forgot. It's actually should old acquaintance be forgot. Johnny one time.
Do you know all of the lyrics to that song?
Yeah.
You do?
And they're just rubbish.
Yeah, it's bad.
It just makes no sense.
I mean, there's a reason it's public domain.
Exactly.
Somebody had the chance to have the rights to that song, and they were like, eh.
I'm just going to let it free.
Yeah.
Just walked up to a bit of grass. I mean, there you are. You'll be all right. You'll make a life for yourself here. Yeah, as a man who loves working on New Year's Eve because you get paid like triple. Yes, I have had to learn all the words. 3 spades. Man, that music, if that's someone's headphones, they really need to turn that down because they're going to do some damage themselves. Iceblade says you'll always be 33rd in my heart.
Oh, I love 33rd.
I'm the 3rd favorite commentator in the team. Being asked how many players registered, it was 366 total entries in the end. Just 32 remaining. And though we were joking about it, of course, tomorrow we would come back ordinarily and play a pretty long day to get down to 16. Going to be a bit easier than normal because of the smaller field. And then we play down to 6. And then Monday, cards up, coverage, the first ever PokerStars Championship Panama main event. We'll have a champion crowned. And then our attention moves to Macau. We've got some new players arriving.
Wow, yeah, Beardy McWeirdy.
Kaufman Tally from the US of the A.
Tally ho.
Alberto Moran Mateus, his table mate.
Welcome to the TV table.
Only when she says.
And slightly new dynamic in the chip counts as well because Alberto comes in with 292,000, makes him 3rd behind Igor and James. Kaufman Tally, middle of the pack, 231,000. Average stack now 343.
Yeah. See, these cards are different than all the other cards.
So because we're down to 4 players, if we get down, would it be awesome if we got down to 3 tables on day 3?
No, I need to be.
We're gonna have to change the rules of the game tomorrow.
By the beach.
Or you can call a clock where someone isn't allowed to act for 60 seconds. Like the guy's got his cards.
I'm pausing you.
The guy's got his cards and he's ready for fun. They go, clock. Okay, so you've got 60 seconds until you act. 10, 9, 8. Okay, go ahead.
In 60 seconds, your hand will be live.
Oh, the fun we have. Yeah, what you supposed to see. A raise from Igor, don't call me Gary Yaroshevsky. Been pretty quiet. 50 minutes still on the clock, so 40 minutes into this level. Hasn't been a major force to be reckoned with so far. But he got all the chips, so he could go home early.
We're all going home early.
I did a competition in the last level.
Yeah.
And I had the Twitch app on that helps you when people get it right.
Yes.
And Davina Dar got it right. And of course, she is a member of staff, so she couldn't qualify. So I waited until I had the full screen of people, and then I did the random roll. She won it again. Like, right, like, stop. This can't go on. A continuation here from Igor, 12,000 into 45. Moonchild's off. Good night. Good night. Come back and see us again soon. Thanks for watching.
Good night, Moonchild.
Same old moon. Same old jungle. I just reminded myself I was quoting Predator there, and when myself and James Hartigan did the hang on a second, what a 12,000 bet continued from Yaroshevsky, got a raise from James Salmon to 28,000.
There we go, yeah.
And now a 3-bet, the re-raise to 100,000. Igor really going to make things tricky for James if he wants to continue, and expensive to boot.
Yaroshevsky was the original raiser from the hijack here, huh? Then continued on the flop for a really small percentage of this pot. Salmon calls. Deuce on the turn. You know, just because we haven't seen that many showdowns, I don't have a huge amount of information on what sorts of hands Yaroshevsky would be value re-raising the flop with. Like, I don't know if he's thin enough to do it with, like, ace-king.
Yeah.
But the small bet and then re-raising feels like sets a lot of the time to me. And I'd say a smaller set because you don't have blockers to your opponent having a good top pair. So I think like a set of 3s and a set of 4s are a likely holding. On the value side, obviously bluffs are always a possibility. Yaroshevsky firing now 127,000 into 245,000. Little over half pot. I think if you're a Salmon, you're in a really tough spot with a king here.
Yeah.
Whew. This pot is getting big. That is a call. And Salmon's got not even remotely a pot-sized bet left behind. Half pot. 10 on the river, so no, the flop flush draw did not come in. To say no flop draws came in is not entirely accurate, but no flop draws you would really expect anyone to have. I don't think you can really expect Salmon to have ace-5 too often, especially when he calls the huge 3-bet. Maybe ace-5 of hearts is a hand that's a possibility.
Maybe so.
It's pretty much the only combination of a hand getting there that I can think of in this situation.
He is sharp.
Yaroshevsky puts them all in.
Yeah. Ow!
Yeah, Salmon doesn't have the ace-5 of hearts.
Man, this table is taking a pounding between Tito and now Salmon.
It's pretty understandable. I mean, you just are in a really, really terrible spot with top pair here. You've invested so many of your chips now. I mean, Salmon's in for 120 plus another 100, 220. I mean, he's put over half his stack in to this pot. I mean, if you have top pair here, there's a chance you try to convince yourself Yarashevsky is just semi-bluffing with hearts the whole way. That's one of the more likely hands on the bluff side. You're going to be like, oh, he's got ace-queen of hearts, he's got ace-jack of hearts. I just think once a guy has invested this many of his chips, it's hard to be bluffing. He makes the call.
We're going to get to see the good stroke bad news.
Wow, Yarashevsky Moxie was bluffing.
Wow. And he has to show the 7-8.
Had nothing. Absolute air. And Salmon makes the right call. You could say he really swam upstream on that hand.
Wow.
That,
I mean, pressure was on there. Great call.
You know, he came to the same sort of determination that we did, that there weren't a ton of value hands on the flop that he could be 3-betting with. He's not going to have king 4 or king 3. He probably doesn't have a set of kings. So what does that leave him with? 4s and 3s?
Yeah.
The flop draws missed, but he didn't even have a draw on the flop. Nice call, James Salmon.
Yeah, a lot of love for that call at the end there. A lot of wows streaming through on Twitch, and we can see it bumps him up to the top of the table, just shy of 1,979,000. Igor Yarashevsky now, for the first time in a really long while, down to under $500,000. I mean, it just shows how big a chip stack he had, that he can take that big dent and still be around the $500,000 mark. Impressive stuff from James Salmon. Igor put him to the test, but he worked it out, just like Joe did. By the way, I forgot to tell you at the beginning of the last level, we saw you go up to that dealer and like her just blow you off completely. It was on screen.
Was it?
Yeah. We had a wide shot. We just saw you go up to some dealer. Just go, hey, I'm Joe, International Person of the Year.
I feel like that didn't happen because the only dealer I interacted with while I was not on commentary, we kissed. So if I had been on camera, it would have looked not like the scene you just described.
Okay. We were a really long way away. There was a lot of people went, was that Joe just getting blown off on the screen? I was like, yeah, probably.
I gave her a bag of Doritos, and she was like, where's my kiss?
But those aren't your Doritos to give away, Joe. Those are put on for you to eat. I mean, I saw you eating a bag of Doritos, so you're saying you took somebody else's bag of Doritos?
I did.
Right, well, I think we're going to have to shut down the broadcast there because we've got an internal problem that needs to be sorted out.
I like to take care of the little guy, especially if the little guy's a pretty girl.
Yeah, I've noticed you like that. I noticed that none of the male dealers who are kind of ugly, I don't see you kissing them and handing them bags of chips.
First of all, I don't really see ugly. Like, I literally don't see those people. They're invisible to me.
Oh, none of anything that we've said recently is true, just to cover ourselves. I mean, take it back 20 minutes just to cover us. We're just mucking around. That one is a raise from Igor, under the gun +2, 14,000, called by his best mate, James Salmon. Great buddies, love tangling with each other.
How do you call there? How do you call that? Donk?
What are you doing, James? And Paul was absolutely right. Yeah, I'm afraid I announced that it was a Predator quote before you managed to type it in. It's only because I remember that on the Twitch cast that I did with James from the home game, he asked me a question about what's the worst film that you still like, and I just couldn't come up with one. And then days later, I've no idea why, I was sitting watching something completely different, and my brain just went Demolition Man. And I was like, that's the rubbish film that I still like. So I just, out of nowhere, just sent to James like quarter to Demolition Man. He was like, eh?
Eh?
I was
Eh?
like, oh, it's my answer to the question. Do you remember the crap film that I like? I was like, oh, okay, yeah, bye.
Sometimes I like doing that to James, knowing that he doesn't ever try to put the pieces together.
Yeah, go,
Like,
white
no,
coffee?
he doesn't say, it's not the way he says it. He goes, eh?
Right, okay.
Because I've heard him do it in life.
Okay.
Demolition Man came out right when I was starting to be able to see R-rated movies, so of course I loved it.
Right.
It was like one of the first R-rated movies I ever saw.
I mean, I think it still has a lot of charm. It's just really, it's pretty awful. But I still like it. Mikey Lee is saying that Greg is tilting. I have no. Who is Greg? Who on earth is Greg? Do we have anyone called
old Greg.
Well, old Greg. What?
Old Greg, yeah.
Outside on the chair, holding a styrofoam cup. Old Greg just totally tilting.
I just can't wait until they replace toilet paper with the 3 seashells.
Exactly. I mean, the thing is, that could be dreadful because if I was presented with 3 seashells, there's only one thing I'm doing with them, and it involves squatting. Someone's going, you won't believe what someone's done to the seashells. What happened to his stacks, says Kieran. He lost a lot of chips to our new chip leader, James Salmon, because I'm guessing you're talking about Eagle. A lot of speculation about who Greg is. He drinks Baileys from a shoe.
Even Greg the sound man isn't here for this trip. Tally ho, Kaufman Tally. His first hand here at the feature table. Taking on Gagnon style. Defending his big blind. Samuel Gagnon wearing a delicious schnozberry flavored jacket. Hit him with the 9.
Kapow. 51,000 Tally checks.
I think a guy who grew up with the name Kaufman was probably insufferable in college.
Because
I just think that when people have like really like
Kaufman.
Yeah, like just special little snowflake names. Like
Yeah.
their parents loved them too much. James and Joe's and Matt's, your parents are like, you're just like everybody else.
Meanwhile,
you're not special.
Yeah, exactly.
Where your name's Kaufman, it's like, well, excuse me, my parents love me.
Flem, nice to meet you. Flem Johnson.
Named after my grandfather, Flemington.
The Flemster.
It's actually Flemington Johnson IV, but I don't want to sound.
It's like our superfan Jules with a Z. Oh, it's, you know, it's a nickname. No one calls. What's your real name? Julian. But no one calls me that. Really? How hard did you have to work to trick anyone into calling you Jules?
Guys, it's a Z on the end. I told you.
It's like I had a friend of mine called Jeremy. His nickname was Spam, so when he became a man and met new people, he'd say, everyone calls me Jez. And we go, we don't, we call him Spam.
His name's Spam. By the way, Gagnon style, all in.
Actions on Tally, who's probably much younger than he looks with that huge ginger beard.
Oh, boy. Oh, jeez.
I guess I'm all in. the ace king. Let's it go. This is good news. Our friend Samuel Gagnon has been Gagnon. Now you got me actually calling him that rather than him. Gagnon up to 190,000. 31 big blinds. Finally parity with two of his opponents. Remind you, 343,000 is the average stack. It's time to actually jump away briefly from our featured table. Got a bit of action going on. We've got Denis Timofeyev is all in and has been called by Jonathan Abdulatif.
Uh-oh.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, man, I thought there was going to be an Omaha hand there. That could have been a mess. It is Abdulatif with the ace-queen of spades. There's the king-8 of clubs for Timofeyev. I'm sorry, I can't. Okay, there's plenty of clubs. Ooh.
On the river.
Double
King
up.
8 of clubs is going to make a flush, yeah.
Good eyes, Joe. Thank God you're here. That is a lovely little spot. Look, it was all up. He was all ready to do that thing. Well, I guess I'm out of here, guys. Sit yourself back down.
Sit back down.
So, Timofeyev. Funny, you know, it's so weird. We lose track of these guys. You know, 45 minutes ago, he was taken away from our feature table as one of our big stacks, and all of a sudden, we're watching him. You know, all in and at risk.
I don't believe you. King 8 off? I don't believe you. Well, if you're lying, I'm gonna see it.
Lo siento. That's today's phrase. I know it's a bit late in the day to introduce today's phrase. Today's phrase is lo siento. I don't understand. Smitty, I've got a lot of time for Smitty on Twitter, by the way, PokerStars TV hashtag. Does that make James a large fish and chips? What is it you're referring to?
I don't know.
If someone is watching. Jamie Staples is in the house saying that he has the Panamanian fever. I hope that's code for a hangover, or I want to go and dance. Hope he's not actually ill. And this is one of our newer players at the table, Alberto Moran Mateus. We've not really seen him get involved here.
We got another Moran at the table?
We have. And he's going to take on Igor, don't call me Gary Yaroshensky. He is going to raise it to 20,000.
This table's boring. What else we got?
Well, hang on a minute. Let me just have a look.
Anything else going on at all?
Oh, here. I've got one just sitting here. That's Jason Kuhn is all in versus Vincent Elevato. And the board is deuce 5, queen 8. And it looks like actually Jason Kuhn is all in. It's not actually been called yet by Vincent, but that's just his
Pan
opponent.
up and to the left for like 1 second. No, maybe. Yeah, it was a little higher. I like a face.
So there is
right,
the
poker.
cool Jason Kuhn,
Jacks
ace-queen
against
versus
ace-queen,
Jack.
and ace-queen is going to win that one. Double up. Double up 07.
Double up 07. That was James Hardigan in the background, you can see, in his 007 t-shirt. He wears it to bed. Wears it in the swimming pool because he doesn't want his skin to get exposed to the sunlight in case it crisps up. Sometimes I'm by the pool and I'm thinking, oh man, that barbecue smells so good.
That's not hard again. That guy's got way too much muscle definition.
Turns out that delicious smell is just James, his shins just sizzling in the direct sunshine.
James is constructed almost entirely of glass noodles.
But he is delicious.
Now, Matt, Tercy on Twitch says there are several theories about the origin of the name Panama.
Right.
Some believe the country is named after a commonly found species of tree. Others believe that the first settlers arrived in Panama in August when butterflies abound and that the name means many butterflies in indigenous tongue.
Right.
I actually...
Me and you know.
We know what the real story is.
Those guys,
These guys that founded Canada, they went all the way through the United States, down through Central America, ended up here in Panama, but it wasn't called Panama
It wasn't
yet.
back then, no. It was called Many Butterflies.
Right, it was just the Many Butterfly place. But these guys are like, so, hey, we've gotten all the way down here from Canada, eh? So, what do you think we should call it, eh? And the other guy was like, Joe, hey, I don't know. But you know what? I think it should have a P, eh? And I think it should have an N, eh? And I think it should have an M, eh? And that's how they named it Panama. You hoser. You're welcome. You're welcome. Na Batman writes on Twitch, stop his states. Now, do you know how Na Batman came up with his name? Was that he was sitting in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and he was like, man, what should my Twitch name be, eh? And he was like, well, I think it should have an N, eh? And then I think it should have an N, eh? And then it should have an N, eh? And I also love Batman. So let's make it Na Batman. Too far. So if I could just read some of these Twitch comments coming through. Is he drunk? That was bad even for you, Joe. This is the cringiest commentary. Such a terrible joke. Ha ha, Joe, you're robbing a living. Grow up, Stapes. So, like, take off. Shh, he tried hard, guys.
That's a nice one from Tyler. Well done.
Cool story, bro. Oh, dear, just bad. This caster sounds a little drunk. Great broadcast, guys.
Now, this guy, Alberto Moran-Matas, he originally comes from Grenada. And I was just wondering, do you know how they came up with that name?
I do know the same guys. They were not done.
Right.
After Canada, Panama, you just got to
their
be a
reputation
trilogy.
is
Right.
growing and growing
Yeah.
as the go-to guys.
And they were like, we got to come up with another name for a country. And the one guy was like, grr. You grr. He said, grr. A.
Angry.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Oh, not another country. Yeah.
A. N-A. D-A. And they're just like, you know what? I think we've struck gold again. Bag it and tag it.
27 minutes on the level, everyone. Don't worry.
I gave that answer to my geography professor, and he gave me a lit bowling ball candle. Remember those old cartoon bombs? That was
yeah.
Funny. Funny.
Moran Matias. Matias. Thanks, Seiko. Now I've got your name wrong as well. I do like it when someone tells me how to pronounce one of our players' names and then I actually ruin their name, the name of the guy that helped me out. We're going to have to pick this one up because of the hilarity that has been ensuing here. Gagnon made it 14,000, got the call from Moran Matias. Also, James Salmon originally came along after the flop. Gagnon bet, and then it was just heads up on the turn. Again, Samuel continued to continue. 50,000, again got the call. And now here on the end, Samuel Gagnon has checked. Moran Matias. Opportunity knocks.
We're gonna have a showdown. King, queen. Gets there against ace, queen.
Yeah, it's one of those where you're probably happier to I'll go with the queen, don't bring the king down. Now you're kind of scared. Everyone was scared, but the good news is that Alberto Moran Matias is up to 400,000 over average. Top 3 of our players, 400,000 for Alberto. Igor Yaroshevsky, after that huge dent into his stack, 524. And then James Salmon, you can see 157 big blinds here at the 3K, 6K, 1 level. 24 minutes left on the clock. 32 players. Slowed down somewhat, as we kind of hoped, vaguely, stroke predicted, stroke prayed. So it looks like you're 18 and my 25. Probably a bit OTT. The thing is, you almost start getting close now to like the day bubble, where people want to say, well, I got to day 4.
Yeah, it's you have those benchmarks at first.
Yeah.
And then you're like, I won my 5th bracelet.
Being asked, how did Salmon get Yaroshevsky's chips? Don't forget, if you want to follow any of these key hands, because the field is now smaller, if you head over to the PokerStars blog, you'll find that more and more of these very specific hands are being caught and being blogged. So follow the guys on Twitter at PokerStars blog. Head over to PokerStarsblog.com. As well as all the live reporting, there's lots and lots of little features and interviews, bits and bobs. Obviously, huge amount of interest here today because Tito Ortiz is here. It's always great to have a bit of celebrity, especially a bit of celebrity who's 1, doing well, 2, kind of knows what he's doing, 3 is just a nice bloke, so it kind of brings a lot of attention to us. We'll never say no to a guy who ticks all the boxes.
Boxy, boxy, tick, tick.
Right-hearted is keen to know about, you know, when people are going lemon, strawberry, lime, banana. I mean, banana, how'd you ever come up
I
with
feel like
that?
there's a lot of people now that want to know how other things got their names. And
Yeah.
I don't think I can do it to the audience anymore. They've been very patient with me.
They've given us a huge amount of leeway.
Yes.
I mean, that's the thing with the
I
audience.
don't want to be disrespectful. Yaroshevsky 3-betting the open from Moran Matias.
Thank you.
And James Salmon, he's like, I got your number, Yaroshevsky. Let's do this. Let's dance. Let's do the man dance. Come on out on the floor. I'll Macarena you to death.
Man, I got real issue with William on Twitter because 1 is insulting my friend Joe. 2, I don't think it's true. And also, his lack of apostrophes.
Yeah.
It's really winding me up.
Now, when somebody writes your with the apostrophe, it's incorrect. It's easy to verbally express that if you're reading something out loud because you can be like, I really like your haircut. But when someone does it that wrong way, it's hard to express that verbally. And I wish there were a way to, without stopping this, you know, explain it.
Yeah.
Maya jerk?
It's a good attempt.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. Jimmy Salmon. That name is way more fitting with that hat on.
It is. Well, I told you, he plays in my mind, he plays the jazz flute.
Right.
He's got 3 wives. I mean, the guy, he's got his life sorted.
He has 3 wives, and they're all cool with it, though. Like, they're all fine with it.
And they're really into each other.
Yeah,
it just works. It just works for Jimmy Salmon.
Jimmy Salmon. Smooth as salmon, this guy.
159,000, says Jimmy.
Smoky.
Smoky salmon. Peppered salmon. Yaroshevsky's going, what's happened to me? I was
I could have sworn I had more chips than this when I came to this table.
I'm absolutely sure I was like the scary guy. And now it looks like I'm not the scary guy. It's like everyone is scarier than me.
I'm sorry, Hero Value. The 4-bet alert did not make it through customs.
Where are they? Genuinely, where's all the noise?
Well, I think that because most of the stuff got shipped from a different place than England.
Right. Okay.
Including the humans working on the production. But the sound boxes didn't make it.
The thing is, it's much better for me because it means every time I have to kind of sit down at the desk, I don't have to first of all go through a process of moving all your dental floss or your sound.
First one of the week, though.
I didn't know that was there. I was just saying it. I was thinking that was an old joke. I actually haven't bumped into one of your dental flosses for like a long while. A long while. But there's normally like 16 discarded water bottles where Hartigan is just overhydrated because his shins take so much. It's like the roots of a tree. It's just osmosis.
He's like an almond. It takes 1 gallon of water for every cell of James Hartigan's body.
Warden Dog says, "Come on, Greg."
I think he's confusing Gary for Greg.
I love it. Not Igor. Don't call me Gary. Gary Yaroshevsky. 2 minutes on this decision. Get ready to usher in the new year if this goes on for another 60 seconds or so. Sammy Bizzle doing his best to keep the stereotype going that English people don't use toothbrushes or dental floss. I can assure you we do.
That's Matt's real offense, not that it's been in my mouth for 8 or 9 minutes. It's that he's just offended at the sight of dental care equipment.
I don't have a problem with it. I'm just surprised that it's so out in the open. Like for me, flossing and brushing my teeth is very much a private thing. I would never like bring out my toothbrush or like, you know, just start cutting my nails in public.
Just wait till I get out the Gold Bond medicated powder. See where I put that.
Yaroshevsky is like the inverse of Elke. And his catchphrase is, "This isn't sick."
This is so not sick.
And he's got
this is, in fact, healthy.
He's got a little cat with him called Cat.
Cat 1.
Well, Bully Boy, Jimmy James Salmon.
Jimmy Salmon.
Over $1 million for the first time here in the main event. That's going to feel good. You see what it does. 170 big blinds. Average stack 343,000. So just the 3 players. Igor and Alberto also well up above that level. Tito been pretty quiet for a while, but still in great shape. Andres Corello, Kaufman Talley. Also Roman Pavliuk, who feels like he's just always been here. He was here before the casino was built. Just sitting in a chair waiting for it to be built around him. And Samuel Gagnon, I don't know, just hanging on forever. I would love to see him go way, way deeper because his patience needs rewarding, I
It's
feel.
fun, yeah.
It would just be lovely if, like, you know, when you go out later on, you know, much later in the week to announce the winner and you got the trophy and the confetti goes off, if, like, Samuel's just still sitting there, like, you know, just still sitting there waiting
Still
for
folding.
something else. Yeah.
It's kind of like trying to see how far you can drive on 1 tank of gas. Like, don't refill the tank. Like, just keep chugging along.
Yeah.
I always get really worried when we can see a guy's phone.
Yeah.
Because I know what I would be negotiating prices.
You'd be making friends.
Right. A lot of right swiping.
Yeah, mine would be dull. You'd just see me working on a new deck for Clash Royale, you know, bringing in the Lumberjack, getting the Bandit out there. A lot of nerdy stuff going on there. Nothing very sexually exciting, to use my catchphrase. Mikey Lee saying, "Come on, you guys. Show us a few other hands from other tables. You have enough, Cameron. Mate, It's real touch and go that you're seeing any table. I missed Jamie Staples in the chat. Was he saying he's genuinely not well? Or did I misunderstood? If you are, feel well soon. If you're not, then what are you doing in the Twitch chat?
He could be at the pool.
Hey guys,
Twitch.
come and see me.
He's had his 4 minutes today, not on camera or speaking to an audience.
I mean, his Snapchat, it's just his head. I mean, like, I think Jamie, I don't know when your birthday is, but I think we're gonna have to get you like a selfie stick, because every time I go on his Snapchat, there's just his head, just literally the whole of my screen is just him going, "Hi guys," and I'm like, I mean, it's lovely to catch up with him, but it's just this enormous screen. I mean, it must be terrifying on Joey Big Phone.
I don't really follow anybody on Snapchat.
Just all about you, isn't it?
For me, social media is like anal sex. It's an out hole, mostly. But only the right people will I let in. Only a special person.
Right, which of these buttons gets you? There he goes. There he goes. Just going to save Joe's career for another 12 minutes. He's back. You're back. Watch out, you're live again.
You think I have a career?
Right, okay. He's still angry about something, and he could talk about anything. Right, you're back in last warning. No, I don't think you have a career. Joe, you're international Joe Stapleton of the year.
I was the #1 Joe Stapleton this year.
I mean, those other guys, Jamie Staples, close. He's tried his best. There's this guy called James Mitchell Staples.
Yeah?
Which is the nickname for Jamie Staples.
Still amazing.
Close, but just not good enough. Everyone's suggesting that was the equivalent of banning you on the Twitch chat. It's just press the red button.
Yeah.
I only play cash game only.
Yeah?
Only cash game.
So amazing.
Wildcard saying, do these commentators get paid, or is it some sort of autism outreach? We are. It's insulting to everyone. In fact, that was deleted. Just as I went to read it, it was been deleted.
I want gratification now. I want the money now.
13 minutes left on the level. The clock will get paused in a short while, and then we'll draw for how many more hands we will play.
Yes, so I guess Hardigan's guess of 30 is looking pretty good right now. We've only lost 5 players since the start of this level.
And you know, it's the sort of thing where if we'd end up with 20, we'd never mention it again, but as soon as we get out of this room, he's going to come up to us cracking his knuckles with his trousers around his knees.
You guys see how many players we ended with?
Oh, I don't want to mention it, but I did say 30. A raise from Igor, don't call me Gary Yaroshevsky. 14,000 gets the call from Andres in the small blind. Tito, not so.
I do agree with Ed Kilworth. I thought that comment was too far. I was not going to read it.
Oh, really?
But sometimes me and Matt's sensibilities are slightly different. My guess is he wouldn't have said the thing I said right before that.
Yeah,
so
true.
Who knows?
The thing is, I'm pretty sure that was tongue-in-cheek. And I don't have a problem with it. Plus, I just don't care. Apologies if anyone's insulted. Let's be honest, this is the least of our worries. Ace of Hearts. After a C-bet from Igor, 15,000 into 42. Gascap saying, you guys should have presented the new Top Gear. You've got a real dynamic and know nothing about cars, so it's one better than the current bunch. I've never liked Top Gear, so I can't really comment on whether it's got better or worse recently.
I don't know anything about cars. I love the Top Gear until I found out what absolute douche nozzles those guys were.
I know. That podcast where the super fan was picking Top Gear, and James's questions were just brilliantly, totally unbiased. That James had no axe to grind whatsoever as delivered the scathing commentary. Being asked how much time left, it's hard to say, James Sutton, because we're actually going to pause the clock as we see James Salmon select how many hands we have. And the answer, it looks like a small one. Small ones are more juicy.
Jimmy Salmon.
Oh, it was 5, actually. Sorry, I thought it was a 3 or a deuce. So, James Sutton, it's going to take exactly however long 5 more hands takes us.
Oh, God. Nice one, James.
I want to go 3-bet them. I thought these were, or 4-bet rather.
Being asked, how can I not like Top Gear so easily? I just watch one episode and then immediately don't like it. I might like it now. It's got Matt LeBlanc, and ordinarily I quite like him. But certainly the old school Top Gear with those dreadful...
I just like the stuff they did. I thought it was really cool. The stunts and the tests and the...
do you know what? Again, I like the concept. I just couldn't watch those people. I just couldn't listen to them.
Well, I didn't realize they were such turds at first. Because it's weird, because I'm all for edgy comedy, right? But then when you find out that the guy's not really even doing comedy, he's just awful. You're like, oh, that's not really comedy. He's just a racist.
That'll be the one. Martin Lennon, I think, has a legit question for us, saying, why do they do the draw the hands thing? It's just because we don't want... It's a bit like going hand for hand, you know, when it gets to the bubble. We don't want people, like, dragging their heels here. They don't want people just tanking out the rest of the day.
Right, so that one table plays 2 hands and one table plays 8 hands.
Yeah. So it's pretty straight, so that now everyone knows the clock is now completely invalid. We're just going to play 5 more hands. If you guys want to tank, bingo, you'll be sitting here when everyone's like heading off.
Tito Ortiz with a rare pre-flop free bet. Hammering on Roman Pavliuk. Wow, a 4-bet alert.
And I've got a feeling
Tito is all in.
Oh, wowee. I was just about to say.
And so is Pavliuk.
Uh-oh.
Tito has got Pavliuk covered just. Is that aces versus ace king?
It looks
like that?
It looks like aces. Yeah.
King,
Do you
queen.
know what? And I was just going to say, I just never see Pavliuk being light here, especially making the move against Tito. Snap call from Tito with the king, queen.
All I can think about is how this is going to affect whether or not he comes on the podcast.
Do you know what? That was the first thing that came to my mind. I don't really want to see Pavliuk get sucked out, but also if Tito goes home, then that's a real disappointment.
Make flush.
And I was just thinking this is going to be a really big score for Tito to make it through to a day 4. Give him the straight. Sorry, Pavliuk. I mean nothing against you.
So in order for Tito to have a sweat, he's going to need a 10, a king, or a queen.
Oh, man. He's going to be left with 65,000 behind him.
A king
unless
is a sweaty card. 5 outs now.
11%. Stranger things have happened.
I'm so torn as to what I'm rooting for here.
I hear you, brother.
No king, no queen. Tito not out.
But certainly...
He's got 10.5 big blinds.
He has got a bloodied nose. And this is a great advert for Roman Pavliuk's style. Just tight, aggressive. Just don't get bored. Don't get crazy. Wait for your moment. And I mean, the snap call with the king-queen there. Tito didn't even want to think about it. And I'm surprised because, you know, Roman has been pretty solid.
Bluff? You see it in the internet.
Blufftown saying he kind of deserves to lose. The old man looks like the nittiest guy ever. Not entirely sure I like the wording, but I understand your point.
So at what point do you get to see the cards?
Monday.
They do a different coverage later, like an episode or something, and then we're gonna see it.
Ah, that's interesting. I like that.
If you watch the replay of today,
Yes, yesterday I did see the whole cards. I figured
If you watch the replay from today, you'll have to hear Joe explain about how Canada, Panama, and Grenada were named. So I would just say put on some music, just enjoy the visuals, but maybe don't tune in so much. And now, whereas before Tito was getting some coaching from Felipe Ramos, he might want to have a word with Samuel Gagnon, because if there's anyone that can tell you how to survive with less than 10 bigs for about 5 hours, he is an expert.
It is Gagnon style.
Being asked if there's a list of the players still in, yes. Head over to the PokerStars blog. You will find all the updates from the team that are covering the entire field rather than just our feature table where we are pointed at.
My guess is we're going to see Tito Ortiz all in very soon. He probably does not want to come back tomorrow with 10.5 big blinds, but we'll see.
And especially considering it won't be 10.5 big blinds, because by the time we come back in a new level, he's going to be real short. I mean, he might. Who knows? He might be like, do you know what? I'm loving this. The dream's still alive. Gather himself, come back in. Still wants to say, I made day 4. Matt Broughton, your company's so bad. Tito shoved, he didn't call. I thought he called. I thought that it was Roman that pushed back.
Roman 4-bet, Tito 5-bet shoved, and Roman called.
Oh, I see. Okay, I thought they were so close.
Doesn't
All right.
really matter.
I made a mistake, Bitroll man. Just chill out a bit, yeah.
Your sentiment was the same, in that Tito really didn't think much of 5-bet shoving, and I think there's very little chance of him getting a fold.
Agreed.
Once Pavlik puts in 4th bet.
You speak enough for the smile, so.
3 hands left. Bitroll man says, Matt Brown, you should pay more attention. Bitroll man, you should have a timeout.
Did you time him out?
Timed out. That's entirely unreasonable, and I apologize, but I've already pressed the button and I don't care. You're watching PokerStars TV.
I guess he was paying attention to the Twitch chat at least.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Harsh but unfair.
I am consistent, and that's all I can promise you. Being asked what time tomorrow. Same time as today, so it's 12 noon EST. That works out to be 6 p.m. Central European time. You can work backwards from that. That'll be 5 p.m. in the UK. Whatever you did today, do that again. I've been called a savage. Been called worse, but the mods got there before I could. Whereas somebody else says I'm a hero. Do you know what? One man's cheese is another man's horrible milk that's gone off. By the way, our mods, when people say we're rubbish, you don't have to delete it.
Oh, yeah, no. That's...
Luckily, those aren't the guys that we care about. They don't pay our invoices, so that's fine. Everyone's allowed an opinion. A little while back, we were saying that we don't like Top Gear. A lot of our viewers do. That's fine. They don't need to convince me otherwise, and I don't need to convince them otherwise.
Okay.
The good news is we all like poker, and that's really what we're here for, as we see 4 players check their way through a hand.
Okay, well, Ward's giving somebody a lot of help here. Tito continues to slip into the danger zone.
Danger zone! Hang on, that was, I mean, you're here in the room. And I was very excited on our first day to hear that you were fed by James an extreme danger zone. I did wonder if you were going to be okay with that, because you had
I really don't like to do variations on a theme. So this is the penultimate hand. 2 shots for Tito Ortiz to go broke or go home. We know he has a flight schedule for the morning.
Pretty much, I go there twice a month.
$15,000 raise under the gun from Roman Pavlyuk. Do not take him lightly.
No, not the ones I'm on it.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
Ain't gonna work.
One more hand?
One more chance to get your last 49,000 in. Don't blow it, Tito. Don't just do it because you want out. Who's the guy with the accent? Us, I want techies. To be honest, it really depends where you're from.
Is there a way we can delete VJ and Windsor's tweet? Just strike it from the record.
She has reminded us that James did, in fairness, say we would end with 30 players. I went with 25. Joe was a bit less than that. It's looking good for James right now, who no doubt has already ordered himself a large steak and a bottle of champagne. He's going to put his flip-flops on and just...
I'm perfectly happy for James to continue to be the right one while I continue to be the likable one. Like, those roles are fine with me.
Jack?
One more hand. Wow, Samuel Gagnon does indeed fold his way to day 4.
And Tito? What's it going to be, Tito? All in or retreato?
Nice.
A double up would be sweeto.
Queen.
Well, he is going for a standard-ish raise.
So, although he's actually not put quite enough in, lost track of the blind. So 12,000.
Okay, we've got a re-raise. On to the other Ukrainian, Roman Pavliuk. He is out, back to Tito, who can make a spectacular hero fold and make it to day 4. Of course, he can call. It's only 13,000. What a decision.
Yeah. The thing is, I mean, also, why wouldn't he shove?
Oh, wow. I'm going home tomorrow anyway, so it doesn't matter. The heart of a lion.
But what if he wins this and he ends up with 20 bigs? So he can't go home if he's still got chips in. That doesn't sound like...
That's not the billionaire mindset I see retweeted so often on Twitter.
More, right? 13 more.
Oh, he's just calling.
Yeah. It was your... You said he could always just call it, and that's what he's done.
I was joking.
No, I know you were joking, but... I mean, what are his options now? Once we go to this flop, he's got 23 back. There's 67 in the middle. I'm pretty sure I know what Yaroshevsky is going to do.
Put one chip out there.
Put like one yellow and just go a billion. He's going to check it.
Tito's trying to get a read. Oh, wow. It's a bit of a tell. I'm effing beat already.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
Don't do this. Don't do this, Tito. Not like this. It's like pulling the plug on
this way.
switch. Not this way.
I have a question. So how's that work?
How's what work?
If I'm the short stack, do I get booted out, or do I play again tomorrow in the morning?
If he folds.
Chip in a chair, mate. Have you not been listening to Joe Stapleton at all?
The only reason I'm doing this.
Oh, don't.
I got a movie on Sunday to go to.
Oh. These people love poker. You're ruining.
He's got tickets for Logan on Sunday. He doesn't want to miss it.
I have like Queen Eye, right?
Oh, you got the gut shot.
Oh man, I almost want him to do better, just to punish him and make him come and play more poker.
I mean, he's not in terrible shape.
No, I mean, that is the sweet irony. He's got 10 outs, which a lot of people would love to be all in for 113,000.
And still have 36% equity, yeah.
Against you, like a 10.
Well, enjoy this one, guys. This is not something we see too often.
I mean,
the guy doing well, my taxis here, so I've got to go.
Three's got Yarshevsky drink dead.
Yeah, no, good. Good plan for you, for sure. The last 2 days I've been watching you going, when am I going to play with that guy?
A chop, there it is. He's dead to a chop now. Oh, God.
We ain't done yet, ladies and gentlemen.
Well played. Masterful.
GG.
Just.
I mean, I wonder if he can get a refund on those movie tickets.
What an advertisement for poker.
Where are we? Sortis. What are we doing?
There's really not much to root against here. I mean, this would be the ultimate slap in the face if they chop it up so close.
Does he? I mean, he looks happy, but I thought he wanted to go.
Well, he doesn't have to leave till Sunday.
Yeah, you know how we do it. You know, we almost get out. We got to come back and win the last hand again. That's every last hand I've won. The last 3 days.
That's true. He pointed that out, and he has won the last hand of every level. I guess this was just the weirdest one.
Okay, well done, gents. As usual, name this keep count.
Well, Matt, I don't really know what to say.
I don't know what to say. Whammy, says Ice Blades. Right, well, there you are, boys and girls. It's not what we were expecting, but Tito Ortiz is still with us.
But is he coming back tomorrow?
I think he will definitely come back tomorrow, probably. He has got 113,000. Samuel Gagnon, good job, sir. Still with us, still ticking over at 30 players. Incidentally, everyone now in the $12,480 mark, if we didn't mention that when they ticked into that. The big story, though, is, of course, the rise and fall of Igor Yarashevsky. He was over $1 million, took that huge dent when he tangled with James Salmon, who now sits on over $1 million.
Jimmy Salmon.
Jimmy Pepper Salmon. Gonna have
Jimmy smoked
127
salmon.
bigs. You can see everyone quite excited to get bagged and tagged and ready for tomorrow. Things will kick off again at noon here, local time. Thanks ever so much for playing with us today. Always appreciate your company. Remember, check out the PokerStars blog. Follow them also on Twitter. You can catch up on all the action from the outer tables. All of the players still in, all the players still out.
So tomorrow's the day we usually play down to 24.
Yeah.
And we're starting with 30. So who knows what's going to happen?
I don't know. Then again, the levels are up, the stacks are deep. We're going to probably get more play than we're jokingly saying. But do join us tomorrow. It's day 4 here. Hope you've enjoyed watching us. For Joe Stapleton and James Hartigan and myself, Matt Brown, thanks for watching and good night from Panama.